Let's get it. I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this at all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Checks big and I'm sure that hurts. But it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, man, we coming for them bangs that they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah, on the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
It's time to upgrade your PUBG mobile outfits. Join free daily cups for solo, duo or squads. Win Face It points. Exchange for PUBG Mobile UC. Customize your accounts. Join Faceit today and earn rewards. Try for free at faceit.com/PUBG Mobile.
Do you want to create your own zombie mode? Try giving it a shot in World of Wonder. There's a new PvE template, Terror Town. It will spawn new enemies every round at the fixed location, and players must defeat them all in every round in order to win. With this template, you can adjust the gameplay devices or add to them. For example, you can tweak the distribution of zombies and how supplies are spawned. In this gameplay, players can experience the full content of the zombies mode, and they can get familiar with the enemies. Additionally, some new enemy types have been added to the PvE enemy spawn device, including huge zombies and exploding zombies. Enemy health and attributes can now also be more finely adjusted, letting you create exactly the kind of PvE gameplay you want. If you want to know how to quickly eliminate zombies, be sure to try out the new PvE template first.
Всем привет! Скоро стартует европейский чемпионат. Приходите поддержать мою команду МУЕРТЕ и другие европейские коллективы.
Всем здравствуйте. Приходите поболеть за нашу команду на ПМГЦ. Будем рады видеть вас на трансляции, и это даст большую мотивацию для нас показывать хороший результат.
Hello guys, here's REGNUM from NEXUS Gaming. I want to invite you guys to watch together PMPL Europe Championship and see you there.
Herkese selam. Avrupa Şampiyonası başlıyor. Yayınları kaçırmayın ve bizi desteklemeyi unutmayın.
Merhaba arkadaşlar, Avrupa Şampiyonası başlıyor. Yayınları izlemeyi ve bizi desteklemeyi unutmayın. Görüşmek üzere.
Hi, my name's John Allen, and you'd better be watching the European Championships of PUBG Mobile, because we are going to be coming at you thick and fast with all the action. Make sure you stay tuned.
İlk bombayı gönderdi rakiplerine. Bir kişiyi düşürmeyi başardı. İkincisi de düşecektir. Put a stop to it. Over the top of the wall. He goes for one. Hops out. Finds a second. Engelledi ama Tron ileriye doğru hamle yapmaktan geri çekilmiyor. İleriye doğru hamleleri yapmaya devam ediyorlar. Son yere çekildi Tron. Mermileri göndermeye devam ediyor. OZAROX oyuncularını bir yere çekti. Bir skor garanti.
Hello everyone and welcome to day one of the PUBG Mobile Pro League European Championship. I'm your host Jason Kaplan and I'm excited to bring you all the action happening these next 4 days. But before I can even dive into the show further, I have to sing a little song for you. Reunited and it feels so good. Because I'm back with my main men, Maxman and Kalaris here on the show. Max, how you doing? It's been forever. It's been like
He's back in Europe. What's doing it?
Back in Europe? We thought we got rid of him.
Oh my God, he's back. It feels good to have you back, Jason. It's cool. It's good times here for PUBG Mobile.
I get Max saying, "Oh, I'm so happy to have you back," and Kalaris is like, "What are you doing here?"
Precisely, yeah.
It's good to be back, guys. Like, obviously, we have 8 teams coming in from Europe, 8 teams coming in from Turkey. I am really curious to see how this is going to break down, honestly, because there's so many good teams from both regions, and you guys at home can obviously let us know your thoughts about it as well. You can check out all of our social media channels, not to mention Discord as well, because it is popping off over in there. And if you ever tweet or post, make sure you use the hashtag PMPL EU Champ, and maybe let us know what you're excited about, what teams you're supporting, and maybe if I'm going to bully Maxman. You can answer that question, because we don't know yet.
I don't know.
We're still deciding.
Maybe you've changed.
It has been a year.
No, you haven't.
Well, no, it's PMWI, right? Not too long ago. Also, we have a survey going on for you guys at home to check out and fill out for us. We'd love to hear your feedback about the show, feedback about talent in particular. Some of them, I don't know, Max. But obviously, let's know your thoughts. You can check it out over in the YouTube chat. But gentlemen, like, this is going to be a very interesting tournament, right? Obviously, you have 8 of the best teams from Europe, 8 of the best teams from Turkey. But you also have PMGC around the corner, and that's what this is all building up to, Kalaris.
It's very important for all of these teams. I mean, of course, also with what I would consider to be slightly volatile results in their respective regions on either side as well. I actually don't know how this is going to work out. You could see some big upsets go on for those top 5 spots for PMGC.
For sure, 100%. And you also have, I mean, obviously 16 teams playing out 24 matches, 6 matches a day. So it is going to be quite a grind here where you don't get any days off. You don't have any downtime between days at all like you would have in your normal league stage. And of course, the points max. We know how this works out. It's been like this for like 2 years.
Yeah, 1 elimination, 1 point. That's something the Nexus know. Placement points, they don't know what it is, apparently, in the phase 3. But yeah, it's going to be the same point system, no big changes there. And as we see for some teams like MADBULLS over here in Europe, have been pretty consistent, getting a bunch of those eliminations and placement points, so they could be looking good this championship.
Yeah, obviously MADBULLS, they're relatively safe. They are safe in the PMGC, so for them it's all about the money right now, and of course the experience. $26,000 for first place, but again, Kalaris, top 5 teams go into PMGC league stage, and obviously you have certain teams already pre-qualified to the league stage, but you also have a team qualified already into the grand finals in the form of S2G.
Yeah, there's no better training ground for those guys right now to try out things than this lobby. This, I mean, considering that these are 2 of, I would say, some of the best regions in the world. I'm gonna put it there, especially with the way that Turkey is able to, you know, of course, with S2G, claim the World Championship last year. I think as time goes on, these 2 regions bounce off one another in a really, really strong way, to the point where they're able to kind of make each other stronger as time goes on.
I do wonder if we're going to see MADBULLS and S2G go like really hard in these matches because they already know their groups heading into PMGC. So they already started, I guess, to prepare for the incoming PMGC at the start of November. So they might also have that on their mind. So I don't expect massive things. I'm looking at the teams that haven't qualified and what performance they're going to bring up here today.
Well, just really quickly for MADBULLS and S2G, there is a world where they see some teams they don't want to potentially meet later on in PMGC by focusing them and trying to take them out and keep them out of contention for PMGC.
There's the potential for that. I think whenever I think about something like that, I'm always thinking about who's closest to me in drop spots, right? Because then it makes your rotation a little bit easier down the line. But of course, then you've got to think about all the other teams in PMGC. There is a lot to contend with. So it's something to consider, I suppose.
MADBULLS hot drop REGNUM CARYA. That could be happening. They're already qualified. Just get rid of the team. That could be a good one.
Yeah.
I know. I'm hoping to see more hot drops, Max. I know you don't like them that much. I'm a huge fan of them personally because I love to see teams go head-to-head and potentially one of them get knocked out early.
I did really like the Titan versus Virtus Pro. That was really funny. Unnecessary, but really funny.
Sure. If it's Picardo, I'm not a fan. If it's anywhere else, I'll accept it.
Fair.
What about Barn?
No.
Well, let's take a look at the schedule for you guys at home so you know which battlegrounds are happening in what order, because there's going to be 6 matches today, as you mentioned before, 3 Erangels, 2 Miramars, and 1 Sanhok. If you guys checked out the America's Championship, they know exactly this format. I'm a fan. I know Seven wasn't a fan of having Sanhok in the middle. He wanted to see it more in the beginning, but I do like how it kind of can mentally give you that break, because you know it's more fraggy.
Sanhok's grown on me a little bit since we've gotten rid of the heal strap.
Okay, true.
Actually play it.
You can actually play it properly now. And then on the other side of things, I do like kind of the juxtaposition, the difference that Miramar provides compared to Sanhok. Erangel's just kind of, we're very used to it now. We're very used to it now.
It's a bit different than PMPL though, where we had the same amount of split of Sanhoks, Erangels, and Miramar. Now, if you are good on Erangel, you could have a really big advantage heading into the championship. So if that was one of your weak points, I'm hoping teams that were not consistent on that map to have changed a bit their approach and hopefully get some points there, because it is so important. It's half of your maps alone here, this championship.
Well, I mean, you're mentioning it. Why don't we take a look at how EU actually finished off here in their respective PMPL to see how the 8 teams did qualify. And MUERTE coming out first, obviously, I would say a slight surprise, but obviously down towards the bottom, Max. KONINA Power just beating out Titan in the last match of the finals.
The
could have been closer.
The Becca 1v2 clutch versus Tuna to get those points, and Titan hot dropping versus Virtus Pro in, was it in Rozhok, I believe it was, in the southwest of Erangel. If you did not watch that game, please go rewatch it. It's really good history before heading into this championship. But I'm glad to see, like, this is a roster of teams like Dagestan that we've never seen play outside of their region. How are they going to fare up in this championship?
And they definitely grew throughout Europe, right? Like when we saw them playing things out. When I was framing how they were playing, they were very patient about a lot of their chicken dinners. Very, very calm, collected. Not that many frags here and there or whatever. But of course, I'll never forget the bridge win where they got themselves 100 million points in a single game. It was a slight exaggeration, admittedly.
I actually believed you.
It was an amazing game. It was one of my favorite games of the entire season, and it was perpetrated by Dagestan.
And I wasn't there.
No, you were there.
I did it.
It was even better.
Oh, come on.
I expected it from Jason, but come on.
Remember, we always bullied you. It's not just me. It's both of us. I do want to point out NEXUS, obviously, because if you look at how teams did in league stage versus how they did in finals, they are one of the teams with the biggest movement for a very specific reason. League stage, they came out 8th. Finals, they came out 3rd. And Max, I wanted you to dive into that really quickly because it comes into question of what lineup are we going to see here for NEXUS today?
Exactly. They changed their lineup a lot, and we were expecting, I think Yamikola was talking about EXO, what he's done in the previous championship alongside Doran, and we wanted to see more of him, but he just disappeared for some time, then came towards the end of the tournament, which is great. But I did see also on social media, they did show their roster they're going to play with, and EXO wasn't there. Currently, the roster we were looking at on the graphic was Doran with Redox, with Octavian and Kapahala, which Octavian is great, but I don't think he really brought enough to for the team to do well in the entirety of the tournament. So I feel like if we could have EXO play in this championship, that might be what allows them to make into PMGC.
At least during the finals, they were able to get more placement points compared to what we were seeing from them in Phase 3 or during the rest of the tournament as a whole. So they'd kind of ironed that out a little bit, but they are still pretty elim heavy, which if they're able to kind of flex that into more placement points, it'll be good.
I'll never forget when Blank just popped off when they got 1 placement point. NEXUS, yeah! It was fantastic.
Blank will pop off for anything.
Yeah, true.
Including something like that, so, you know. He's an excitable guy. What can you
His hair's all everywhere. It's just wow.
It's crazy as hair.
Crazy is one adjective to use for it. It's not the adjective I would use, but it is one indeed. Let's actually take a look at how Türkiye did in their region and see how the 8 teams did qualify, because it came down as well to the very final match, just in a different position on the board here, as we can see MELISE beating beating out S2G, even though they tied at 157 points because of the 4 chicken dinners, 3 of those, I believe, coming in on day 1 of the event.
I think it's fair to say, Kalaris, this is unusual.
Slightly.
Looking at Turkey here, you would not expect this to be the finals leaderboards after the final match. But yeah, MELISE able to take it up there. They had some good improvements. One player in particular for MELISE that I'm really hyped to see perform well is Luis. He's been a little bit more silent recently, but I feel like he's a player that could do really well in this championship. But outside of this, there are big names we're not seeing on this top page.
No, that's definitely true. Of course, with Fireflux not being there, Foot not being there, these teams that you would expect to be synonymous with getting to this kind of stage, just not being able to do it. I did expect up until the very last game S2G to eventually catch up and clutch it out, but GMT actually took quite an impressive fight against them on Erangel in the very final moments where I thought, S2G, you just need one elimination here, guys. Just one more elimination. And they were not able to bag it against GMT up until the last second of the tournament. So, I mean, kudos to MELISE Esports, but if you were to ask me, are they the best team in Turkey? I would say no, not currently.
The thing is the finals, right? It's a very short format tournament, which means that we could see something similar happen again in this championship. So a complete dark horse team could be the one to win and then qualify in PMGC. When you really think about it, after these 4 days of play, half of the lobby is going to be in PMGC. You already got 3 teams next to RÜYA, S2G, MADBULLS, and an extra 5, so half of the lobby are making it to the biggest tournament of the year. That's a huge conversion rate in PMGC. It's mental.
But the thing is, you mentioned, Max, like a short form tournament happening right now, obviously with 4 days. The finals with Turkey really similar. But then you look at like a team like S2G, and I have to bring them up, obviously, because the fact is they were second in league stage, they're second in finals. If we talk about a team being able to play both kinds of formats, I think it's very important to be able to do that when you have things changing up on you so drastically, like PMGC League Stage versus PMGC Grand Finals, going to be completely different. And we can actually see a little bit of a comparison between our top 2 teams from Turkey as they look at the finals up against regular season. And you can see MELISE 8 to 1st, S2G holding steady at 2nd.
Yeah, of course the placement points going a little bit lower. That's because so many were taken away by MELISE and their good circles. The MELISE got himself, they got a few decent circles coming their way, but overall S2G, compared to Spring, we had a big amount of doubts for this team, but I feel like they were just able to change the entirety of their approach to these matches, and now they just feel a lot more confident. And KAOS, my favorite player of the region, is popping off, so I'm glad to see it. He's pretty good.
Hell yeah. I think for MELISE, a big question mark for me is how, if they're going to iron out their edge play. That was a hard sentence to say. The reason I say it is because by the end of the finals, in the last game, for example, their edge play, they clearly seem a little nervous about their approach towards circles. Bam, go out in 15th. Compared to some of the games where they were getting circles, which seemed a little bit more structured, a little bit more stable. So we'll see during the tournament if they do have to kind of play out an edge situation.
And I think also when they got some compounds where they got a bit lucky on the circle, they're not scared to also push out of their position to try and confirm those wins and get more eliminations. They're not just hoping the circle keeps coming their way. They are willing to push out of their location. So that's a good approach to have heading into a championship, because you know the European teams that they're going to face up against for the first time, they're also teams that are not willing to give up space. So it's good that they are willing to punish teams that are taking fights outside the blue.
But the fact is, like the skill level of this lobby has drastically gone up from Turkey now having to compete against the 8 best teams from Europe. So doing plays like that might not work out for you. Talking about edge play, I don't know if you're going to be able to get away with playing edge the way they were maybe sometimes successful to do so when you have teams like G.GLADIATORS just waiting for you on the edge as well. But as you look at EU, comparing obviously our top 2 teams up against each other from the finals and the regular season, I mean, MUERTE 5th to 1st, not too big of a change. MADBULLS 1st to 2nd, not big of a change. It is nice to see, again, another team, at least from Europe's side, have that kind of confidence and stability to be able to maintain performance across 2 different types of tournaments.
There's a potential parallel that I want to draw between MUERTE and MELISE, which is actually for MUERTE, I felt like they gained traction throughout the phases. Their early game was very strong and they were willing to take fights brilliantly. But as time went on across phases into the final, they learned that lobby and they were able to take that early kind of aggression into the late game and then convert that into victories. Only having a short amount of time here to kind of make those adaptations against Turkey, I don't know if that's capable of doing so. So again, similar to MELISE, it's like, are they the best team in Turkey right now? No. I think MUERTE is excellent, but do I think they're the best team in Europe right now? Maybe no as well. So there's a lot of craziness going on.
Are they top 5 worthy though?
Yes. I'm going to go with that, yes.
Yeah, exactly. And we'll actually take a look at all of our teams participating in this event with all 16 of them. And obviously going to focus in on a couple of these. And Max, who did you actually want to talk about qualify here first.
I mean, REGNUM, KARYA, I mean, they're my team from Turkey. I talked back in PM. I love them. They're such a good team because they have such a good approach. They have these 2-2 splits in the center of the circle. They regroup on phase 3, phase 2 typically, and they get the best position under control. And the reason why REGNUM KARYA has been so interesting to me back in PMRC is that you'd have players like Loxy that would always stand out with Tron, but one new player actually is Ezel. That was a bit more silent in the spring season, but I feel like he's been playing so well throughout the entirety of fall now, and I want to see this entire team step up because it was 2 players beforehand that would do really well. Now the entire roster are so scary. Great rotational play, so I feel like they are a team that could easily rank in top 5 at the end here.
All right, well, James, we got one team from Turkey from Max. Who do you got from Europe?
It's got to be Gladiators. Would it be PMGC without Gladiators?
It would be weird.
It would be weird, wouldn't it? But look at them. They are absolutely... They're synonymous with excellence in PUBG Mobile, and there's the potential they don't go to PMGC. And we'd be remiss if they didn't. It would be really sad if they didn't. But they are going through a field, they are going through a gauntlet that has never been more difficult for this roster. There are fluctuations of kind of performances throughout the season. They started out looking as if they kind of changed things about their gameplay. It was successful, but I felt like maybe they were a little bit uncomfortable with kind of applying these adaptations that they'd done. So they kind of slipped back into their old ways, in terms of kind of execution, and that didn't stand well in the overall standings.
It's really odd because phase 1 it was like playing center, phase 2 was playing the edge, and they were trying to like play a little bit of different things, and then they kind of went back into their old system. And you can see by the survival time, it was really low. It was 15-16 minutes in the finals,
extremely low for
that is not going to be enough if you want to be a top 5 team. So hopefully they can get some learnings from the full season of this tournament they were able to play and just play out here. But it's been weird. I don't know what to expect heading in championship from Gladiators.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, thinking back to like PMWI and thinking back to even before that, like last year, Matic to me was always sometimes like the weakest link on the team, oddly enough, because he would get in these like really precarious positions. He wouldn't know how to play necessarily. Okay, I'll change what I said. Not that he didn't know how to play it, but it seemed like the team knew how to play well around him kind of being off on his own position to kind of assist the team. But then looking at his stats in league stage, top fragger of the team. Phenomenal to see that he was able to make that excel. And obviously with the new coach come into the mix, maybe that's one thing that's allowed them to unlock Matic.
Yeah, so hearing from Quizzy was good. He gave some really good insight about how he kind of been working with the team and kind of guiding their hand almost, because he knows that they're great players. A guy like Matic, for example, it did feel like at the beginning of the season, he'd been put on the leash a little bit. That allowed him to kind of conform to what the team wanted a little bit, and then as time went on, they were able to give him a little bit more
slack on the leash,
a little bit more slack on the leash, and he's still able to get some of those eliminations on the board. So yeah, he's definitely a standout for the team, I would say right now. But again, whether or not that can compete in this lobby, when I do believe it is the strongest championship we've ever had, that's another question.
Yeah, I mean, if you're fighting Gladiators as a 4-man, chances are Gladiators are going to come out on top because the macro, like the fragging power they have is insane in this lobby. It's potentially one of the best in this lobby, potentially even the best in the lobby currently. So yeah, Gladiators, they have a lot of pressure on their shoulders, but top 5 teams can make it in, so there's a very big chance they can qualify. It's just to see, are they going to go and hopefully learn from what they had in fall?
And that's the thing, just as a short thing, they are one of the teams that can handle the pressure because they have been able to deal with it
so many times.
So many times. So hopefully they're able to do it, and hopefully we get to see them in PMGC, but there is a world where they don't make it because the lobby's so strong.
Well, you know, it actually takes us into our predictions here of who we see making it through in the top 3. Now, obviously, Max talking about, you know, REGNUM KARYA, that's his boys, doesn't even put him in first place. I had to do it for him.
Unreal.
Kind of disappoints me there. But obviously, you have 3 people here, with G.GLADIATORS going to be coming out in first. S2G, I think the reason for me in particular, we don't have to necessarily go about every single pick. I didn't go with them is because they've got really nothing to lose. They're already into the grand finals. They can just have a little fun with this, but they can also use this as a complete learning experience. So for them to finish top 3, it's like, is it necessary?
Okay. MADBULLS as well, though, right? Like this is kind of my picks are actually really almost wild card picks. That sounds ridiculous to say when it's S2G and MADBULLS, but there is a world where they just use this as a stepping stone towards PMGC.
What's up, Max?
I was going to say, why next RÜYA? Because I think you like some players.
I don't have time to talk about it. It's
fine.
frozen.
That's why I didn't want to talk about it.
It's frozen for me in particular. I'll get onto that later on. Hopefully he proves me proud. But you know what? Before we do hop into first game, I remind you guys once again about Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here at PMPL. You guys can crack one open and unleash the beast for yourselves, because I know Max likes to get
Oh, extreme.
Extreme.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm so happy you remember that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's head into our first game of the day with our commentators of John Allen and Blink.
For the first time at the championship, we're going to get extreme over on Erangel Blank. We're going to be dropping in just a few. You excited for this first season? We're looking at a lot of those teams. You've got some predictions on the board. You're excited for some of them to perform?
Yeah, I'm very, very excited. I think that it's kind of funny. We've got kind of like the opposite way around, me and Kalaris over on the old predictions. I've gone for MADBULLS coming in first. And maybe that was a silly prediction considering, you know, like the boys say, they've got not a lot to lose here, right? They don't really have to push for that first place. I think for S2G, you know, it could be an interesting thing for them because if they do push in towards that top 5, right, they actually sort of support their own region by allowing other teams from their squad that might not have done so well to get towards that top spot. So if it's a case of like there's a big difference between 5th place and 6th place and S2G is able to pump all the way through, if 6th place a Turkish team, you know, there you go, bang, they're in. So it could be interesting on that side if there's any support for your own region, a little bit of love, that pressure on MADBULLS and S2G to perform in this tournament.
For the first time this season, Türkiye and EU will clash at the EU Championships. We're going from Georgia Pole over to Lipovka over on the east side, so a little bit far away from places like Primorsk, like Military Base. Novo maybe just a bit of a stretch. Let's see if there's any clashes on these drop spots. It looks like next RÜYA might be going up north there, going to play even up towards Zaki potentially.
Yeah, I mean, starting off this first match, there's going to be a lot of unknowns, a lot of variables coming into this one, so we'll see exactly where people do end up dropping. We're going to have the same 16 teams every single time, so no league format anymore. This is just straight the same teams, so there's a lot of research that could be done at the end of the day. I enjoyed what the guys on the desk were saying, actually, about Gladiators. You know, they've got a lot of experience here. I'd even go one step further to say that actually, during this tournament, this championship, it might be easier for Gladiators. They're a very, very much methodical team, right? So when you're playing against a lot of also good teams, I would say they're a little bit easier to predict, right? They're going to do the same usual thing most rounds, which will provide the highest chance of success. You can read into that, and I think Gladiators is a team that is very, very good at doing that. What they're not good at is being thrown curveballs time and time again over in that league format in PMPL EU. So I'm curious to see what they can do here on a format that is maybe a little bit easier for them to play, which sounds crazy, I know, saying that this team performs better against good teams.
Sometimes, you know, it's just how you read. It takes a little bit of craziness sometimes to upset the balance, but hopefully the Gladiators will stay on the level. The circle pops down south. They're going to have to make their way down there pretty presently. With the plane path on the north side, a lot of teams going to be scrambling for positions on this south. Potential to cross early over to that Sosnovka military base. Likely going to end up there if the circle sort of goes where it should do, in inverted commas, right? Always a should rather than we know where it's going to go. It can throw us curveballs time and time again. It looks like Gladiators are going to be leapfrogged from North George and have teams ahead of them moving around Everest.
Yeah, I think the Gladiators sort of moved away from dropping in North George for a long, long while now and starting to explore some different drop spots around the map. And this is certainly one of them over towards crates, you know, holding on either side. They've got teams on South George too, over on that bridge, so providing a little bit more information across. So I like this from Gladiators. I think they've realized that there's far too many times where their tournaments have just died because teams have dropped on them in North George time and time again. I think I remember a tournament where it was, in fact, Major Pride that was doing that to them every single time, maybe every other game. So pretty difficult to play around that. So now Gladiators have a fair few different drop spots. Nexus on our screens right now. GS underneath. Some shots there coming through. I think that was onto the vehicle. It was just looking slightly invisible. Don't worry.
Galatasaray trying to get out of there. Trying to get away. Doran sending him on his turn round away. Looking fairly safe, a little bit of damage, but nothing too dramatic. BRA have taken a little bit more damage, actually, and they've managed to deal some to Major Pride, who have lost 2. This is just to the north of that west bridge to the military island Blank. This is around that ferry pier area, around the mouth near Milta.
Yeah, I think Major Pride gets a little bit greedy here, right? You're playing in a different type of tournament now, making this really quick wrap down towards the south side. It's not ideal to go for this maybe on the first match versus a region like Türkiye. It's difficult, right? It's not simple, and I think Major Pride has sort of expected people just to lie down in front of them there, especially when their usual drop spot just underneath Sunken City. Right now, it's just going absolutely horribly for a lot of teams, just desperately trying to razz it across the bridge right now.
Interestingly enough, it's almost entirely teams from the Türkiye region who have gone for this bridge crossing early and fast. Whether that's something that we'll see happen again, if that's just a stamp of the region, we'll have to wait and see in this lobby. S2G going to be looking to guard out on the west this time around, with BRA now trying to fight through after taking their toll pretty heavily on the rest of the lobby. 6 at limp so far, and Kalsi spots a big toe. Surgically removes it there. Silas strafing the buggy, and we'll be able to find another point for S2G.
Yeah, it's a really quick adjustment there from S2G as well. And I think for the Turkish region in general, a very explosive region, I'd say. Really, really strong players, some heavy fraggers on this side. I'd say PMPL EU, a little bit more of the masterminds, I would say. But again, there is some very, very strong players coming through from Türkiye. And again, I think S2G is this team that just thrives in the moment, right? In the midst of battle. Doing very well here to get across the bridge early, quick setup. I think that was the most impressive thing about this on the bridge side, was the quick setup they had on either side. Holding it down is never easy, especially when you have about a bajillion teams all trying to make their way across the bridge. MUERTE is going to drop short here over towards South MUERTE, looking to head across the eastern bridge. We've got REGNUM KARYA in this position, as well as GALATASARAY down towards that south side.
There is a lot of teams, you're right. I think it is close to 1 billion. All looking to move, and fair enough. S2G splitting 2 and 2, maybe a little bit less powerful. It was in fact BRA who stopped a lot of teams on this east bridge from moving down south as fast as maybe they would have liked. They stopped a lot of players short, and I think that, on the west bridge, and that really allowed a lot of positional advantage for S2G, for them to be able to navigate, get into position, and set up as fast as they did without the main threat of teams crossing over. BRA sort of held their ground for them. They did manage to get 6 limbs onto BRA, so a good match already for the Turkish team. But S2G looking to be on better ground for the next circle or two.
Yeah, especially when you're this early into the game as well. I think it is not advisable to be going for that many eliminations that quickly. I think it's sort of excusable there for BRA as well, because they did get stopped short over towards the fields, south of Pachinki, when they were taking that engagement with Major Pride, able to find 2 of their players. So it slowed them down a lot, and I think you set in a little bit of panic there. You start shooting. And I mean, 4 eliminations, that's good. That is really good. But you're right, it did allow a little bit of time for S2G. I still think it is very impressive how quickly they got themselves set up and ready there, though, and quickly dealt with the teams coming across. You can see most teams actually decided, you know what, it's not really worth it for us. Next, RÜYA heads over towards Ferry Pier. You got MADBULLS on our screen, just still holding around ROZOG right now. Dagestan's off towards their right-hand side. But I think MADBULLS should be able to get through here fairly easily. Now, you talked about it should head over towards Sosnovka. I'd agree with you. I really would. But it is that potential that we head back up towards that northern side. You know, it's a slim chance at this point with the amount of water in and the amount of space that's held by Sosnovka. But again, some of these teams might be feeling some of the brunt right now if we do get a northern shift on the circle, not able to claim that same kind of landmass, which would put you in good stead. And a lot more teams can survive towards those later circles. But Zone 2 coming up soon, and then we shall see for real.
Ooh, Furious spotted by MELISE and actually sprayed down as well. Kiss of death from the top of the roof there. The DP swapped to 2 players from MUERTE trying to move under that watchful position. MUERTE, they've been drawn short on this east bridge for quite a while now, with Nexus on the east side of them, with Dagestan actually making their way down to the north point of this engagement. MELISE have been trying to just hold out in these buildings and stop MUERTE getting through, so far successfully.
Yeah, MELISE had a really good run in their finals, actually, you know, tied in that top spot between them and S2G, but winning out on the tiebreaker. And it's nice to see. I think MELISE was a team that I had my eyes on, and I think they've got themselves a fair few decent players now on board, which is nice to see. a few players that, you know, are sort of unknowns as well. But I do think this is a team that we should be looking at in the future. I think Poser's one of the main names that most people will recognize. But I think that even from where he's come in the past to where they are now, it's an impressive jump up. And I want to see if they can continue that coming through in towards championships. Right now, they're over on this right-hand side. You saw them take a shot over towards Furia from MUERTE. If you're not familiar with EU, probably one of the best players on MUERTE is Furia. So losing him early is a really big deal for that team.
Yeah, it's a big old bummer. He's a devil with a nade, but he can't take the pin out when he's down already, unfortunately for them. OZAROX on the north side, crossing paths with Dagestan. Two of them gonna hop straight out into the fight, and it's curtains for Shifu. There's no way he's getting back up from that. Are they gonna pinch the vehicle? I think they might as well. Dagestan may be looking to get something back as Keep opens fire, finds Swain. Looking to try and marshal the rest of the team now, potentially able to look for Sephir. If they rotate around it before this res comes through, they are dealing with all 4 players from OZAROX. They just need to get back into concert with one another.
Yeah, they did find a little bit of a refrag there as well. So Dagestan currently down to just 2 players, with 1 player knocked at the moment. Did actually, in fact, get flushed. So Zadira's out as well. So Zadira and Shifu, 2 really strong players from this team, actually. Keep certainly stepped up towards the latter half of the tournament in PMPL EU. But yeah, playing with 2 players is definitely not ideal at this point in time. The difficulty for OZAROX is they have to move, and they have to move fast, right? There is really only one route right now, which is down towards Sosnovka. You could take the long way around, head over towards Ferry Pier. Likely to be held though, so OZAROX has got a difficult decision to make, but finding this pick-off over towards Limbo, there's some great shots coming through from OZAROX.
Nailing it, absolutely beautiful. Getting all 4 of their players back on wheel. And we'll see if they're able to make it through. But in the meantime, over towards Ferry Pier, Gladiators have been slowly creeping their way in on the west, and they found themselves next to RÜYA. KONINA Power was shunted off near Primorsk, and they've gone on a boat down to Sosnovka, so they've already got that crossing. No other threats are going to engage on this fight, so it is a straight front-to-back fight at the moment for Gladiators.
Yeah, 1 elimination already found for them, which is great news. Nade over the top from Docker Machine. See what we can get done from this. No damage found, so no info either, which is a little bit difficult. I think Meku might have a good idea of where Dokkan's playing. Some nice shots there coming through from Yetka. Does not find Meku though, so we'll be able to get away from that.
Really, really nice stuff from Yetka to push Meku back off. Unfortunately, he didn't get that knock, but a little pressure is certainly available to them. NEXUS slowing down, this east bridge being a quagmire for all of these teams moving through, and it's really taken its toll on pretty much everyone. I mean, MELISE have managed to get through, but they're on a 2-2 split, and MUERTE already lost a player. They're going to have to go even further west, Blank, as well, with a hard shift out there.
Yeah, this is not an easy circle whatsoever. It's kind of what I was talking about earlier, where this could shift a little bit further towards the north, give some more time to certain teams. And with it heading up towards this northwest side, this fight between Gladiators and RÜYA can happen for some time longer, which is nice to see. OZAROX actually decided to go for that long way around as well, which I like. I enjoy that rotation. It's a pretty quick decision you have to make in that situation as well, so not easy. You know you're running into teams that already have forward bases of operations, though. That's your difficulty. You know, MADBULLS already set up here. A very good team at holding other players out. So I'm a bit worried for OZAROX at the moment, but what they display versus Dagestan leads me to believe that there is certainly still a chance for this team.
We'll have to see how these eastern teams navigate through. NEXUS swinging on the north shore may be the only option available to them for now. Kapahala certainly low on the health bar there. Spots a crate, maybe pop out for a couple more meds. And see what you can get done. Has got 3 first aids now, a couple more nades on board, so a decent stop-off loot there. Nice pit stop for NEXUS, but they've still got a way to go. OZAROX into the bunkers on the hilltop there, near the MADBULLS, near the Gladiators.
Yeah, it's a smart move from OZAROX, actually, trying to take a little bit of that high ground, scout what's happening in front of them and go from there. Tulika actually was on a decent angle, but next RÜYA can spot him. He's been bold here, though, greedy looking for these peaks. But OZAROX, I think they're maneuvering themselves over It's a pretty contested position. They're not sure where they can go right now. Swain, luckily, does find a position that is open inside this compound, and this will give them a bit of time. And time is really valuable for them right now. What to do next, where teams are going to start to crunch up, because eventually some of these teams will have to move over towards Sosnovka. I don't think there's a very high chance at all that this remains over on that North Island. And Swain finding Kitsune, that's really big.
Uh-oh, Meku's on the warpath, though, and that's a knock and a flush coming straight back his way. Swain's backed off, and look at the team play from Gladiators. Finding those crossfires, finding those shots, and Tixi with another. Sephir up now, last to stand for OZAROX in a crazy turnaround for this engagement. Gladiators try and cross the road, and they forge their way through. Kitsune, the only player to go down so far, and now just Sephir to handle. He's on the wind. He will be flying away, and Gladiators manage to push on through Ferry Pier.
It was a seriously good reaction there from Gladiators. You know, Kitsune could have easily gone down. I like they prioritized keeping him up. I think Gladiators start to understand, you know, as a four, this team is very, very strong. As soon as they start losing players here and there, though, that's when things do get fairly difficult for them. But very, very good response. Really quick reaction time from them versus a team that we saw just decimate versus Dagestan. Obviously, not the easiest road path in towards the circle for OZAROX, but there you go. Gladiators are able to hold it down. Next circle, as I said, not likely at all to remain on this north side, so a lot of these teams need to start figuring out how they're going to cross. But S2G's had such a stranglehold in this game for such a long time now.
6 of our 14 teams blank still on that North Shore. Make that 5, because OZAROX did just get eliminated there over towards Ferry Pier, losing their last player. But all 5 of these rosters are going to have to figure out their way through. It is very, very tough stuff. BRA, they're still on the bridge, by the way. They've been there for a while. Remember, they were guarded out by S2G, who have just been such a force controlling these crossings on this northern side of the Sosnovka military base. It is really, really strong ground control for them.
Yeah, there was certainly better spots that S2G could have taken to ensure them a longer game, right? But I think that they're just very confident in the way they play. They've been firmly holding these teams on the bridge for a long, long time now. It's very, very well done. Nexus, surprisingly, are able to get themselves over towards this western side. Not easy from where they were playing. They're right over towards the edge of the pier, looking to swim across. Perhaps RÜYA has had a very, very similar decision to make for themselves. And Kapahala, the last to get his toes wet.
Staying dry for now. Equipping the water wings. Didn't want to go down here. Gladiators moving on the north side of him. He'll have outlook over onto the shoreline. Stop RÜYA from slowing them on the far side, but the blue zone will push. In the meantime, a duel back and forth, and it's Frozen to be able to win this one out against KissYou from MELISE. And the west bridge now starting to get crossed, but you've still got this outpost from BRA. 2 players still holding out. Zerich, Serpentine across, goes low, goes down as their BRA duo able to hold him out on the first push. The MADBULLS are down to 2 as well. A spray over towards Tulika, but he's got an answer. There's shots from the mainland. That might be S2G chiming in.
Good amount of info given, though, from that push from Zerich. It's not easy to make that play, but you have to do it sometimes. Great initial start off there. They know where the other player is, just pre-firing the angle. Frozen will have to heal this one up. Last player now from BRA. 9 eliminations, though. A fantastic game. Sort of a salvage, in fact, but that will be more than enough. Kitsune spots over towards Frozen, looks to try and finish him off. BRA will go down, and he's just trying to stay out of sight lines from Kitsune.
Oh, and he managed to get the first aid off as well. A little resupply off the body. How much further can Frozen go for the MADBULLS? BRA, you're right, though. They had 6 eliminations, got to this bridge, and I think phase 2, and have been able to hold out for quite a while. So a successful game to open for BRA. We'll see who's going to try and stand up there with them on that 9-point mark. Next, RÜYA getting across, proving to be treacherous. Meku dancing around the boat with Yekta. Redox has just taken a back foot there. The blue zone not upon them just yet, but they're right on the edge. And they know it's dangerous. Look at that. Meku steps up onto the beach and will be able to get the knock.
I love that from Meku. It's always like, you do realize I can just go onto the beachhead. Like, we could swim around here all day long. I think it's likely now for Gladiators that they're probably going to go down, but they've had a good run of it. It's been a fairly decent game in terms of where they've been playing. Nexus, RÜYA, both in similar situations, but Gladiators seems to have the upper hand most of the time. S2G, though, again, in a very, very fantastic spot on this north side, pretty much controlling the hillside to themselves. Galatasaray could be a bit bit of a problem over towards that east side. So we'll see what they can get done. But S2G with Silas as well as Kelsey over towards that eastern edge, they should be able to hold them out. And Razy here is just having a field day.
There is very little that's going to stop this shooting gallery from getting worse and worse on the northwest point. Next, RÜYA with Doka Machine already up and onto the rock. Gladiators gonna need to find something special to not only get Meku back up, but get past this wall that sits in front of them. S2G and next RÜYA with both of those angles. Meku somehow still not going down fully. Matic will expose himself, but Doka Machine's too quick there. Kitsune needs to find the trade, but Matic's down as well. And Wolf will be able to turn, and it's a 2 versus 1, but Kitsune's not quite done just yet. Just the one player remaining. Tixi with the last chance for the Gladiators, as the MADBULLS similarly getting taken down, and that's the Gladiators out of it.
Dude, that could have been very different if Tixi had been able to get up sooner. And considering he had a great angle, just a little bit late on that one. But Matic really definitely held his own. Every single player there from Gladiators made a very difficult fight almost possible versus next RÜYA, who had got to that beachhead a little bit earlier than them. And I think overall, you know, each player on Gladiators had themselves an individual moment. For us as individuals, we've all gone with S2G as our predictions on this game. I think it's very likely they take this one away. No one else is really in an amazing spot alongside them. And with the amount of power and aggression they've showed in this match already, I think it might just be the correct play.
With KASIK team, the Alpha team roster picked up by KASIK team on that south side. Maybe with the high ground they're able to do something, but it's going to be so difficult. Look at the hill that sits in front of them. They might cross out to the... they might want to cross out to the west, but they've got KONINA Power to worry about. They might want to cross out to the east, but they've got 2 other teams both looking to push through on this valley that sits in front of them. So whilst they are on that high ground and relatively safe for now, KASIK team's position is tenuous.
Yeah, realistically for KASIK team, in the next around 30 seconds, they have to clear a lot of space before they can start moving in. Kelsey scouts out over towards the middle side, calls it free. Right? Tron has made his way over towards that position, though, so Kelsey's information is a little bit outdated now. We'll see if that comes back to bite them. And I think that, you know, if you were calling this game, you know, S2G, yes, it feels like they've had a little bit of circle look, but towards this position on the map, you really do have to be on the swivel all the time. You need to be constantly watching for GALATASARAY moving their way up on this eastern side, making sure you're holding out the teams coming up the beach because they can get a swift backstab on you. So S2G has been very proactive, real busybodies during this game.
They've grouped up to deal with next RÜYA, and it's gone pretty well. Silas now going to divert his attention back up to this hilltop, re-establish control over that. A ballet, a dance around on this northern side for S2G. And they are doing work, as you say. 6 eliminations already. That's next RÜYA taken out. 1 less thorn for them to worry about. And could you ask for a better circle for them? I don't think you could. This is S2G all over.
Yeah, they've been really swift here. They know they need to start taking control because I think they understand the teams is most likely over towards the eastern side, so they want to get a little bit more of a foothold here in this circle straight away. You see Kelsey move straight up towards Loverzin. Loverzin has to swing wide, so there is information passed back. So this is great for S2G. You can see exactly why this team was the champion of PMGC last year. They are just so, so good. And it's nice to see they haven't fallen off too much, right? I think they've had some unfortunate tournaments here and there, but where it counts now in championships and making it through up towards the PMGC once again, they look really good.
Oh, for sure. They are absolutely stellar, a force to be reckoned with. I think we all have them in our top 3, if I'm not mistaken. Or was it Jason who didn't have it? I'm not sure. Maybe one of us, but either way, S2G definitely a terrifying prospect, especially when they're in these strong positions and when the circle shifts up like it has done just here. It's going to take something special to take them down. Galatasaray trying to peek in on the eastern side, but they're not in this next circle blank, and it's going to be so tough for them. This is the next RÜYA hold against the Gladiators on the northern shore. It was always going to be a difficult crossing, and honestly, I don't think the Gladiators probably could have made that in very many timelines.
Yeah, even if they did take down next RÜYA, they had to deal with S2G at some point. This is actually a fairly decent game from Major Pride. The fact they've been able to get this far into it as well. Now KONINA Power moving up towards them. Black-White makes the push, but Becker crawls his way up, really plays the long game there versus Black-White in this situation. But 2 players down from KONINA Power. Black-White might have just secured a placement there for Major Pride. In the meantime, Galatasaray really struggling versus the onslaught coming through from S2G right now. Realms down 2.
And they know it's handled. Look at Ray-Z. Look at the wide swings he's going for. Galatasaray, they are just the starter for the rest of this circle. 11 eliminations to kick things off, and S2G are making a statement here, Blank. They are forcing their name into the minds of everybody else on this battlefield. Can KASIK team take them down here, the only other 4-player roster?
Yeah, this is kind of S2G to a T, though, right? Once they get rolling, it's very hard to stand in their way at any point at all. And you saw that as soon as that fight, like you said, it was concluding immediately. They're on the prowl on the rest of the map. They're looking for more openings, more avenues where teams might try and sneak their way in. So it's really, really good play from S2G. You know, they're playing extremely quickly in this game, which is something they started out with as well over towards that bridge crossing. You know, keeping up that kind of momentum for the length of these games on how long they go on for is not easy. And S2G definitely making it look easy.
They are seemingly effortless in their, well, as yet unclaimed triumph, but we're all imagining it is only a matter of time. Again, Ray-Z moving forwards. KASIK have managed to keep themselves as 4 players alive, which I think is a pretty decent achievement given the state of the circle. They had to move down that hill that they sat atop of. With all 4 of them there, they've managed to get 3 into this next hard southwest shift on the circle.
Yeah, for KASIK team, you know, under the many banners they have been this year, Sly Europe, Alpha, now KASIK, I think they're one of the teams that is very good in an end circle like this. Unfortunately for them, they're very cramped in. What KASIK team does best is usually taking a lot of space in these circles and crowding the teams and the opponents in front of them. And right now, because they haven't really had too many avenues where they can start to push through again, it's getting a little bit difficult. Ray-Z there with the Lynx AMR as well, so that's going to be one heavy hitter. If you can open up a fight with one of those bad boys hitting, you know, the fight will be very difficult for KASIK team. With them all being grouped up like that, it's not really that out of the question to hit a decent shot with the Lynx.
Naomi still surviving for Major Pride. They lost 2 of their players pretty early on, Blank, so top 4, certainly a result for them. Even though they are on minimal eliminations, just the 1 they've managed to tally up so far, but that 4th place should tide them over a little bit more healthily than maybe they were expecting towards the earlier phases of this match. Tron has spotted him though, and I think 4th place might be all he sees, but no, hang on a minute, there is an answer. A volley from Naomi, very little ammo in the magazine. He's dropped that backpack to try and stay low profile, and Tron has the challenge, peeks right, sprays through the bush, and Naomi just about eats another tag, and there it is! It's KASIK to take Tron down. 3rd place for Major Pride.
That's a really nice play from Naomi. I mean, he gets lucky there a few times because he has to flip the coin right which way he's going to crawl away from the spray, but really, really well done. There is just an instant peek from Kelsey, flies up towards KASIK team. They lose a player, 11 eliminations so far. Mandarin has to hit this nade to even the tides.
Looks pretty good, but it just banks left off the tree there. Unfortunate, and Reflect remains down and isolated from the rest of KASIK. Ray-Z being that left flank for them. For S2G, they're going to play back onto 2-2, and this is the speed at which S2G play. Kelsey and Hamzy keeping that pressure onto the Reflect knock. They know that they can't allow KASIK to get back into this one, but they have a lot of control of the circle, and they can just leverage that. They know they're more central. The next shift just about to come through, and it is southwest, so S2G not with the best of spots in there, but certainly able to move through.
Yeah, the difficulty right now is that they have to push into Mandarin's nades. I think that's the worst case scenario, which is why you saw Mandarin sort of holding on to them. He was waiting to see where his next circles go, if it was going to be easier for him to toss the nades through. Silas, though, continues to see if he can find a position where he can get that vehicle in. These cars that S2G still have been a really big boon to them. You know, most teams that would get over towards Sosnovka, you know, they have to swim, they have to send vehicles over the bridge, in which case you're going to lose tires. Silas will find Naomi. 3rd place, very good though. I said they were greedy earlier, but it looks like that greed has paid off in just getting those 2 players onto the other side, understanding that individually they can be quite strong. Reflect passes it back as much information as possible, but that'll be all she writes there.
The sharks in the water from S2G, they are on the hunt to stake the claim to the top of the tables early on. 13 eliminations so far, a potential to rack up 16 total put themselves on a cool 26-pointer at the start of the tournament, right at the start of the first day, would be quite a momentous claim to find. 3 players from Kazakhstan in their way.
It's kind of funny as well, the way that SUG is playing. Like, it looks a little bit silly just driving around like this, but they're actually eliminating any possibility of nades being thrown over towards them haphazardly and finding a knock there. So they're just drawing out the game. They know Kazakh is on the edge of the circle right now. The blue will push them in. So all SUG right now has to do is continue to spot the information and just make sure they don't get hit by a nade here. It's really smart. It looks a little bit like bumper cars, but it does have a very, very good reasoning behind it. And it's just quite oppressive to play against. So zone 9 now. Now this is where they can start to set up a little bit, wait for it to get uncomfortable for the Kazakh members, and then pushing after that. Great initial nade from Hamzy. He's been waiting for that one all game long.
He waited for that blue zone to be just on that rock, and will just move straight on forwards. Tenchik goes down under the bumper, and now Zashipa is next to be claimed, and S2G execute almost instantly. They say, you know what? We're taking this fight. We're winning it. We're taking the chicken dinner, and S2G are here to play.
It looks all too casual there in those last moments, right? That's the worst bit about it for me, John, is just how easy it looked for S2G in that end game. And this is the difficulty versus a team like this that has such good experience around the world in international tournaments. When you get towards these end games and you've played so many of these end games versus so many good teams, you know exactly what you need to do to secure the win and get that as close to 100% chance as possible. Hamzy G played that phenomenally, and it was just so rough for any of these teams, for Kazakh in particular, to figure out what S2G's next move was.
I think there were some good performances from some of the other teams as well, though, underneath the S2G dominance. Longest to limb. Okay, there you go. Give that one to KONINA Power. But I mean, BRA had a good start to their game. They drew short on that bridge, but in these hectic crossings, they were able to get more points than potentially a few other teams may have been able to do. I think Major Pride, surviving as long as they did as well with their duo, did pretty well. But
yeah, I mean, Major Pride, Naomi, and Black White there. I think you're for that 1-1 split at the end to just try to ensure as many points as possible towards those final moments. Overall, really, really good gameplay. And I think Naomi's little face-off between him and Tron was really fantastic to see, just sort of waiting for someone, please third party him, please. Eventually it comes.
Yeah, it doesn't quite manage to get to the top 2, but still a good run. But S2G, incredible way to kick things off here at the European Championship. Let's head back over to the studio.
I love how I opened up can of worms saying, you know, these teams, they're qualified to PMGC. They just have a little fun with it, just practice. They don't need to try too hard. And then S2G rock up with that. A 16 elimination game with a chicken dinner, 26 points off the board. If there's any questions about how good S2G is, I think they're answered right there.
That was a non-try-hard chicken dinner. They rotate first on the island. You just know it's going to go south onto Sanhok Island, and they end up just getting these really aggressive splits without really getting fully engaged into fights, just zoning and fully controlling their terrain. And now 26 points to open up the day. It's pretty decent. Pretty good. It's pretty decent.
Especially since a lot of those eliminations came towards the end of the mid-game and then in the late game as well. Like
teams that were swimming and stuff.
Yeah, they're just kind of farming up after having, as you say, the 2-2 split is very strong. I said it in the back whilst we were watching this game. Honestly, since Circle 2.5, 3, I felt like S2G had this in the bag as long as they're able to control the area, the large swath of area that they're actually trying to control, and they did it very, very expertly, especially towards the end with the vehicles and, you know, kind of having that posture against some of these teams that are trying to slowly edge their way in.
Like Galatasaray in particular, right? Coming in from the low ground.
Correct.
Pointed out Max before it got destroyed, but like you're saying, as long as they held their position correctly, they're going to come out with a clean victory. But BRA Esport, you got to talk about them as well. 9 eliminations. They had 6 elims, I think, in the first, 3-4 minutes of the game. They were just looking for elims, and I mean, 3rd place overall, just that alone is not a bad sign.
And then just camping the bridge. You don't want to leave that position until you cleared one of the extremities of the bridge, which I think it was MADBULLS coming in. They just eliminate them relatively quickly. It's hard to leave after because the blue zone is literally on top of you at that time, so it's tough to leave in time. But they were able to get, as you said, 9 eliminations. if we can get placement points next, then they can be a team to rank up high on the rankings.
They fall in the bracket of, because I was talking about how the teams on the north side of that, I mean, for the most part, you may as well just look for eliminations if you're up there, if the circle shifted down to military, because it's so difficult to try and make that cross. You saw what happened to the teams that tried to swim. You saw as, you know, teams try and go across the bridge and don't make it work because the BRA is there to be able to mop them up. BRA is in exactly the same position. You may as well stay there, see if you can get an extra elim or two, because the early game has justified this kind of play.
Well, I mean, we're talking about him. Why don't we just take a look here at BRA's player stats in this last match, because it's important to know 9 eliminations. I think for me is I feel like getting eliminations is a lot more difficult than getting placement points. However, fixing the placement point situation for teams can be a lot more difficult because there's a lot more variables that go into play. You can take fights on your own time if you want to, like we saw KAOS get destroyed. Wow. And we are seeing Khan gonna be with 5 eliminations, Toss pick at 2. I mean, a pretty even effort, however, obviously still all going the way of Khan.
Yeah, I mean, when you want to change your macro, Jason, it requires you to change your entire game plan, which takes so much effort. But when you just comes to taking eliminations, if you got the individual skill to do so, you can defend bridges pretty well, yeah.
I would rather see a team be able to get high elims and low placements than high placements and low elims, because to me this shows like you could easily extend this into the late game.
Yes.
Whereas a team, if you can't get any eliminations but you get placement points, you're not able to fight any teams head to head.
Can't just get good, yeah.
Higher limbs feeds into eventually getting high placements. Might not be this tournament, might not be next tournament. But if you keep that style up, could eventually, potentially, maybe, who knows, maybe that tournament that you're referencing. Whereas if you want to go for placements to a limbs, it doesn't quite as well transfer. So it's, it's definitely the better way.
Unless you're S2G and you get everything, as we're taking a look at their player stats here, because they dominated this one. And obviously, we know they had a fantastic first match, 16 eliminations. I kind of want to see where the elimination layout was across the team, because for me, that's still kind of important. We've been talking for, I feel like, years. Initially, I was talking to you about this at breakfast. Like a couple of years ago, is like you could have one really good player. You have like your pair boys who can carry a team through. Then eventually it came to the point of having a second good player. But now we're starting to see that teams need to have like 3, potentially 4 players who can be the stars of those teams if you want to be a title contender.
I mean, look, 6-4, 3-3, that's in terms of eliminations. That's a great ratio. But look especially how one-sided it was. Look at the damage received. You would not even be able to eliminate 2 players with the amount of damage they've taken. That's how low damage they took, because their decision-making was really respectful of teams around them, and they only took fights when it makes sense, especially that Galatasaray fight on the eastern edge. They just push it, win it 3v4, by the way, just to show that they can use their terrain to their advantage, and they know when they have a fight in the bag.
I mean, you said it as well, Jason, whilst we were watching the game. They looked comfortable. And when you look comfortable in a first game of a championship like this, that's actually a little bit concerning for the rest of the lobby, I'm going to be honest. And it's S2G, who, again, they have been to the very peak, right? So when it comes to a performance like that, that's going to fill them with so much more confidence than they probably already had.
I mean, no PMGC pressure, really, right? You're currently the world champions too.
See, I don't fully agree with that statement. I majority agree with it, because yes, they're already through to the grand finals, but you have to be able to replicate what you did last year, and you have to show the world that you're still going to be the top team going into PMGC this year.
I mean, I think you mentioned it's the perfect scrims to set up yourself for also entering into PMGC. So yeah, you want to try your best. There's just not that pressure factor, which is good to have. You're not stressed going into the matches, but they definitely do want to test their game plan. And clearly their game plan works from what we saw in this game. Like, I saw the split in phase 2, I'm like, okay, chances are they're going to be minimum podium position, because it's such a good execution and the timing is also so good that it's hard to really contest such a strong position from a team like S2G.
So what you're saying though, Jason, it's actually kind of a scary prospect, right? Winning a world championship, that's a pretty scary prospect, but great that you've won the world championship. To defend a world championship, I'm going to be honest, it's nigh on insane. Like, if you're able, especially, if you're able to do that on home soil as well, you will be lauded as an absolute god.
Local land buff.
Yes. That'll be insane.
I mean, the crowd, we always talked about in esports, the crowd can be like that 6th member or 5th member on a team. Very well could happen for them here. Obviously playing for the crowd, playing for the pride, playing for the trophy once again. But yeah, scary. The question to me is, can they replicate it throughout the rest of the day? Can any team contest this? Obviously, it's one match. You can't really dive too deep into it. But obviously, if we kind of look at our eyes, and I wanted to bring up really quickly one team in particular, NEXUS. They're playing with EXO. We weren't sure going into this match. However, James, I needed to point out, they were sitting so far north for so long that they eventually had to send it through pier, driving over and swim, where they just met their doom.
Yeah, obviously, especially with a circle like this, I'd rather you make a decision earlier rather than later. Are you going to commit to the mainland early and try and find yourself a spot there, maybe in that north side, and then try and fight in? Or are you going to go to military? And Nexus could have, in theory, done that. They were quite slow. One thing that was actually surprising was Melise's approach to everything. We kind of theorized that maybe they thought that the compound east of that bridge was already taken. So I can kind of understand why they were doing it, but obviously it wasn't.
It didn't work out for them, but you guys can let us know who you think, or not who you think's gonna win, who you're supporting, who's your favorite team here. You guys can just use this in the chat and let us know who you're supporting. I'm imagining we're having a lot of S2G spam in chat right now.
Nexus is gonna be.
That's just blank on like 10 different accounts. Nexus.
10 alts, yeah.
All right, well, it's time to head into our second match of the day. We're gonna be heading over to Miramar once again with our handsome gentlemen of John Allen and Blank. Why they're handsome? You'll find out.
I can confirm I am at least one of those two things. I am either handsome or a gentleman. Could be both. I'll leave that up to you, Blank.
Yeah, I'm only handsome. That's it. Just not a nice guy in general.
Just horrible.
Just horrible. But no, yeah, it's really interesting. I think the main thing to take away from that from the desk is that, you know, it's a comfortable first game. You don't tend to see those very often, and especially a comfortable first game from a team that you expect to do very well in the tournament. You know, that just feeds into all kinds of things there where you're like, right, well, it just feels like that's going to continue. That same kind of play style, if available, is going to continue for S2G. So I think some of these teams got to be a little bit worried coming to these later games, not letting them get too far ahead. Again, for them, it's not a huge deal for teams underneath them. If they do get into that top 5, a team underneath is most likely going to qualify. So we will see how it does all pan out. I think I liked how Gladiators played out that last game. I think it was a team that we had a lot of questions for, and a fair few of them were answered. You know, they looked much better as a cohesive unit, and you know, they've had some time off as well to really go over things, figure things out. So I think for Gladiators, you know, there is still time, there's still chance. You know, I am a man known for my ults, John. So I have been throwing a lot of Nexuses in the chat. I'm sorry. You know, I've got 5 keyboards in front of me here, all just highlighted with NEXUS, just so it's quick speed.
He's actually gotten rid of all of the other buttons on all 5 of the keyboards as well. So it is only just the 5 that you need. Well, 6 if you include enter, I suppose, assuming you're playing on those mechanicals, getting those keys tapping away. Make sure you guys are tapping away to show your support as well for your favorite team. It doesn't have to be Nexus, but Blank will be disappointed if it isn't.
I will be, slightly. I hope Nexus can do well here. I think for Nexus in general, they've been getting a lot more to these types of tournaments now, even over towards PMWI in the Clash. We'll see what they can actually get done over in a championship versus some of the better teams in the lobby. They're a team that is very good at fragging out, right? We have to remember that. That was the main thing from PMPL EU that made them stand out as a team. They weren't very good at getting placement points. Now, you go up against a lobby filled with absolute monsters. Can you get that same kind of success in terms of the eliminations? Are they going to be able to open up a bit more of this lead in terms of getting some of these team fights on board? So that's the one worry I have for Nexus, is they can't really just bank everything on the eliminations going forward, John.
No, not for now, unfortunately. The first game, as they were talking about on the desk, didn't seem quite as cohesive as it needed to be. I had high hopes for Nexus coming into this one. I liked their fire that they showed us back over in EU during the PMPL, and I felt like they had a good attitude moving forwards, but that first game doesn't quite live up to that reputation. They're over towards Impala. The MADBULLS not in Puerto Paraíso, so they're going to be readjusting there, changing things up. BRA going to be playing on that center. And make sure you're heading over to the social media. Scan the QR codes, guys. Esports PUBGM EU. You're going to keep up to date with all of Maxman's memes. What am I thinking? Machinations. There we go. Meme machinations for Maxman.
It is Meme Mansion. Max's Meme Mansion. That's where you want to be. It's a cozy dwelling. And Max is right at the center of it in a big old armchair. all right? And he tells you stories of bygone plays in PUBG Mobile. That's what we like. So head over to Max's meme mansion on the social medias, find out all about it, read about it all as well, get it done. It's important. It's really, really important.
It's a big old dusty tome that he just pulls off the shelf and blows the dust off the spine. And shows you his beautiful memes. What's not to like? KONINA Power in Los Leones will be taking up a lot of ground there, with Dagestan to their south side for the time being. Looks like just REGNUM, KARYA in Picado, S2G on a long split between Crater Fields and the North Picado Hills. So they're taking up a nice central area in this next circle around that sort of power grid position.
It's sort of interesting that MADBULLS are moving away from Puerto Paraiso now, up towards El Pozo. I kind of agree with the decision as well. I think far too many times, yes, they were getting some decent games on these southeast shifts on the circle, but towards the end of PMPL EU, we did have an issue where, you know, we'd get these southeast shifts and that they would get so heavily boxed in towards Puerto Paraiso. Teams would be taking up so much ground so quickly, and it's not always easy to get out of Puerto Paraiso early on towards a strong spot. They did have some decent games from that position, some pretty tough games as well, and still find a success off the back of it. But I do think with this, El Pozo being open, I'd just take that 9 times out of 10, honestly.
It does seem to be the wiser choice, you're right. I'm interested to see how this adjustment goes through, especially that it's closer to the Gladiators on the north side, La Cobraria, their normal drop spot. They're playing up there now and playing split over towards the Crater Fields with Tixi as well, leaving him as that outpost. You've got Galatasaray over to the east side and a little bit more central. It's KAOS and also MELISE looking to take those shots over towards Slay. Does manage to tag a couple of bullets, but not going to be able to find the knock just yet. However, the team is rolling on up, the pump action in hand. 180 on the vehicle, pull up, and he is just going to get chopped down by it. Kissu in. CEO later puts the final bullet in with the auto shotty.
That was an unbelievable rock up, and I loved the way that he got the car in. And you know, I was playing PUBG Mobile with Jason, I'd drop an easy parked right in there for him. Because that was one hell of a 180 flip on the vehicle into the backside of the building. If it was planned, most unbelievable play. But most likely, it was a happy accident. Really good play there from MELISE Esports. This is twice in a row now we see them get really, really quite into the thick of it very early on in the game. They're not afraid to take position, which is very, very nice to see. And it's what you want to see from a team that came first place in the finals coming through from Türkiye. So great stuff overall. Now they have control over towards San Martin, which is a very nice little focal point for the rest of the game. KASIK are underneath them, and S2G dealing with problems of their own, with MUERTE getting up close and personal towards them. MUERTE, another team from PMPL EU that gets very aggressive early on, particularly on a map like Miramar.
S2G, the power that they had in the last map blank was that they were able to establish and control a lot of ground with a wide split. A lot more teams are going to put a lot more pressure on them, I think, in this position than they did have over on that military island high ground area that they were able to just roll around, stop people crossing, force everyone else to fight off against each other. But if they hold this split for too long, we have seen the central areas of Miramar circles just get bunched up, get too crowded, and in the end spelled the demise of teams that try and stay apart for too long.
Yeah, I mean, MUERTE is no pushover team, right? Yes, they lost Fury earlier on. That last game weren't able to do too much off the back of it. But this is the team that won out over in PMPL EU in one hell of a final match. I think Max was talking about at the start of the day that if you've not seen that final match from PMPL EU, you have to go watch the VOD if you are very interested in PUBG Mobile esports and you want to get acquainted before we head towards PMGC, because that was one hell of a final match. It really was down to the wire. I think it was 9 teams in one of the final circles. So absolutely crazy. So MUERTE definitely not a pushover team versus S2G. This is not just an instant team wipe for that team. So I like that S2G currently is just trying to look for their options whilst holding 2 players back, playing very passive here. They're trying to locate the next checkpoint in their journey here on Miramar. And I think you do have to be a little bit more split than usual, especially at the start of the game here. When you get that zone 2 shift, very, very heavy shift on the map. So you want to be able to get towards any position as fast as you like.
One of the biggest, oh, I say it is the biggest percentage circle shrink that you see on PUBG Mobile Esports, that Phase 2 Miramar circle. So you're right, you do need to be ready to launch almost immediately as soon as that pops. If you need to move, you need to be ready for it. As the plane's going to come over with some supplies for some lucky punter in this next circle, which is just about to close. Gladiators have regrouped. MADBULLS have left El Pozo on that northwest side. Those hills there might funnel them away from each other, but they're crossing close to S2G. Gonna need to be pushed through because this is a hard east shift, a little bit south leaning, but it is going to cut out quite a lot of teams.
Yeah, Kelsey curves underneath Picardo here, so can head over towards the eastern side. It's a pretty barren area of the map, actually, as well. Labadita might be a fairly interesting position for Nexus to play, to be able to be on these edges here. You've got to be very careful, though, because the team can sneak up behind you quite easily. I think they're lucky in fact that there is such a slim amount of space behind Labadita at the moment. Next, you're up towards that northern edge as well, just coming down past Minas Generalis. But Gladiators, MADBULLS, MUERTE, all on the outer edges on this western side. They'll struggle to get in towards the circle as fast as they might like to. With GALATASARAY already over towards that northern edge. OZAROX also moving in with them. This is going to be pretty boxed off. You know, even San Martin's a bit of a focal point here, with teams being able to launch themselves along this ridge side, looking down towards the east, giving them some more time to work with, I suppose. And Gladiators might be able to pick up on that.
Potential conflict as well. Players close by to Gladiators, but they divert, and it's going to be a lot less dangerous. Unfortunately, not for too much longer. Rolling along this road, there is more. Galatasaray just ahead on that front left side. You can see them just popping up now. Might hear the vehicles as well, but the Gladiators going to continue on the road. The MADBULLS trying to move past KAOS, but shots ringing out. Pulls Zerich out of his vehicle for an answer, and it's beautifully found. A nice spray down. Zerich, the MVP from over in Europe. A massive, massive force of a player. Certainly dangerous. You give him that spray, he's got to be able to hit it. They were able to slow that down and potentially give the rest of MADBULLS that safe passage. They're not looking to crash here, Blank. They just wanted to remove 2 sightlines. Because remember, you get a knock, you're forcing another player to handle that, which means that you're only playing against 2 sightlines, where previously you were up against 4.
Yeah, it's sort of unlikely at that distance that you're going to get the team shot in. If you have 2 players, you know, there's a chance for you to get the shot over towards the vehicle, blow up the vehicle, or maybe pop the guy out the car. But with just 1 player at that distance, yeah, it's highly unlikely. So really good play there from the guys on MADBULLS. They don't want to push this too hard. You know, you get to that sunk cost fallacy where they've got 2 knocks. Do they want to keep going with this, or do they want to look to get further in towards the circle, set themselves up a roadblock later on? Finding Demon there on the knock as well as he tries to get the vehicle. Fantastic news from MADBULLS. They're going to push this a little bit further. Gladiators, they've left 1 player behind there in Meku over towards OZAROX. 2 players are able to make it down towards the church side in Graveyard. So I'm not sure how Meku's going to regroup with the rest of the team. Might be rough.
It's certainly going to be a tough time. They've already lost 1 of their players, so playing on as 3. Sure, that duo has the position into the north side of this next circle. I mean, if they can regroup, if they can get Meku back together with them, playing as 3 from here, not the end of the world, but it feels a little bit like Gladiators have returned to their old foibles a little bit on that rotation, Blank. I mean, we've criticized them before for just sort of sending in without too much of an idea as to how they're going to station themselves up when they get there, and it seems like this has just happened again, so we'll see if they can put the pieces back together. MADBULLS still making this a real difficult time. Just trying to drive around. You can see Demon by the wheel, just about scraping past the edge of these bullets, but the smoke, the fire now underneath the bonnet is going to really slow them down.
Yeah, they have to jump out. They can't afford to keep driving that vehicle any longer. 6X here with the Scar as well on board, and the Mini 4 team will make it very difficult to maneuver their way out from these buildings. For Gladiators, I think it's less of an issue that they don't know where they're going to station themselves. It's just getting past these positions towards spots that might already be taken, right? You know, this is a game-winning play where you go and try and take Church and then play off the back of that, especially from where they were playing on the map in La Cobreria. It's not easy. So getting 2 players in here is not the ideal situation. They would have liked to have got all 4 in, and there was a chance that they were able to do that, but some really good team fire, some really good team shots does put an end to that pretty prematurely. So for Gladiators, they're not able to set up. And I think you're right, though, that this playstyle isn't working, though. Even if they know where they want to go, even if they know where they want to head up, I think they need to go back to some of their ideas from the past of when it's okay to play edge, and then when it's okay to try and send for a central spot within the circle, a strong spot at that. And I think this situation here really does call for a bit more of a sneaky playstyle, you know, playing over towards the edge, returning to maybe Gladiators of the past rather than a central position. If this was further up towards the northwest side, sure, I'd say go for it, send center. But it's very likely that teams around the map are already in position around Graveyard and where RÜYA is currently playing. So I don't know, man. That's sort of luck of the draw at that point for Gladiators.
I don't think you can take the luck of the draw style, though, when you're playing against teams that can take advantage of almost every single opportunity that you present
exactly
through the rest of the lobby. It's sticky. It's sticky. We'll see if they're able to get those hands washed in due course. But the MADBULLS, in the meantime, rolling up, looking for a fight. MELISE trying to hold it out. Poser goes well for 1 against Zerich. A decent challenge, and there's another one to step out with that DBS. Finds a second knock. Flique flushed away. Tuluka's already down, and the MADBULLS look to be drawn short here. Just frozen, and he's already taken shots as well. He's taken damage and needs to be very careful. The last player to stand, if he goes down, that is it. And that will be indeed all that MADBULLS can do this match.
Yeah, Galatasaray finding those final shots over towards them. And again, look, KAOS go down afterwards. They don't get any eliminations over towards KAOS from spending so much time over towards that northwest edge. That would have been time way better spent trying to get in towards the circle itself for MADBULLS. And even though they did have the drop on KAOS, I think if you get that second knock, you can just take that as a very good signal that we're free to move ahead and try and look for a better position within the circle, or at least play down towards the edge. They had more than enough time to wrap down towards the south side, play past Picardo, even maybe try and fend off REGNUM KARYA, currently playing on one of the strong ridges on the southwest side of this map. So I do think that MADBULLS focuses too hard in on trying getting those eliminations on that northwest edge. For teams at the moment, Major Prize currently playing in towards the ditch over in the compound on the south side. Not bad for them. Gladiators actually do regroup with 3 players, so although they do lose 1, they're able to get back out of the mix into a better position. And as 3, this is sort of a spot where Gladiators can win from.
They have managed to keep themselves together. Zashipa on the upper floor for KASIK. A nice shot from his teammate on the outside. Reflects, deals with Hamzy. Kelsey lighting up the spray down the corridor. Doesn't quite get the knock. Reflect is in for the second challenge to try and take up the mantle for his teammate, but just goes down, and Kelsey hasn't taken a lick of damage in response. Zashipa, Mandarin, 2 players now alive for KASIK team. He drops off the top balcony, and Kelsey's chasing. He's going to drop down as well around the side of the tree. Kelsey looks for the challenge, but he's just drawn short, unfortunately. But there is the other shot looking to come on through. Mandarin, the last for KASIK team. His teammates are falling, and S2G can get lit up. I think that might have been REGNUM KARYA also taking some shots out their way.
Yeah, it's an incredible push from the 2 players from REGNUM KARYA. I mean, it doesn't go amazingly well, but Zelikon as well as Tron do get a good part into this engagement towards that north side. And it's a good read from them as well, because they can take this position down towards the southwest. They can play this ridge all day long, but although it's going to be a strong spot in the end game, they're not finding much value out of it right now. So they send 2 players north. They see a fight that's going on in the midst of it. They go for the third party, and now they're going to request Loxy and maybe Wild to try and send up towards this top side. So I love this play from REGNUM KARYA. It's why I like Türkiye as a region in general. It's just that proactivity, that patience and the gumption to actually try and go for these risky maneuvers and pull them off as well.
Tricky stuff, but Zelikon looks to try and find some cover behind a Defilade, but Razy is there. Wild with that long-range backup, with that Mini-14, and Hamzy just dancing through the hailstorm of bullets there. Silas behind the vehicle. Actually might take shots from MELISE, because they have moved in on this north side as well. Mandarin trying to keep his head down, and Hamzy finally eats one.
Yeah, I mean, he was out in the opener. He was going for some pretty overzealous maneuvers as well. You saw him ducking and dodging and moving from side to side, zigzagging around. He was dodging a lot of bullets, and I think he dodged for way longer than he should have been able to, which is pretty impressive but eventually will get taken down. Now Silas has a big task in front of them. Fortunately for him, Tron is very quick on the trigger there. Gets the elimination stolen away by BRA, who were a big force in that last match at the early game.
It seems like they're a pretty big presence on this north side as well, Blank. They've got 4 players alive. The Gladiators are just a little bit ahead of them. If they can move up to the ridge and control all of these teams on the north, potential to have a good game here. But look at the number of teams that are on this north slope, Blank, that goes up to the high ground just south of the Gladiators. Next, RÜYA going to be looking to push on through NEXUS as well. MELISE and BRA. All of this has to conclude before this can really be claimed.
Yeah, there's a lot of space still trying to be taken control of at the moment. Unfortunately for REGNUM CARYA, I think they step into what they think is a pretty easy cleanup situation and then figure out that there's about 5 Hornets nests inside the garage. And it's not as easy as a cleanup as they first thought it was going to be. So I think for them, they run away, tails between their legs, feeling a little bit hurt after that last one, losing 1 player off the back of it when they had quite a strong position to set themselves up from as well. MELISE Esports on that northern edge to see what they can get done, because you know that last game, it didn't really provide them with the best comfort going into those final moments before they did go out. And I do want to see what this team can do in a position over on this northwest side where they are being pushed in now, and it's a big tall task ahead of them as the winners of the finals over in Turkey. Hopefully they can do something about this. BRA just has such a clean angle towards these players though.
MELISE just trying to get their players back together, but Poser flushed away another knock from REGNUM CARYA over onto CEO later. Corsair now trying to keep that pressure up for BRA on this north side. In the meantime, next RÜYA have pushed down towards the south side. NEXUS have joined in, and this is this big fight that I was talking about that all needs to conclude before a truly dominant position on the north side can really be found here. Gladiators looking to fend everyone off. If they can hold out with 3, this would be a brilliant spot for them to play in towards. And BRA continue to be that force on the northwest.
NEXUS trying to get ahead of them. Redox goes down. Pretty split decision. KONINA Power being the main one here for Jason as well as KO. Going for Major Pride over in that spot on the western edge. I've gone to MUERTE. I kind of like that spot. You know, it's not ideal. I've seen them win from here before, I believe. I do really like the prospects for Gladiators, though. And there's one thing I really did want to talk about Gladiators is where Meku was split off with the team on that north side. Usually he wouldn't have the patience just to chill out. He'd try and return to the team, get knocked. And instead, they play the game out. They wait it out, and then they return him to the fold later on. And it's worked out fantastically well. So a bit more of a patient game in terms of not getting too much done, but at least getting into the fight in this end game. In the meantime, it's all popping off. For REGNUM CARYA actually finding some good shots over to a fair few of these teams. Next, RÜYA really suffering down towards that south side.
Ooh, a nade from Wild lands onto BRA as well. This is Max's prediction coming through as well for REGNUM CARYA. He's been a fan of theirs for a long, long time. He is always singing their praises. He's in their predictions, but this time around with 3 players on the north side, he's banking on them winning out this scrap on the north side, having some transitional power around the high ground that sits in front of them. With that next shift, it's going to keep a lot of the teams on the south side in. You've got Major Pride still in their buildings. As REGNUM CARYA going to tidy up BRA.
And REGNUM CARYA looking for the last player now. With 2 players already looking over towards him, it's going to be pretty difficult to get out. This has to be a god nade that comes over the top side. Sends it high, does a lot of damage. And now they have to go for the heal here. Tron's going to back up, see if he can find another airburst on that one. It's great.
And there's a little bit of a chance now for Kine to be able to find a second. It's Gladiators who are able to get the side swipe onto REGNUM CARYA. They ruin Loxy's forward position. Tron burnt away, and Kine is able to pick up another point for them. REGNUM CARYA's north side position just dismantled by a nade and a side swipe from Gladiators.
Yeah, those are not easy nades to pull off as well with the airburst just over the top. They're pretty tricky angles to hit. So really, really well done to Kine there. Wild up towards that top side, and not a pushover in terms of a player from REGNUM CARYA at all. Meku, though, is sending over, and it's a very cheeky shot coming through from Kine that shuts Meku down instantaneously. The team's going to have a rough time getting over towards him to pick him back up. Kitsune's having to send over now. That's going to delay them massively.
A slowdown is on, and another nade in hand for Kine. Launches it forwards. If he could put it through the window, it could be good. And Kitsune's down as well. The Gladiators on this north side have been crippled, and Matic will be the last to stand. I don't think he's going to have the chance to break out north to this. Kine should just be able to pick this up, and BRA looking to put 7 on the boards with this nade, with these flushes needed to come through. REGNUM, KARYA down to 1, and nobody on the north side. Blank has managed to get through unscathed.
Such a silly game there from Gladiators. I mean, realistically, that should have been so simple for them to get their players back up on their feet. Finally, the knock come through from Matic. Should be able to get Kitsune back up again, I think, here. But Kine just so bold in those moments. Real courageous maneuver. Even him just wandering up towards that shack. I do not think Kitsune expected him to go for that push. Matic's got to be quick here. Kitsune's going to bleed out, and he does. Now Gladiators just down to 1. And REGNUM KARYA, while 10 eliminations, decent game in terms of those eliminations, John. So either way, I think REGNUM's going to be pretty happy with this match, considering how difficult that did look earlier on.
KONINA Power on this southeast side. The double prediction coming through from Kale and Jason. They were sitting in the buildings. They still sit on these buildings. MUERTE sitting between them and Major Pride, a little bit further downhill. Major Pride managed to move up quite effectively. Still playing with 4. 10 eliminations for REGNUM KARYA, but Wild with the last to stand. And it's already been another good elimination game for them. So they'll be pretty happy with that. We'll see if they're able to go any further. It's Major Pride, MUERTE, both going close to one another. Furia able to get the trade, but Malloy under threat from Nomi, needs to stand up, but can't quite find the shots he was looking for. Milky Way in the smoke, wants to try and pick his teammate back up, but nades are following it in, and Major Pride are executing well on this. Milky Way will be taken down, and Major Pride can get Naomi back.
It's a nice initial nade going through from there from Major Pride. You got to respect that. I mean, that was a position where Major Pride could have moved in very lackadaisical, right? And it could have been a really bad problem for them if MUERTE caught them off guard like that. Luckily, they're keeping their wits again about them right now. Now, that last game getting into a 3rd place, that's very decent. Now they're in towards another top 7 scenario where there's very few players left remaining, a couple of solos as well. This could quite easily be another 3rd place for Major Pride, if not a win, if they play their cards right.
KONINA Power moving up through as Gladiators take down their last player from REGNUM KARYA. That'll leave them out here of Hayes. Launches a nade forwards onto Zadira. Really well placed there. Shifu doesn't quite take as much damage, but he's downhill. He's running through the storm of bullets there. As KASIK are also eliminated. Players starting to fall. Major Pride duo will be able to get that res. Dagestan being pushed off this position, and Agori will be on the right angle to find the spray down. Dagestan being dismantled in the center.
Yeah, finding it very difficult to hold onto the spot. Look how precarious it is to play around. Palucci with some well-placed nades could just be the end for them. Doran shivering in his boots right now, very nervous from the spot he's playing in. Major Pride have spotted out Matic from Gladiators, and they're pushing up towards him now.
Lucci, DBS will be able to find the shutdown onto Shifu. Now looks for more, just keeps those shells pumping into the ditch and buries them. Looking to keep Dagestan out of it, they'll be successful. Doran now keeping his head down for Nexus, just trying to survive. 4 versus 4 is the rest of this engagement, and it is Major Pride, KONINA Power, both looking for spots. KONINA Power a little bit more grouped up here. Nomi on that flank to the north. They've sent Black-White down to the south on the flank as well.
I love this spot, this ending. I mean, you see a lot of times players playing over towards this right-hand side here in the ditch until the end game where players get close, start sending nades over the top. Might be a position that Major Pride take up later on just to peek over the top side of. But my favorite part about this whole match so far is Nexus. You got Doran in the center here, just playing it cool, calm, collected. But placement points are on the way, my friends. Certainly at least a 3rd place here now for Nexus is very nice to see. You know, not a huge amount of eliminations found this game, 0 in fact, but we're going to go topsy-turvy on this one. Placement points all the way, eliminations, they're gone.
It's the new Nexus motto. Just trying to get on through. I mean, it'll be better than their first match for sure. Finding that 3rd place, but You've got to imagine as soon as he gets spotted, that's it. The question is, does he take anyone with him? Does he take a player down from KONINA Power? Does he launch a nade over into the middle of them? Does he have a nade? Does he have that utility? Major Pride, in the meantime, fanning out, establishing sightlines.
Yeah, eventually KONINA Power is going to have to wander over the edge. I think the best thing for Major Pride right now is the way the circle has dropped up. Next one will be Zone 9, and it's just going to continually push in. It will push KONINA Power out into open ground first, and with the shack that Black-White can currently play around, and the building over towards this side as well, I think KONINA Power is most likely going to be pushed out into the open first. Maybe that's when Dorian can take his first strike, because there's no way that Major Pride moves over towards Dorian's position until the very last moment. So he might be able to take someone down with him. That could spell the ending for KONINA Power, John.
This, for me, though, is a real proving ground for Major Pride. I think in a lot of people's estimations, after PMPL EU, they have fallen off a little bit. So to be able to execute from here would be such a great confidence boost, not only for them, but for the people supporting them as well. This is a team that certainly has fearsome names on this roster. And forwards they go. Nomi, over that ridgeline, gets to the next stopgap. Closer to Dorian, but closer to KONINA Power as well.
This is the little ditch I was talking about earlier on as well. It's pretty decent to play. You can see Nomi already moving up towards it. To be very fast there, and I think KONINA Power is really playing this extremely slowly. And Nomi just gets into this spot without a hit, right? No one even takes shots towards him. So he's a little bit concerned about that fact, but you know, he'll take it. He'll absolutely take it. Nice smoke's been sent out now by KONINA Power, but they do have to continue to push in. And denying these sightlines is fine, but Nomi's in a position now in the back of this buggy to lob overhand nades over towards a spot. This is unfortunate. They're not going to find too much damage over towards KONINA Power, but they're likely to get rid of Dorian now.
That's actually Major Pride picking up the point and still crunched in. This smoke train, sure, it's good for KONINA Power, but Major Pride have used it beautifully as well. They filled in the gaps with smokes of their own, and look at the fan out that they've been able to take. Can KONINA Power find any picks through this smoke wall? It's so oppressive by Major Pride, and a nade over the top spots Palucci, gets the knock. Black-White burnt, sure, a little bit, but he's still got all of that dip to play around. Agori taken very, very low, has to jump into the smoke, but he's cut through as Black-White is there to step forwards. Becca is next, and Major Pride execute beautifully on that smoke train, on that fan out. They managed to take KONINA Power at their word, and we'll be able to take them down.
Yeah, I mean, you can send that smoke train out, and it looks good at the start there, but the issue was that Nomi just gets up to that front position inside the ditch just way too early, and without any kind of backlash either. So for Major Pride, it's just a pretty simple approach of just throw the nades where you expect them to be. There's only so many angles where KONINA Power can get up, and with the smoke train being so wide as well from KONINA Power, you know, Naomi's able to position them at the edge, and there's not a lot of spots that are completely confirmed where Major Pride's going to be, whereas for KONINA Power, quite obvious for Major Pride from playing this circle, from playing this game so long, there's only so many spots that they need to really nade out. So I think a very, very strong game there from Major Pride. They took no chances, even versus MUERTE earlier on in that game.
It wasn't as big of a dominant performance, I would say, as the first match, but certainly very, very good to watch for Major Pride. They were able to take that one down. A lot of, I think, quite solid rotations from quite a few teams here, Blank. I mean, KONINA Power on that south side, obviously playing in that compound. They were able to move along the ridgeline fairly successfully to be able to control teams on that north side, which was really the major bloodbath of that last game.
Yeah, it absolutely was. It was very difficult to play up on that northern edge. I think there's a fair few teams all trying to make their way in through that location. That's just what happens when you get towards a tournament like this, where so many teams are very, very strong. You're likely to have a massive glut on one side of the map, where a lot of teams have found these little cheeky rotations to get in.
But in the end, they cannot quite worm their way through the cracks. Major Pride were able to seal everything off and were, in fact, able to seal the deal.
Not only sealed the deal, but made John Allen very happy as the only talent to predict them to win. And that means John Allen actually can be first out in the lead with 6 points compared to a couple of us who have 3, which makes me a little bit sad. But you know what? He deserved it.
It won't last.
Yeah.
What?
Well, let's talk Major Pride. Very quiet in like the early to mid game. Obviously, like we talked about before, right? You can play for placements and then get the eliminations. Then end up coming out with 11 eliminations at the end of it. And of course, that final fight up against KONINA Power, they just let the nades do the work for them.
Yeah, I mean, here you got 2-3 really good spots. Compounds you can play. You had KONINA Power in the warehouse position. You had Major Pride down below in the compound just waiting. And then when all the teams are pretty much dead, they just push up and get themselves like the entire game because they have 4 players still alive and a lot of utility to just obliterate KONINA Power. So yeah, Major Pride, they just waited it out, and here, 11 eliminations to on board. We know this team can do really good, and Black White in particular, he was a bit silent. Good to see him actually getting some points.
Yeah, they took so much more initiative in this last circle compared to KONINA Power, who went almost kind of ended themselves in terms of the rotations they wanted to take during all of that. But I mean, it's kind of by the by here, because Major Pride actually is very adept at closing out games like that. Actually, what I'm surprised about here, Jason, is once again, 7 elims, no placement points. They just want to destroy everything and apparently take the Nexus route of getting no placement points, apart from they did this game.
Oh yeah, yeah, with Doran, right? Being last surviving. But the thing is, you don't have to be first place in this tournament. You just have to be top 5.
True.
Maybe even top 6. Who knows? To get yourself into PMGC. So maybe that's their plan of strategy. But again, I do favor a team that can pick up those heavy eliminations. It was good to see them at least be able to pull that off. Now, Max, man, I know we talked about the curse a very long time ago. You were supporting REGNUM CARYA there.
It was,
and then you
was a good spot.
And then you looked down, wrote a note, looked up, REGNUM CARYA eliminated. Then you're like, oh, well, Gladiator's actually a good spot. Look down, wrote a note, look up, Gladiators were getting knocked. I don't want to say your curse is back, but you did kind of punish REGNUM CARYA.
A little bit, but okay, look, let's just skip the curse, okay? Let's just look at REGNUM CARYA.
Let's not.
Let's just dive deeper into this curse.
I love how REGNUM CARYA plays these positions. They just play Picardo and then transition instantly to the high ground southeast of Picardo, which we mentioned this many times in this kind of terrain, right, Kalaris, is so strong a spot to play.
Yeah.
And they have a 2-2 split, holding the warehouse and the high ground to put some scouting on board. And they also see the fight happening with S2G and KASIK, and that third party was so efficient. Sure, S2G do get a good fight for themselves too, but they clearly want to sweep the West to make that transition into the late game even smoother.
I think for S2G, if they'd have come across as 4, it could have been completely different. But Kelsey was way too ambitious about his jump off the balcony to take out the one remaining member that he was trying to push on against. It's
even before that, right? Because he chased down a guy upstairs with like 15 bullets in his Tommy gun, you were saying.
I sort of didn't mind that bit because he was kind of outclassing them in the longhouse. But jumping off against the tree, the thing is that if you do that, you are open to quite a good portion of the rest of that circle to just be able to take you out anyway. I think it was Mandarin over the side who shot him, so tough.
I think, again, that's just them playing a little bit carefree. I don't think you're in
so.
PMGC and you're going to make a play like that happen, or if you're not already pre-qualified, I don't necessarily feel like you go for that unless you're feeling yourself. But again, next RÜYA for me, I mean, we could almost go into that topic I was mentioning before about Frozen, but I guess I'll hold off for a little bit longer. I'll give him like majority of the day before we start to talk about it here. But Max, you're looking a little bit confused.
I was going to say I can forgive most of the teams north because it was so tough, but I was skeptical of that push from REGNUM CARYA because their position high ground was amazing. The way they were playing it, I was like, you just have to wait things out. Teams are going to naturally push your way, and they're going to get wounded because all the teams north were fighting one another, and they just got a bit too overzealous and went a bit too far, and then got knocked away and down to 1. So I think it could have been a win, but they tried to do too much, it seems.
I do sort of also feel a little bit bad for KONINA Power in this game because they have what is effectively one of the most insanely strong compounds in that circle for so long, and they're like, please come here. We want to shoot at things. We want to shoot at things. And nobody came. Nobody came to an impenetrable forge, which is understandable. You're good at this game. You're not going to go and try and crash that against a team that's already there. So a little unfortunate for KONINA Power because the lobby's really good.
Well, even unfortunate for next RÜYA here, to be fair. You look at 1,300 damage done, only converting it into 3 eliminations. REGNUM CARYA, it's a pretty decent conversion, as Max would say.
Yeah, it's pretty decent.
I would say decent. You'd say decent.
Yeah, it's pretty extreme. Okay, no, but
extreme conversion.
One team I wanted to see actually on this list was going to be OZAROX. They were in a really good situation over to the eastern side. They were between KONINA Power and also Dagestan, I think it was, just north of them. And you have to take a decision. Do you push KONINA, which you don't because it's that good a position, right? Or you just clear out Dagestan and he can play that ridge the entirety of that match. So I think OZAROX could have had an opportunity to at least be a top 3 team, but not making that decision, Dagestan just clear them afterwards. So I'd like to see just a little bit more decision-making being done by OZAROX.
I mean, OZAROX was one of those teams that needs to, I don't know, not necessarily prove themselves, but I feel like they need to show up here in this event in particular as they finished off 11th last season in spring. But let's take a look at our overalls here. And there will obviously be some sort of discrepancy because we're only 2 matches in and we have the massive 16 elimination game out of S2G off the bat, but only ending things up with 3 eliminations in this last game. But of course, Major Pride's going to be there. I mean, placement points for BRA, as you're mentioning, Lars, not existed.
I love that they're in 4th place just by, let's shoot at everything. And you know what? If it works, it works. It's not going to work all tournament, though. I'm going to tell you that right now.
End the tournament with 0 placement points, please.
That would be amazing.
I would enjoy that very much so.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, otherwise, I mean, the gaps are going to be closed really quickly, so I'm not really too scared. Even teams at the bottom of the 2nd page we're going to see very soon, it's going to be okay for them to catch up. 1 big win is going to be enough, though. KAOS Esports, a team that, for the first time, makes it into a championship. 0 points, rough start, but they can still catch up if they do get some points on board. Maybe. Don't look at me weird, James.
I mean, I'm looking at you because you're like, yeah, trying to figure out ways that they'll catch up. They're not obviously out of it just yet, but they definitely were one of the teams who struggled the most when you look at their PMPL region. I think their top fragger had like 50-odd eliminations at the end of league stage, which is a lot of matches.
I mean, it's good experience to get for your 2024 season, right? So it's just, yeah, always good. Get into the championship, and you're going to get better for the next time.
Well, you know what's also good?
TDM.
We got some TDM coming over here. We're going to send back to Sean, Allen, and Bling to kick off some team deathmatch.
Oh, you can see their eyes light up with joy as soon as TDM is mentioned. We have got all of our teams competing in the bracket. We're going to be jumping in with the first quarterfinal. It's going to be MELISE versus GALATASARAY Esports. You can see those first rounds were played before, so we're on match 9, Blank. We're on that MELISE versus GALATASARAY.
Yeah, so we're just flying through the bracket already. Going straight in with MELISE Esports versus GALATASARAY. So we'll see exactly how that one does go down. GALATASARAY actually beating out versus Major Pride. So interesting there to me. They're able to take down Major Pride. Obviously, who just had pretty convincing win there over on Miramar. 30 limbs for the win.
We've shrunk that down a little bit. And we've actually moved on over to the Thunderdome, Blank. It's going to be a stadium for these teams to try and duke it out with one another.
Okay, we'll see how this does go down, because there's a lot of positions to hide here. This is... yeah. Oh, kill a zombie for 50 money as well. So that could be used over in the vending crates.
I wish I had 50 money.
I wish I had 50 money as well. That's a lot of money. Oh, clean 50.
The things you could do with that. See what they're able to do here, though, as that's right. Finding the door, just about getting on the outside there. Right in the middle, he hops out. Graxy will be able to find that first point, giving it over to GALATASARAY, and hits the drop shot. MELISE trying to keep themselves secured, sequestered away. Just going to be back and forth for now.
That is the Ripperger in play now as well. Goodness me. Oh, Sin's got unlimited ammo in the back pocket as well. This is cruelty.
How has he managed to pop those off? Oh, see you later. Dodging the high-speed projectiles, those explosives, not giving you any rest, really. Just a bombardment to the backlines here. Look at the damage he's able to pour out. What is going on?
Yeah, now I can see why Major Pride lost. GALATASARAY, they've got the idea on lock. They know how this game's played out. Get the RPG, the Ripperger, and win.
Just blow them to pieces. You know, it takes efficiency, it takes skill to be a powerful demolitions expert. Was that taking his teammate down? It looked like it might have been 2 there, but certainly the RPG a dominant force so far. And it's up to 150 money there, Blank, for killing a zombie.
I don't know where the zombies are, but, you know, they're hiding. They've got a big prize pool. Nice one. Raxy racks himself up another point with the Ripperger.
Oh, you love to see it. The Rockets tearing them to pieces, double the scoreline, but MELISE has a staircase and the DBS as well in that close range position. It is really tough going though, just explosions left and right.
The DBS also a new addition to our TDM shenanigans, because I think it's not usually allowed. The M114 is the typical weapon to use. There we go, the other Rupiger, the information passed back with the 17 eliminations now for Galatasaray. It's going absolutely wild right now.
Oh, bumps CEO later off the C-suite. And Will...
Oh, there he is.
Way back to the top. There's the zombie. That's 200 money. He's got 200 money.
The zombie didn't even know what hit him. I think everyone was trying to take him down for that money. Pockets bulging right now with 200 money. This is...
Later goes down. I'm surprised that MELISE haven't picked up the RPGs themselves.
Yeah, it's not super tactical. It is just sort of right now, just send the Rupigers in the general direction of MELISE Esports. And I think because 50 money was accumulated by Galatasaray early on, look at that! What? Oh! Inhuman Rupiger reactions!
He's able to just blow to pieces, mate. Right into the sea. I'm pretty sure that's a spleen flying across the window there. Have to get that one cleaned up, but MELISE looking to take control now. Near some of these vending machines, keeping themselves nice and supplied up. Are we going to see a return to action? It's still at first to 30 points, Blank. And
he's got 2 Rupigers!
Oh, goodness me. He's going to be able to hot swap them.
He's dual wielding. Oh my days. I'm curious why MELISE aren't allowed Rupigers.
They're just, they're busy. They're too busy. They're too busy getting blown to smithereens, Blank. That's what's happening. And Galatasaray just running in.
There's no self-damage.
Did he just shoot self-damage? It's right there. He just blows himself up. Not a care in the world. How's he managed to get that through? Okay, fair enough with the DBS, but what are you going to do against Graxi? He strikes him.
Okay, interesting. Just 3 more eliminations required. And it's donezo. Symphony picks up the extra little bit of damage that was required there. 1 more elimination, and it's done.
Looking for the spray. Okay, bringing it back to basics. Symphony not going to be able to find that. The M24 is there, and I think that's going to be it. Another elimination was found before that Rupiger shell hit, but Blank, what a crazy way for MELISE to go down there. Galatasaray able to take home that victory.
Yeah, the sort of felt like it was one-sided though, right?
Little bit.
I'm curious to see what the requirements to earn the RPG was, you know? What was the requirements behind that? Was it the 50 money? Is that what swayed it? Did the zombie...
really nicely.
Yeah, maybe to the vending machine and just spits it out. And you have to unroll it.
Who knows? But either way, Galatasaray were able to take that one down, and they will be moving forwards. We'll see who they're taking on. We've got another TDM coming up for you later, Blank. But let's move away from the zombie killing, the 200 money, bulging out the pockets, because we've got a whole bulging game of action for you. Back over to Erangel.
Back over to Erangel. You know what? That was fun. That was fun, a little bit silly, and now we're back to the championships. But we do have 1 more after this. See if the RPGs get back involved again. So, getting straight into our 3rd match of the day. After that last match, a Major Pride, winning on Miramar versus KONINA Power. Just cast your minds back before the TDM shenanigans.
Oh, back to basics, Blank. We're going to have to calm down. No RPGs, no Rupigers in this one. Southwest, northeast. And we can chill out for a little bit. Looks like Nexus are going for the split West Coast drop that we all know that Kelaris is a big fan of when you're denied your original drop spot for Nexus. That's normally over in Milta and Milta Power. So they are going to look for that area on the west side of Gatka.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams should be able to get to where they'd like to play. You know, Rozhok open, MADBULLS likely to drop there, KONINA Power down towards that south side. Nexus, you know, you talked about before, heading over towards this western side, it's decent considering you can't drop over towards Milton Power or even towards Kameshki. Gladiators up towards that South George position around Hospital. So again, we saw on our first game of the day, it was S2G taking the win over on that south side. See what they can do here. You know, they are in a decent position over towards Gatka, but a very, very hard shift over towards that eastern edge jump.
A really, really difficult path for those teams on the west if they want to move through that central area. The Glutter team's already dropping out towards it. BRA playing that Pachinki center hold. MADBULLS over to their classic Rozhok drop. Nobody breaking out towards that Melter power area, obviously with Nexus vacating it from earlier. Yasnaya with MUERTE maybe peeking in on the west point of it, but it looks like REGNUM KARYA have fully claimed that with a cheeky little 2-2 split there.
Yeah, a cheeky little 2-2 split for them. You know, that's really bold though, right? You do that if you really want Yasnaya, right? You don't want anyone else in Yasnaya. You take both sides. You'll let anyone else in there. Sort of cruel in a way, but I like it as well. They do have a player heading up towards the Harry Potter Tower on the northwest edge. Loxy. And I think that's a Zelicon alongside with him over on that eastern side. Just trying to battle out versus teams. MUERTE doesn't head over towards Lipovka first, and I kind of respect that move from them. You know, they hold their split over towards Prison, a little bit further off towards the western side. If the circle does shift further towards the east, they know they can always retreat back over towards the compounds near Lipovka, understanding that it's currently free. It's a good initial play from them.
No one really around that sort of an area, so still staying on the split. Looking for those regroups potentially in a minute or two after this loot comes through. And they will just maintain for now. Are we going to see another BRA pop-off right at the start, Blank? Because they, as the desk has highlighted, have got 0 placement points so far. It is all on the back of those eliminations. They're up in 4th place, 16 points. It's good to see, but maybe wanted to get a little bit deeper in. You can see them spreading out on the north side of that Potato Hill rotation, moving further east.
It don't need placement points where they're going, which is into the top 5 apparently. You know, hopefully at some point they will start getting them, and I think it's somewhat understandable from the games that we've seen today from Bra as well, just because, you know, on their first initial game they had to fend off versus Major Pride, and then they quickly had to regroup and refigure things out as they head down towards the south side where they were delayed. On that second game on Miramar, I don't think anyone could have really expected the amount of teams that were going to hold over towards that northern edge on the ridge side. And I think Kine did a fantastic job either way to get as many points for the team as possible despite their positioning. So I think they could be pretty happy with that, and I was fairly impressed with what they've been able to do. But yeah, I would like some placement points from this team at some point. KAOS, 16th place, not looking good, but even more surprising, probably to MUERTE, currently running with just the 1 point after 2 matches so far. Really does not feel very MUERTE-like of them. It is a team that sometimes has their bad moments as well, because I think in some of our phases during the league, they really dropped off quite a bit, and it wasn't until the finals that they found their groove, their tempo. And again, I think it's a similar story here. You just don't have that long, though. You don't have that long, though, to bump those points up.
No, it's just the 4 days, 6 matches each time, 24 matches total, Blank, and it's longer than some stages, to be fair, than some sets of games that they'll play, but when it comes down to it, it's certainly not long enough to be allowing games like these to slip through, to be showing these sorts of weaknesses when you have shown that you can be a lot stronger in other areas. Again, a slow start on the loot for Gladiators. I say slow, they're just behind a couple of the other teams who have started to leave now from around this sort of area. Maybe looking to pick up that loot, get their feet on the move in about a minute or 2. They are on the northwest side and probably have some of the furthest and most difficult terrain to navigate on that northwest side. So might be an idea to get on your bike a little bit faster. The team in Yasnaya, they've already left. They're right through to MUERTE as well. They're playing on the east coast. They're moving down, and it looks like REGNUM KARYA want to take control on the east side.
Yeah, there are some decent compounds around here, which have some good elevation, right, to play around with. I think for REGNUM KARYA already finding this one, I'd be pretty dismayed if I was to MUERTE. You know, team just sends all the way in. You don't catch them in the act either because you've got 2 players currently looting in Lipovka. That's Milky Way and Malloy. Best though, you do have Fury as well as Korku, who knows this location. So if REGNUM KARYA do miss a beat here, maybe show themselves a little bit too early, get one player knocked, there's potential for quite a quick crash here, because I think if you do MUERTE, you're assuming there's not going to be a huge amount of third parties coming through this early in the game. But again, time is sort of against you here, and I'm not sure how greedy REGNUM KARYA is going to be and allow possibly a knock to come through.
Potential to be a little bit slowed, a little bit hampered. Making sure you keep your team all together. The Gladiators are on the road behind S2G right now by about 700 meters, so they are far enough away to avoid an engagement, but they're on the same path, and they're right behind that major pride rotation on the north side of Potato Hill. They're near to Dagestan as well when they leave apartments a little bit further to the north, so potential for a traffic jam on the west to develop and get a little bit nasty as well with the number of teams in that area.
Yeah, a lot of teams trying to get through. And I think that for Gladiators, this is sort of a game where I'm sensing it as well, John, that they're going to try and send as central as possible. You know, even trying to take up OP dip might be an idea for Gladiators. They could go for something like that, hope for a western shift, but try and shut themselves in as far as possible early on. And I think this is something the Gladiators have been trying to do a lot more recently, and it has been working to an extent. You saw in that last match, if it wasn't for Kine, you know, potentially a good game there for Gladiators, as Max was saying before he cursed them horribly. But for Gladiators, they just try and get in as far as they can, and as far as they think they can comfortably get in as well. I think they're assuming there's going to be a lot of teams over towards that eastern side already. Now they're going to have to make a very swift maneuver, a quick change in pace to go down towards that south side. Nexus already in though. They got to drop over towards the eastern side, so they're looking fairly decent. MELISE Esports, another team that's got a fairly good chance going into this game. GALATASARAY are in front of them though, so a bit of a rough rotation, but look at this, 16 teams all clumped into a very small area. Stage 2, you'd imagine this is where some of the fights start to take place. There isn't a load of spots in this position of the map. There has to be an engagement happening at some point.
Especially when you consider the water kind of cutting out about 30% of the circle around that mouth of the bridge. Very difficult to play, close to that coastline as well. There's maybe 3 or 4 operable positions in that sort of line of the map, but teams will do their best to find those spots, and especially with an urban environment in there, MUERTE could prove to be a home to plenty of teams if they are a little bit down on their luck, if they're a little bit desperate. Gladiators, you can see they're playing around that roadblock on the northwest side of MUERTE, and they're going to play on those hills to the south of it as well. A really nice position to be found for the Gladiators.
Yeah, a surprising position as well. They are taking shots right now from Bar Esports. S2G similarly stuck inside this warehouse for now. It's one of those positions where you just have to push in, and I think that they were aware of that. They were coming in from that western side. They were playing Gatka slightly ahead of some other teams on that northwest side, so it could get a little bit more prominent in towards the circle. But Gladiators, you can see this. Currently, they're playing a very precarious position. This is not easy. They're over on the roadside, around the ticket booth as well. Matic is going to be quite hard to get back up on his feet. I'm curious to see how they're going to go about this. They do have a spot they can move over towards that east side. There is that warehouse that is open. There's been games in the past where this warehouse has remained open for a very, very long time, and Gladiators have been refusing to take it. Again, it's quite difficult to move over that top side though, because there is just, I think there's just one tree in that location. That's pretty much your only cover as you make the mad dash.
Looking for that res. The Gladiators have managed to pick that back up. KONINA Power in the meantime, they're playing out on this west side. Going to be rotating in behind the major pride position with Dagestan to their north as well. The traffic jam that I thought might be a problem on that north side with Gladiators sending as they did kind of dispersed itself around this west side, near those buildings, near those compounds, playing their farm. And the mouth of that bridge going to hold just MELISE being quite standoffish in their position, stopping teams from moving down to that coastal side near the bridge, and most likely teams wouldn't want to go there, but it does just get rid of a big angle of threat from the south. We shrink over to MUERTE.
Yeah, I actually kind of like MELISE's position. You know, playing from the spot is pretty nice in terms of, I think the northern buildings currently they have, I think they're 3 stories, so you have quite a bit of elevation, some good angles to look out towards. You can in fact even move down over towards the beachhead on that south side and try and move from the coast. It does give you some pretty good cover. So that's kind of like the emergency operation for MELISE Esports in the late game if they need to crawl their way up towards MELTE side. So it's interesting to see how MELISE does play out the rest of this game, because like you said, although I have mentioned that they've got some decent compounds to play around with, this is still sort of a test for them, right? Because eventually they will have to move, they will have to push in. I think it's more surprising than anything that Gladiators are still being able to hold on to this spot. I think they've even found themselves a bit of a compound to play around with. So a nice rotation for them, a really nice rotation.
KONINA Power up the hill over Dagestan. Dagestan pushing into this phase, and a team that's impressed us. They've shown us that they've got metal. And now they're having it tested here in the championship, so looking forward to them trying to step up just a little bit. I don't think anyone expects them to be looking to push forwards to PMGC, but they are certainly a team that has so much potential that can develop and gain consistency, which I think is something that they didn't show at the start of the tournament back in the PMPL EU stage. So good to see them step up, deserving a spot here. We'll see if they can do more.
KAOS right on the eastern side right now. So it's a bit of a tough rotation for KAOS, and I think that if it's anything to go by the past couple of games, KAOS is getting heavily held out by a lot of other teams at the moment, John. Really struggling quite a bit. You know, they were the final team to make the cut coming into championships in 8th place, 103 points, tied up with OZAROX, but they sort of started off really strong in their finals, and then it massively tapered off towards the end. Sort of lucky that they made it in towards that 8th position, in fact.
I mean, it's the same story for KONINA Power, right? Right up at the end. They were just looking for it. Oh, hang on a minute. Drop shot. Yakta completely gives Naomi the swivel, and the rest of the team rolls down the hillside, and we'll be able to take care of him.
Yeah, I think that the difference between KAOS and KONINA Power, though, I think KONINA Power just had so much potential as well coming in from those first couple of weeks, and we expected them to continue performing really well, and they had a massive downward trend, John. That was the issue for them. So the initial couple of weeks looked very promising. They started to find their footing over in phase 2, and then nothing else came after that. And even their signature map on Sanhok started to feel pretty shaky at best, honestly. So I'm a bit worried for KONINA Power, but I hope that, like you said, this is a great position to get into this tournament and grow from it, learn from it. There's going to be a lot of valuable lessons learned here versus quite a fast region, right, over in Türkiye. They have some explosive plays. Gladiators, though, finding a knockover towards Bra is really good.
Yeah, they were able to hold down that central area. They're still on that roadblock. Galatasaray as well on the southwest side of MELTE, looking to stop RÜYA from moving up from the mouth of the bridge on the southwest side. Galatasaray most likely going to have to move forwards. REGNUM KARYA have gotten into this northwest side, near that warehouse, near that position up on the top of MELTE. A really strong position if it shrinks that way, but likely they're going to have to leave. The Gladiators, in the meantime, they've left. They've moved closer to BRA. They've left that roadblock, and they want to play in the hills a little bit more.
Yeah, I like this move from Gladiators as well, because they get that initial knockover towards Bar Esports. They take advantage of that moment. They clear out the player, and they continue playing from this position. So they sort of just need to hold out Bar Esports, but Bar Esports knows that they're at a man disadvantage now. Galatasaray at the moment, down towards the south side, dealing with NEXUS, who tempted to make their way through. And MELISE Esports, now they have that test ahead of them, right? They have to move towards that northern side. They hear the fighting between NEXUS as well as S2G. And they do chime in fact, over towards Kapahala. S2G is able to finish up the fight there between them and EXO. But that has given them the information. But with one player down in Kalsi, arguably one of their best players, there's a chance here for MELISE Esports to take control of this southwest side.
Major Pride try to move into the middle and get absolutely dismantled. BRA, KASIK, MADBULLS all taking shots. The central position, that central shack, will be denied to them. Eliminated here. Gladiators on the south as well, having made that heads-up move a little bit earlier. Very difficult to move through that ground. East side becoming a lot hotter here on that descent from the lumberyard, from the top of that hill. OZAROX trying to hold it off.
Yeah, Swain already down though from Lord Cedric. Sort of out in the open, really. Let's check in his mobile phone. Falcon tried to hit the deck. He's just behind a little bit of wood there. Not enough to keep him alive as Lord Cedric just sends splinters all over the place. KASIK, though, I really like their position right now, and this feels very reminiscent of how they win a lot of their games. They take a lot of control, a lot of space over one particular area, and expand from there. So, good feeling about this game for KASIK.
Ooh, a little bit of a trade going through there, but that does give them the chance now as Lord Cedric with the last nade to lob it on over, actually already having Storm reposition though. Will not be able to find it, and again, they're just lagging behind with these nades. They're not putting them forward enough to connect with one another. They're being a bit more tentative. Lord Cedric looking to reposition with Falconist there for the res on Storm. He doesn't want to give them the time, but he's good on the spray, and Lord Cedric takes down OZAROX.
Yeah, likely to be over very soon, though, as Tenshik from KASIK actually starts to move up. Circle goes their way, too, so there is now good potential for them. But MADBULLS over towards this western side, looking rock steady. Other teams to move their way in.
Tricky time for anyone looking to move towards them. The ground in this next circle blanket slopes from east high ground down to that west side. There are a couple of dips and divots around it, but that hill that leads down from Lumberyard needs to be controlled. Difficult to push up north and towards it with Gladiators and BRA, with MUERTE actually scrapping them on the southeast side. It's a little bit of a barrier, and moving in sideways, it's going to be harder still. MUERTE looking to push on past, and they're doing so successfully. MUERTE able to get rid of BRA on that southeast side, and MUERTE are able to hold it on with all four of their players alive. Furia down, but should be resable.
Well, I don't know about that. He's pretty far over towards the southeast side. 3 players inside this shack. I don't know how likely it is they'll get their boy back up again. It's most likely they're just going to sit there for the remainder of the game, provide some information. Much needed information as next RÜYA looks to potentially crash towards this building. GALATASARAY moving up towards where Gladiators are currently playing. They have played one of the most precarious positions on the map of Gladiators and have done it pretty marvelously, honestly.
This south side really starting to heat up as well. MELISE, this is the challenge. You've said this before, Blank, this game. This is their challenge. It's their test. 3 eliminations so far, 3 players to fight on past this roadblock that the Gladiators left. They gave up that ground to move further northeast into the building, into the carriage that they currently hold across the road. GALATASARAY trying to send on through with their last player, Symphony, towards that shack, and he won't be picked out this time around. Luckily enough, S2G struggling. A triple predict on the MADBULLS position coming through from us. We've got a KASIK team prediction from Kale as S2G go down, and I think it was Max on MUERTE.
You know what? Respect on the MUERTE pick, honestly. Yeah, they're definitely sort of the underdogs in this game at the moment towards that south side, 3 players. I can make something happen, though. Again, KASIK team, I wanted to predict them, actually, but as soon as I saw Tenshik just push out so far towards our eastern side and get knocked, I just lost all confidence. It's such a Tenshik play as well. He just gets a little bit too far from the rest of the team, a little bit too overconfident at times. Gladiators, though, I am very, very pleased with how this match has gone for them.
Ooh! Seemingly going beautifully.
All right.
As well as Kisyu just handles the roll-up out of nowhere. Dagestan cut down to size, and MELISE still passing their test with flying colours. The DBS rings out for 2. And Matic and the rest of the Gladiators won't even have an eye in on that one. The smoke train blooms, and over towards the MADBULLS they go. There's the spray, and it might just be a little bit too bold for MELISE. The Gladiators able to tear 2 of them.
That's some really nice shots coming through from Gladiators, though, on the team shot there. 6 eliminations found. This game for Gladiators wasn't easy playing on the roadblock. You know, they had to pay the toll itself, even though they were inside the ticket booth. Got to move further forward now. MADBULLS have a good indication of where they are. They'll just send back towards the compound. Pretty decent information found there. They do have to move further up, but MADBULLS with these sight lines should have a pretty clean read on them. So they'll likely have to move over towards that eastern side, towards the MUERTE, and wrap around between them and next RÜYA. Not easy though. You can see this is just a fully upward slope. I mean, for Gladiators, your best bet would just be fully crash onto this building, right? You don't really want to be doing what next RÜYA is having to go through right now, which is smoke all the way up. This is a very interesting spot from Malloy. I like that.
I mean, if
Gets
it works,
bounced.
it works. Right? If it works, it works. Milky Way going to be backed off the angle. They won't be able to spot him there until they're pushing up parallel with that vehicle. And fortunately, the nade is there. So it works until it really doesn't.
Oh, he's on top of the vehicle. Oh,
he's on the roof.
No clue where he's going.
Oh, dear.
They're just as confused. Now it's a 2v2. This is opportune time for Gladiators to make their move. And I think they realize it as well. I think they're looking to get in the vehicle and move across. Very, very smart thinking from them. They see the knock in the elimination feed as well. Just immediately go for it.
MUERTE having the challenge to deal with Corker. With Milky Way, the only two now to remain for MUERTE. Malloy sending himself to the sky. The play zone taking Meku down. I think some shots were able to contribute to that, but stays a little bit too close to the blue and diverts just the wrong way. Slows the Gladiators down somewhat. They don't want to overstep. Frozen, in the meantime, knows that he doesn't have a lot of time before the Gladiators are here to play and here to stay as well. Does Meku just get flushed by the zone?
He just bleeds out, doesn't he? He's in the zone for a little bit too long there. Or just bleed out afterwards. Here's this beautiful play coming from Kisyu as he kisses the guys from Dagestan goodbye. Corker is down, leaving just Milky Way alive there. I think that might have been a nade from Frozen coming through from downstairs. Milky Way extremely low now. The Gladiators, either way, I think they're quite happy about this. There has been some pretty unfortunate happenstances, though. Kitsune knocking himself is very unfortunate.
I would say that's a bad result for them. And losing a player to the zone, you're right, it's just going to slow them down. Time and time again, they are just being drawn a little bit short. I'm surprised none of us predicted KONINA Power, to be honest. I mean, they were fairly isolated on that northern side. They had some paths forwards. I mean, I guess you suppose that KASIK is going to hold them out. But they're more busy with Gladiators right now, seemingly. Kitsune down, just Matic remains.
Man, if I'm Matic, I am absolutely fuming in this game, right? This is twice in a row where silly mistakes have cost them a pretty decent match, right? This should have been an easy rotate into this compound alongside with MUERTE, and they were able to finish this match out. And it's only Matic that has really been holding out for himself there. Meku getting knocked down to the blue, going a little bit too wide. Yeah, I wouldn't be happy if I was Matic. You can't really let these emotions get to you too early, though, which is the issue. Hopefully, you can get another fairly high placing, maybe some more eliminations for the team. Already into the top 6, top 5 would be nice. And with next RÜYA Frozen, finding 2. Jason was talking about on the desk, and that's exactly why. He doesn't need to explain it after all.
My goodness me, what a hold around that door frame. I think they knew exactly where he was as well. Beautiful stuff to be able to take down MUERTE on the southeast side. Next RÜYA happy with his performance. And Matic, you're right, he is. He's in the tower.
That's a little impromptu smoke train for himself as well, to be honest. KASIK team with 3 players look to head up towards KONINA Power. Second time in a row now where they find themselves into one of the higher placings of the game with only 5 teams remaining. Next RÜYA, I think Frozen has been spotted by Matic. Looks to finish him off, so Sheepa gets sent away by a nade.
He's just waiting for that reload, waiting for the teammates there. Palucci a little bit split from the rest of KONINA Power. If he gets spotted, if he gets tackled there, it will not be really get-upable in that spot, but no one really peeking those sightlines just yet. That high ground playing to the KONINA Power advantage. Dangerous for KASIK team in this spot, to be honest. I mean, you've got Frozen, who could potentially take 1 player with him. We've seen him be able to handle 2 as well as they step up to the building. The MADBULLS yet to get rid of Matic from Gladiators.
If you KONINA Power, next stage, you can really start to get very aggressive with this. You know, clear down over towards that western side, try and pick off MADBULLS. I think KONINA Power is a bit too worried right now. They don't look like they have the high ground, right? You know, they're not taking peaks, they're not taking angles, they're far too worried about getting side-swiped here. Becca takes a very dangerous little side-swipe there over towards KASIK team, tries to find the information over towards them. This is probably the team that is the biggest threat to KONINA Power right now. If they clear them out, that's when you can start to get far more comfortable about trying to clear out on this western side. But constantly backing off here is KONINA Power.
They are giving a lot of space for KASIK to move on this particular ridge, but that step forwards is really tall of an order. Matic really important on this position as well. Holding two teams really into that straight line fight that neither of them wants to go for.
Yeah, I think this is the saving grace round for KONINA Power, is that both KASIK and MADBULLS realize they can't really move upon this team until Matic's gone or he doesn't have sight lines over towards them. KONINA Power just sitting up here. I think MADBULLS realized that, look, we probably could have moved towards that north side a long time ago, because KONINA Power isn't really doing anything to us. It's just slowly edging their way over.
Tension on this slope. All caused by Matic, the keystone of this bridge. Pull him out and it all collapses into chaos. MADBULLS looking to make that break. The smoke train is there to give them that acceleration period in cover. They managed to get up to a little bit higher of ground, but they are going to continue to execute on these smokes as well. KONINA Power not going to peek over the top just yet, not going to challenge. KASIK mounting up as well in the meantime. KONINA Power's attention drawn over to the MADBULLS, and KASIK striking potentially at exactly the right time. A nade over the top from Tuluka finds the opening knock here, and KASIK haven't aggressed right the way through, but they have managed to get within that nade range now. They are going to continue to try and push in, and actually KONINA Power go down a second time as well. Losing that second position, and the nades just continue to ring out and bombard their way through this KONINA Power high ground. KASIK and MADBULLS setting their differences aside. Matic nowhere to be seen on it either, and the KONINA Power squad just getting mulched now up on the high ground. The nades are doing their work. Becca will be the last to stand for KONINA Power. Agori will be flushed away, and the MADBULLS up to 5 eliminations. Looking to try and take down Matic as well, and they will be able to do so. Now it's a straight-up head-to-head 3 versus 4 fight between KASIK and MADBULLS. Well, hang on a minute, they've still got Becca for KONINA Power. A Clutchmeister in his own right, able to do so much work in the final game back over in Europe, but won't be finding anything more here. Mandarin breaks low, but Tuluka tracks him down. KASIK will be falling next, and it is KONINA Power to fall after them. And MADBULLS able to roll across this hillside. And blank, it is a chicken dinner back in again for the MADBULLS. They've been a little bit quiet the first couple of matches, but they are back here to play. A really nice performance on that hillside. I think we've lost you, Blank. I think we don't have you, unfortunately. But it is, as you were saying, a really nice time-taking, progressive step up for the MADBULLS. Lovely to see that coming through from them. Lord Cedric, with those nades, able to do a lot of work on that eastern side. I mean, credit to him, able to put up the numbers for KAOS as well. So happy for that roster. It's a lot of points, I think, spread a little bit more evenly across the board as well than the first Erangel that they were able to see. We're pretty happy as well, me, you, and Jason, for getting that prediction right, coming on through. Unfortunately for Maxman, MUERTE went down pretty early on. KASIK making it up into second, though. So Kale managed to get that consolation point on the predictions. So keeping up and in pace. Zashipa, the highest damage for KASIK team, 700 points there. I feel like KASIK team really did have a chance. It was unfortunate that they lost a player a little bit earlier on, so they had to play on as 3. If that hadn't happened, I feel like it could have gone a different direction. But in the end, it was the MADBULLS, the top point scorer from the European region, to be able to take game number 3.
All right, you know what? This means Sean Allen, he's 3 for 3 on the day, sitting there on 9 prediction points. I'm sitting behind him, I think, with like 7. And I don't know what Blink's at because I don't care about Blink. I only care about myself and John Allen, clearly. But gentlemen, MADBULLS closing things out. I do have to say, though, Max.
No.
It's weird, that, isn't it?
It's weird. He predicts that team, and then the next team to go out is his prediction.
It was a good move too. I don't know what to do. It was decent. They got 1v2 by Frozen.
Why so high-pitched?
I don't know.
We can see MADBULLS here finishing off with 18 total points. KASIK finishing off with 13 as well. And Gladiators, I mean, you were talking about that potential great third party out of them with that next RÜYA fight up against MUERTE, but they ended up going a different way, I guess.
After they went to the Southwest and they just got picked off by a lot of players off KASIK's team, which is very surprising. I think that fight is the fight you want a third party because then you got a little bit of time to heal up in that building and you can then transition, but then they just go in a very open amount of terrain, and when you have teams on the high ground like KASIK team, you're just not going to survive. And look, 7 eliminations on the game, clearly able to apply pressure from Lumberyard uphill.
Yeah, I mean, considering the position that they're in, the fact that MADBULLS actually sees so much control of that final situation.
They shouldn't.
There was no way like KASIK team was going to be able to dislodge where MADBULLS was taking. And this is kind of why MADBULLS looked so good over in the Europe region. When it came to some of these final moments, some of these final finishes, man, they were almost unstoppable.
Well, I mean, Max, you were saying, right? Because MADBULLS didn't have to really engage too early in any of these fights. They had a ton of utility to crack open that final shell to close things out. I want to give a special shout out here to Dagestan really quickly as well. We didn't get to see the fight, but they took down S2G as S2G rotated through into them. And for me, bringing that up is based off of, you do wonder when it comes to Europe versus Turkey, like Turkey so good when it comes to close quarter combats, to like just like fire skill. It's good to see that some other teams, like even teams in Europe, aren't really that far behind it and can go head to head with like the best that Turkey has to offer.
And I'd even say Dagestan is one of the newest generations of gifted, talented teams from the European region. So there's a lot of potential there. And then being able to play their first championship, I'm hyped to see what Dagestan can do heading into 2024. So I think that this is a team that has a lot of potential there. But yeah, it was a good fight versus S2G because you want to clear the road as you cross that position. So clearing the team northwest and then onto S2G is a good plan because then you don't have to check your back the entire time. So it was a good game plan, but crossing a road in a circle like this, it's always going to be rough.
And then, of course, MELISE took down Dagestan right after as they rotated back.
Stop it!
No, I'm just saying, that's what ended up happening. I'm actually curious if we can see next RÜYA's player stats here, because I know Blink did say, like, Jason's got to be happy. He's been wanting to explain this thing about Frozen for a while. He doesn't need to explain it anymore. And the thing is, I bring that up in particular because back, like, last year, I think it was early last year, or maybe not before that, we saw Frozen, this player, come out of nowhere in Turkey and just be the MVP of the season. He was a dominant force, picking up eliminations against like the old school footballers team, right? And then we get to actually see him play in like a regionals, and he tanked it. And I'm curious because he came out first place in league stage in Turkey with the most eliminations, and then going into the finals, he wasn't even close to it anymore. He wasn't even the top fragger for his team. So for me, I'm looking at him as, can he like break through that pressure, that ceiling he had before, and kind of redeem himself a bit? Because he's always been, to me, that player that can do well in like leagues, but when he comes to like the big events, he can't really live up to his expectations.
You've had this segment ready since PMGC Grand Finals 2021.
Pretty much, yeah.
He's just had it ready to go anytime. But he's been a bit volatile, right? So it's just a player that if he can just be a bit more consistent and comfortable in these lobbies, I feel like he could be one of the top players out there against the likes of KAOS from S2G. So he has so much potential. And he can 1v2 my team also, apparently.
Well, that's why, right here.
Oh, damn it.
That's why
Show that again. Show it again.
Just 3 times in a row.
Rewind that beautiful footage. And then, of course, you see KASIK here, just unfortunately not in a position to really do any much. And then, as we mentioned before, like Flaky with the nades, was able to crack open.
6x on the PPB zone.
That was a little bit weird. You know, I did hear rumors that the best sniper in PUBG Mobile was the 6x PPB zone.
It is.
I thought it was a DBS.
It goes, that's how it shoots, yeah.
Max is a big fan of the PPB.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah,
the Gitun too, best spot. Yeah.
The Bizoon in the Gitun?
The Bizoon in
Right.
Yeah, sure, whatever. You say.
I don't know where we're going with this one, to be honest.
Me neither, yeah.
But obviously that does like kind of round things out here in this last match. I don't know much else to say when it comes to this, obviously having like a Milta zone. Was there any other teams that kind of stood out to you of like, okay, they had some like good insights? I was talking to you anyways.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Just hand up like you're the
me, please, sir. No, one thing that I was hoping to see from KASIK team in particular is they were playing the western side of Lumberyard, which is a good position. You knew was going to keep shifting south to the western side of the circle at that point. I wanted to see a third party on the teams that were trying to exit out of Lumberyard. They just let the fight happen and just kind of were waiting in the distance, and then they didn't get any of those eliminations, and because of that lost Tenchik, which we know it tends to die relatively early. I wanted to see a bit more of KASIK team to try and control that high ground, but unfortunately Tenchik died again relatively early.
Well, there was also an opportunity for them to potentially take this one because you noticed Kalaris Mandarin was like in a really nice off angle, but I believe someone from KONINA Power was able to spot him up before. No, it was Fleiki who actually shot him like kind of through a smoke and prevented that angle. But that position, you know, you kind of wonder if he wasn't seen. Could KASIK have taken?
I mean, without any kind of number similarity in them, obviously losing one person early, you've got to try and make something a bit more bold happen. Trying to find an off angle is that ball player that you want to do. But again, MADBULLS is very well versed at being able to shut it down anyway. If you stay as 3, you're probably just going to get blasted down anyway. So you've got to try and do something a bit more crazy against MADBULLS' strength in that position.
I think even then you don't win because we saw MADBULLS still have nades and you have trees in play. It's just very easy to counter those positions with nades. So I think it was going to be a MADBULLS win regardless.
Yeah, probably.
Why don't you pick them?
Shut up.
What's your overall standing? So after the 3 matches, I'm just messing. You know it's okay.
We'll have fun predictions, okay? Who cares about predictions anyway?
As the days go on, his chair is going to get slowly further this way.
It's going to be out of frame.
Can we do that now? Can we just... S2G in first place. Obviously went out extremely in this last match with only, I think, 3 eliminations. Major Pride right behind them. And KASIK, actually, surprisingly enough, 3rd place. Decent placement points. Okay when it comes to eliminations. And then, yeah, I don't know. But that's pretty impressive.
How many placement points does BRA have?
That's, I think, 0.
Well, considering it could only be 1 if it's going to be anything, because they had 16 before. So if they're in 9th with 17 points, there you go.
Show me. I want to see it now. I'm just waiting.
Is it going to be the 1? Is Blanc going to pop off about 1 placement point?
What?
I don't know, maybe we see next week.
He popped off so hard he disappeared at the end of that game, so I don't know what to tell you.
Well, G.GLADIATORS is going to be sitting there in 4th place. Only 8 placements with 17 elims. KONINA Power, again, it's kind of the opposite of what we're talking about some other teams of BRA, where they have low eliminations and high placements. I find that kind of interesting, actually, because I've always imagined KONINA Power as a very strong team. Black and White, I think you mentioned before, isn't even playing in these matches at the moment. He's been such a stalwart player of the team.
He's on Major Pride now, but he was playing, yeah. He was before in the past part of the team.
You haven't been here for a while.
That is true. That's what I was. He was on KONINA Power.
A year ago, it's been different.
Back in my day. Yeah. Oh, no. Let's see the second page, actually, because we want to see what BRA has at the moment.
Did they get a placement point?
Nope.
Oh.
Boo. We got to put it in limb.
We got to pop up. We're going to get the confettis and every... Confettis? I said it.
When they get a placement point...
I said it the French way.
When they get a placement point, I want to see Blanc raise the roof, all right? That's what I want to see.
Well, Nexus have 5, but 0 eliminations, which is quite
We don't care about that.
You don't care about Nexus?
I do.
Just brat eSport, yeah.
And then MERTE as well, like the reigning champions of Europe, currently sitting in 13th place. It is just 3 matches, just the first day done, so I'm not going to be too harsh on them, but... You know, when you look at S2G and MELISE, they've been able to perform better than they're currently doing. So
I mean, it comes back to what I was saying in the pre-show, is that MERTE is a team that does gain a significant amount of information over a longer period of time about a lobby, and then is able to kind of extrapolate from that and then perform better later in kind of these phases. In a sprint like this, it's hard to gain all the information you need about the teams from Turkey in a short period of time.
I think that when you look at all the players individually for this roster, they can play, they could win, I think, a tournament like this very easily. They could be a first place team. It's just, again, the information they have entering this tournament, the game plan that they adapt really early on, they can change it, which is great, but as you said, on a tournament format like this, only 4 days, I don't expect them to be first place, but PMGC, they could do the push at the end to get there.
I mean, the thing is, it's a short form tournament, and I mean, certain teams excel in different formats, but if you want to be the best in the world, if you want to be the champion, you got to be able to win in a short form tournament. You also got to be able to defend against unlimited Panzerfaust, as we're going to go back to TDM here for the final time of the day with John Adam Blanc.
In fact, Blanc was popped off so hard at the end there when BRA didn't quite get that placement point that he did have to restart his PC. I think he's had to go out buy a new one by the looks of things. So it is just going to be me for the time being. But we're hopping into match number 10. That's going to be KASIK team and OZAROX Esports, the winner of whom, of course, will, on the next match, in match 13, play off against Galatasaray, who we saw able to leverage those unlimited Panzerfausts previously. Got a little bit of a different map here as well, as the teams selecting their weapons. It's first to 40 again this time around. It was 30 back over in the stadium. They're looking a little bit smaller than usual, though. Look at that. They're having to play around the furniture for this one. I believe these are community-created maps and have been submitted and validated, so congratulations if this is your creation. I love to see it. I'm a big fan of these miniature maps. Well, they come around in various different games, but this time in PUBG Mobile, it's looking pretty clean, Look at the art in the background as well. For the moment as well, there are no Panzerfausts in hand for the time being. We'll see if that changes as nades continue to rock backwards and forwards. Not really finding too much ground either way. An Orb in the backline there for Falconist, though. Reflect peaks up a little bit too high. He's going to have his block knocked off there. Swain. Shots around and through. 4 points already found for OZAROX. They're holding the line against KASIK really effectively. They're up to 6 now. And they are just going to continue to try and make this one work. A nice blob angle for Cortex up on, I think that's the bed, potentially. One of the 2 beds. It's a bit of an odd layout, to be honest, having 2 beds facing feet towards each other. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I feel like there's definitely some feng shui missteps going on here, but there are certainly not misstepping for OZAROX. Unfortunately, Cortex, though, does place his feet just a little bit too booky. And KASIK are able to find a little bit of equalization here. 4 points between the 2. Swain playing up close and personal. Storm still leveraging that sniper sight. Down the sidelines. Swaps over to the M4. Puts the damage down range. Sashipa peeks out. The Orbs are doing lots of work for Falconist and the rest of OZAROX. The jump shot from Swain doesn't quite have the backup to trade it, but it's 5 points now in the lead still. And it's first to 40 once again in this format. Cortex going down next. At a 4-point gap, still very much assuageable here. No zombies seeming to spawn in the middle of this one, though, so no points, no gun machines, no Panzerfaust to be seen. For the time being, anyway. Anything could happen, though. You never know. We'll have to wait and see. Nest ducking around. I wonder what this is a miniature form of that he stood behind. I'm not entirely sure what that could be. It looks like a bar, but I don't know what it's small. There's a small version of. Well, I'm willing to hear submissions, willing to hear suggestions. Reflect. Spraying down underneath, looking for 1, looking for 2 as well, and it's evens again. KASIK have managed to find a little bit of a resurgence here. Clambering up the lamp underneath the pillows. A Sheeper looking to get comfy here on the high ground for KASIK. With the Groza. A lot of power on those side swipes. Reflect does go down, unfortunately, but still very much in striking distance. First to 40. 7 minutes, just a little bit less than that, actually, left on the clock. Look for more angles here. Tenchik getting that shot down onto Cortex. Taking him to task. Nicely found. A lot of cover given by these pillows. I don't know if feathers and pillow coverings really should give you this much of protection from those bullets, but either way, it's going to work out for him. Sashipa tracks back. A risky dash through here with the ankles spottable. Making that cross is really, really dangerous, but Sashipa's managing to get through. Unfortunately, though, the team spots him, and OZAROX able to handle that off angle. Cortex looking for the spray, and OZAROX put a second up on the lead. Bringing it back to where it was. Mandarin cannot handle the jump straight, and Falconist able to put another up. Around the side. Shoulder peeking, getting info. Exposed a little bit to Reflect on the ramp, but can't really step too far forwards with Cortex as he is, but the drop down might give them a little bit of an opening to spot Falconist here, but he's staying safe. Cortex crossing back into the middle. The nade, the high ground is dealt with. Again, over on that bed, on that pillow position. They're not going to be able to find it. The Groza with infinite ammo is terrifying. Just spraying it down and down and down again. 5 points between the 2 teams, and OZAROX have managed to re-establish their lead here. Swain wanting to vault up on high. Zashipa wants to stop the cross. Playing all the way back in their spawn. And Swain not going to give them the satisfaction of a peek just yet. Might have to challenge for a second, but no. 4 points, 3 points now as they shut down the gap. It is neck and neck here as we reach halfway mark on the points total and on the timer as well. 40 the objective. Falconist super close. Sashipa perfectly cooks the nade and immediately blasts them out of existence. Still, though, 4 points remain as the gap between these 2 rosters, between these 2 teams. Challenging around the edge. Storm with the challenge and wins it out as well. Really nice and healthy for a second. And that is OZAROX opening a lead, a pretty substantial one for the first time this match. 7 points between them. make that 8 as more continues to flow into the OZAROX coffers. They are just looking to try and keep this one under control and try and time it out. 4 minutes and 20 seconds left now on the clock. 26 eliminations to 18, make that 19 as Tenchik has re-established himself on the high ground. Swain tries to break out and does get shut down in the meantime. 6 points now the differential between these two teams. OZAROX letting that lead slip just a little bit. KASIK mounting an offensive with that nade pressure towards the middle, but Storm too quick and equalizes on the trade to try and find once more that lead to open up. Down past that 4-minute mark now as Swain wanting that challenge. Wanting to try and find a little bit more for the team. 28-21, 7 points between them. Zashipa needs to get Swain down here and he manages it. 28-23. So Halkanist jumping with the auto shotty. Looking to pump the shots down range as Zashipa the only casualty. A really nice trade for KASIK, but is it too little too late? 31 points on the cards for OZAROX and 24 for KASIK. Nade over the top for Mandarin, not really going to find too much there. Mandarin around the side. Try and keep that spray down, but 33 on the cards with 3 minutes remaining. 7 eliminations now needed for OZAROX. I have no idea how Tenchik didn't go down there. Storm sailing all of those shots wide, but finally manages to land half of that health bar. Has damage, and Falcon is back with the Orm. A nade looking to go long here. Tenchik needs to keep his wits about him, but it's short. This side of the bar, not quite serving it up. Nade doesn't quite get the challenge they were looking for. Still 7 points remain for OZAROX to claim as Zashipa. A challenge again up to that high ground. He's able to find one, and it's Tenchik actually to get it done. Reflect clambering up the bedside lamp there. Wanting to put some pressure on. Storm in danger. Cortex catches an ankle, but Reflect vaults up. Cortex stays safe for now, as does Reflect. But around the pillows, Cortex looking for the shot. Thinks maybe he's dropped back down. Is he aware of the angle? I don't think he is. The strafe across just as the heel kicks in. Keeps him in, but 5 now points remain for OZAROX to claim this victory. In match number 10, Swain does go down, and they are struggling somewhat here. KASIK mounting a resurgence. The ankles are spotted, and 4 remain. The points total needed 3 now, as the countdown continues to put pressure on KASIK and their backline. The trade's all that are needed. Falconist moves forward. Storm is there for the backup, and he's around that middle centerpiece area. Mandarin needs to hold his nerve, but can't quite do it. 38 now on the tally. Tenchik caught completely unawares, but Reflect has his back. 2 eliminations flow on through, but now with just 1 remaining, it's needing a miracle. Cortex goes down first. 34-39. OZAROX want to put it down here, and Storm will be able to do so. Underneath the bed, it is going to be night-night for KASIK team. OZAROX move into match 13. I don't know if we've got Blank back. I don't know if he's back on. Are you here?
I'm here, yeah. I've returned. I just thought I'd let you cast that whole map out because I'm a nice guy. I just thought you deserved the royalty of that moment, you know? Just all the glory to yourself, bro.
Hey, you know what? I missed you. I missed you during it. It was fun. It was close. At 40 points this time, the threshold.
I'm seriously sad that I missed TDM, honestly. There's a tear in my eye right now.
That's fair. You know what? I know what will cheer you up, Blank.
What?
Sanhok is coming up next.
Oh, yes.
We're going straight into the jungle. It's your favorite map. You absolutely love it, as does everybody else. And I'm sure we're excited to see how this lobby treats the dynamics that Sanhok will throw at them.
Yeah, I do love Sanhok. It's definitely top tier. Top tier in terms of a map in general. I'm excited to see how the teams from Turkey actually will deal with this map overall, just because it is gonna lead into their more fast play style, right? You know, moving them towards those positions. Again, I'm a bit upset with Gladiators that last game. I know I harp on about it a lot, but it just feels like they're the only team out of all those games. Everyone else has performed like to a good level. You know, if they got towards a center side of the circle, they performed well off the back of it. For Gladiators, they've got to a decent position and then just let it all come crumble down afterwards. So yeah, not been too pleased with that. And Sanhok is not their greatest map overall. But again, there's teams in here that I want to see do well. S2G, return to form. Come on, let's do it.
I mean, you say the Gladiators have just been a little bit crumbly. They're still in 4th place, like very, very close in that top pack. So
oh yeah, they could
salvage
be first.
games are there.
They could be first. They could be
That's
first.
true.
There is like, but this is the thing is that I think they're doing well in terms of getting to a 4th place. Great news, but it feels like games that should be getting them so much more points are just not there because they're making some of these silly mistakes. And this really was a tournament to prove to everyone, look, we're not just the team that's going to be a 3rd placer all day long. This is going to be where we absolutely thrive, you know, in the championships. So for me, those silly mistakes, especially at the start of a tournament where you can gain yourself a nice big lead, that stuff hurts you in the long run.
Certainly not making the most of your opportunities when you are at this stage can come back to bite you. Playing path, pretty chill, Blank, on the east side of this island.
Yeah, very chill indeed. I think most teams are fairly happy with this one, you know, be able to get towards their spots quite easily. Gladiators heading over towards that northwest side of the map. Not sure if they're going to play on the hilltop or towards Camp Alpha as of yet. MADBULLS very much confirmed to be playing over towards Ruins. And REGNUM KARYA, they'll be taking up Painan. Nice and easy position for them. With KASIK team, or previous KASIK team, as well as Titans, not making it through a case of self-sabotage over in PMPL EU. Painan now is completely open to a team like REGNUM KARYA to hold all by themselves. MUERTE lose and knock right off the bat to our early game brawlers in Bra.
They are just out for blood time and time again. They haven't fully been flushed out just yet, and in fact it is a lone ranger from Bra to move on down. That's Kain on that south side. Doesn't really have the immediate backup of the rest of his team, but they are picking through Camp Charlie and moving into position to maybe find more of MUERTE. They will have to do so pretty quickly though, Blank, because that is a hard north shift.
Yeah, that's pretty grim. These are typical circles where, you know, a team like NEXUS could do very well off the back of this. It feels like NEXUS is that team that if they don't have to move too much on Sanhok, they tend to get themselves some quite significant games. Fortunately, most of the time they do have to get a move on from playing in KAOS. This is one of the few circles where they can actually just hold their ground. Right now, Milky Way trying to get towards the rest of his team as fast as possible on the regroup. Not sure if he's got any meds available, but Bra is hunting him down, chasing him.
I mean, this early on the drop, you've got to expect that MUERTE may be a little bit lackluster, as you say, on those meds. So just getting back into the fold where maybe your teammates have managed to loot up even a bandage at this point might help. But instead, they are just going to run away, get out of dodge. And I think this is probably the wiser decision with the buildings as cover, with these rocks as well, that you can navigate around. The high ground position will not be able to spot you, and you do want to be getting this loot on board. Unfortunately, there are a lot of teams around this area. There's nowhere really for MUERTE to loot.
No, they're certainly struggling. I think this is a position on the map where MUERTE has struggled a lot of times in the past as well, playing in Camp Charlie. You know, a lot of teams do bunch up towards cave side and then they find themselves just locked in combat between either side. A lot of the other games though, MUERTE was sort of the big dogs in this area, right? They were the one to be scared of. Yes, they would get into the mix, get eliminated here and there, but take a lot of names with them. Here versus Bra, who is seeming to be one of the more scrappier teams within lobby. And then GALATASARAY over towards their western side. There's no real good options for them to send away into. So they're just running scared. M4 as well as DBS, pretty decent for Corker. And an initial knockover towards Symphony from Furia is exactly what they were looking for.
There's a really good opening, an outpost from the roster, but Loverzin is there. The long-range backup from Loverzin. Maybe covering Symphony for the time being, but it's going to be a difficult rescue mission there. Doesn't quite get the knock onto the player, but will slow things down just a little bit. BRA moving, and again, continuing to sweep Malloy. Spotted. Wow. What a shot from Coursera. Nailing Malloy to the rocks there and finding the flush almost immediately. It was a good start, sure, finding Symphony, but losing one of your own this early on Sanhok, pretty disastrous. Finally, the flush goes over to Symphony, and it seems like it's going to be a bad time on the south coast.
Yeah, really, really quite tough in terms of that shot. I think that's a team shot as well coming through, but either way, those bullets were very crispy coming through from Coursera. I'll give him that, 100%. Only really Bra that runs away from this one without taking any casualties. I think they're going to continue to sweep down on this south side. Open up a lot of space for themselves going up towards the west side of Quarry. And it looks like they are just kind of starting to try to set up to fan out, to lock these teams in towards Sami. Next RÜYA on your screens, just passing by on S2G.
Getting all the way into the scrap of it. Paradise Resort on the north side. Invaded on the south. Next RÜYA. Frozen leading that charge in. KAOS a little bit split. Frozen still playing aggressive here. Shots coming through from that high ground on the north point of Paradise Resort. Backing them off the hill to the south and leaving Frozen in a position where he can't really get much done. He realizes that, grabs that vehicle, repositions and swings back down to the southwest.
Yeah, next RÜYA right now. I think obviously you would kind of like to try and get further up towards the side between them and S2G, but I like why S2G positions. Head towards that northern side, backs up just a little bit, creates space between them and next RÜYA. Either way, for next RÜYA to start moving up, there is going to be an initial shot that could be taken over towards some of their players. And this is typically a position that next RÜYA is playing, which is really nice if you have to move south off the back of Paradise Resort. So this isn't ideal for next RÜYA, and S2G currently holds all the cards in front of them.
It's a pretty tough hand to make fold. Got to bluff big if you want to take him to the river, but S2G certainly got the power to make it there. Positions to the northwest of them a little bit more sparse now. Tricky to make it work. Galatasaray, spot Palushi. There's Raxi. Able to crack off a couple of shots his way and gets the flush as well of Hayes, not able to get retribution. Just a little bit of damage. Becker is across the way as well, but this rock, perfect cover for Graxi to stay up.
Yeah, sort of interesting as well, honestly, with so many teams currently still down towards the south side. You got KONINA Power, you got Galatasaray, you got MUERTE, Bra, as well as MADBULLS, yet to make their way in as of yet. Try to clear out these coastal edges before they move up towards Camp Alpha, potentially, towards Hattin, and potentially cross over on that eastern side of that island. Next circle soon, though. Next is still in a good position. No one's really found them as of yet. They have fallen prey to a backstab over on the north side of Cow a few times, though, which is sort of worrying me where OZAROX is currently sending. So if they learnt their lesson, they keep that north side locked down.
Ooh, keeps a lot of water in on this next circle blank. Still, fairly simple navigation for Nexus, you'd hope. To keep themselves safe on that northern side, as you say. Let's see if they're able to make it through. It looks like Dagestan aren't going to be stopped going for this cross. Hang on a minute, I'll take that back. KAOS is there. They are ready to hold that out a little bit deeper on in, and Dagestan, who managed to get keep through already, are going to be playing on that coastline now. They've lost a player, have Dagestan on that crossing. And they will not be able to get that one back. That's fully flushed. The Gladiators making their botation now over the north side.
Again, another team that can actually head in towards the top side of Cow here. Another dangerous team, but OZAROX is quickly setting up. Potentially even 4 teams to move that way via boat, so I wouldn't be surprised if OZAROX does take shots over towards Gladiators. And this is where you've got to really be careful, right? Do you greed over towards the backside of Cow, or do you come in earlier towards the riverside? It's a difficult question to ask for the Gladiators, and it's more than likely going to be a case that they are out inside these boats for a long while. There's that initial knock I was talking about from S2G over towards next RÜYA. I think they set this up very, very well, and they even like make this sort of a C shape, just trying to hold next RÜYA in. As they realise, really, their only option is to slide round on that western side of Paris Resort and move up towards Tatmok side. So very, very smart from S2G. They know all the locations need to be held. In the meantime, these fights are just continuing down towards the south side of the map. This is over towards Tambang. You know, very far outside the circle. A lot of these teams, I think, have already just sort of given up in getting in.
Of Hayes actually was able to get that shot down onto Graxi. Stepped up out of the water, perfect team shot time as Becker had been repositioning and with that overwatch on the hill for such a while. was able to get the team shots down. So nicely found. Allows our FaZe to keep going. MUERTE have broken out of that hold on the southwest side as well. Playing on as 3, they're just passing Camp Alpha now. They have to figure out how to cross from the northwest island though, and that is going to be tricky with a number of teams around that north bridge. KONINA Power getting rid of Graxi. That was the only thorn in their side for their immediate locale, but they can look to make a rotation now. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams still out in the blue on the south side, quite a distance from the zone.
No one's really moving in. Dagestan had a pretty clear idea of where Gladiators were. Kitsune takes one hell of a hit as well, so he has to get towards land, and he can't really stay underwater for too long now. Even if he takes one tick, after he runs out of breath, he just goes down. So for Kitsune, he has to be really careful.
He's made it to the pontoons, though. Those floating barrels can give him cover to play around. The rest of the Gladiators still biding their time further out north in the water still. With Dagestan playing that rock, it's going to be really tricky to make their way up to this beach. They might have to think about going further east around the side, see if they can make their way up there. The next circle just about to pop.
Ooh, that's kind of nice for Dagestan, actually. Even though they're down one player, can hold this one out quite comfortably. There is some really decent ridges around this side as well. When KAOS already leaving, losing Matcap, this gives a really good opportunity for Dagestan to continue their bombardment over towards that side. But it's REGNUM CARYA slowly creeping in from that southern edge, which I'm most afraid about at the moment. A team that's been finding some really good opportunities around the map and kind of creating their own look at this point in time. You can see why Max is such a big fan of them.
This next circle is really tricky, Blank. I mean, it keeps a lot of water in. Sure, there's still a little bit of hut in, but very likely you're going to have to push over to the east side. You said there's some good ridges around here. That curved set of rice field hills is really, really powerful if you get control of it. If you can get there early on and hold it down, crucially, and that is a tall order with the number of teams still in the lobby, you are going to be on for a strong game. The question is who's going to make that move first, and can they maintain it?
The biggest difficulty for most teams before you even start thinking about those rice fields, though, is this eastern side around Tapmok. It's quite a few buildings, quite a few compounds, actually, littered over towards the southeast edge you can move into. It's really going to depend who makes that first pot of call. The Major Pride make a pretty risky maneuver, quickly send in over towards a compound on the roadside. They can start taking shots over towards Nexus, S2G, next RÜYA as they try and make their way in. Very wide wrap coming through from MUERTE. You know, this is a team that I didn't think would remain in this game for too long, but they've made it up towards Hatin. They're currently removing players from KONINA Power. Really well done.
Just keeping their surroundings under control. Meku spotting Sefer from OZAROX as the Gladiators emerging from the water. Holding on to this north side. Seeing if they can keep this crunch on. Nexus, they're moving through. I like Nexus's position on this north side, but they're split right now 2 and 2. Not being punished for it. And they have got a lot of control over the teams to the northeast side of them. MELISE struggling to make their way past. Getting across that gulf, they'll have to swing through the Nexus position. To MUERTE, in the meantime, close to Becca. Nade in, but it's the wrong window. I'd take that back. It was the perfect window. Milky Way bounces it back.
Spoke a bit too soon there, didn't you? But yeah, MUERTE take out KONINA Power. They do have MADBULLS in front of them. Took that opportunity to get ahead. It's just kind of cruel as well, because I think MUERTE's played a pretty decent game to get this far inwards. Again, we're going for the same sort of Gladiators play style. Nice shot over towards Swain. Same sort of Gladiators play style right now, where you just leave the one player that didn't make it to the rest of the team. They've just got to chill. They've got to wait the game out, and eventually you're hoping to regroup with them later on. So this could have been a case where, you know, Kitsune is just down and out, not useful to them whatsoever. But if they are able to regroup them later on, they have a 4-man team. So I like this move. They're just not requesting him to come over towards the team. He just needs to wait this out. In the meantime, they're clearing on this side. And there is a chance for them to actually regroup as a full 4-man.
I mean, I made that slightly guttural noise because of the circle shift here. Blanket goes over to the river. I mean, this is brutal for all of these teams out on the east side. Nexus are doing well to fight through this lumberyard near tap mark. As OZAROX go down out in the water. But it is going to be... I feel like this is really given REGNUM KARYA the strongest position in this circle. I feel like you'd be hard-pressed to predict anything else on this one reasonably for any other team looking to try and take this one down. I mean, maybe Major Pride can sneak through and get a good crash. There's not too many threats that could stop them, but it's just so difficult to make it work.
You said you'd be hard-pressed to predict anything else, and I really wanted to go for a wild card there, honestly. So I wanted to predict Gladiators, actually, just because this is a pretty big difference in playstyle that we see from them on Sanhok. It's much more patient, right? It's not all just going away into the wind as soon as the game starts. You know, they lose a couple of players and that's it, it's over. Meku will find a player from Nexus, and Nexus is out. Their big chance here over on Sanhok in a position that really does favour them.
It's not often
moving up.
It's not often that we do get unanimous decisions on predictions, but we've had 2 today so far. The first match for S2G, which seemed a fairly clear chicken dinner on that military island, and now REGNUM KARYA in a dominant compound. The question is, can they hold it off? Because Major Pride have taken the top of all of those hills. The Gladiators are getting shredded. I bet you're glad you didn't predict them now, because all 3 of them are down. It's just Kitsune, who was biding his time in the water for a long, long while. And is the last survivor now for the Gladiators. But unless someone cleanly wins the fight over in Hatin and then somehow gets across the river, I feel like this has just got to be a REGNUM KARYA. What can Major Pride do about it?
Yeah, I mean, it was either the circle moves firmly on towards Hatin, or at least as far as it can, and then potentially there's a different winner. But yeah, for REGNUM KARYA, this is one of the few times where this spot on the map is extremely useful, right? A lot of times you look at this position, it becomes a little bit obsolete towards the late game if you start shifting over towards tap mock. But this position here in this circle, which doesn't happen very often, is so strong as you're slowly able to move out over towards this lakeside, start peeking teams from within cover. Nice initial knock though over towards REGNUM KARYA. It's not going to matter too much though, because they have such good staying power in this location. I do feel sorry for Gladiators though, because this is a crazy circle. I think that the 3 players from Gladiators assumed that it would be Kitsune regrouping with them and not the other way around, them regrouping on top of Kitsune. So he's just going to try and get placement points here. I think they played this game as best they could. I'm surprised Bra still has a player in this game in Kine.
Ooh, a lovely little shot there from Wild on Effect. We just cut away from it almost as he went down, but Effect gets taken away as well. REGNUM KARYA need to capitalize here, Blank, as well. It's not a question of just getting that chicken dinner for them. It'll be also adding to their points total as many eliminations as possible. And sure, a lot of them are going to be coming to them, but most likely in the next phase, they're going to have to leave. They need to leverage their position as much as possible whilst they still have it.
You know, there's actually a chance here for Dagestan, you know, with the amount of teams that got cleared out on this northern edge. Looking down towards S2G, as well as REGNUM KARYA, if this moves a little bit over towards that northern side, they could get a good game out of this. Cork does go down to keep. A little bit concerned about these players coming in from the water. Kitsune, ever a looming threat in the background.
He's always there, watching, waiting silently, with his fox-like reflexes, wanting to find every point, extract it where they can. It's another Gladiator salvage mission, which we know they perform well on, and it has got them to 4th place so far on the overall standings. I mean, with the circle doing this, it's kind of, it's kind of foregone at this point. But what can you do, you know? REGNUM KARYA, they're just still in it.
Yeah, this is a difficult game. I mean, MADBULLS actually do have angles towards them right now. It's just they're so far up towards that north side with little to no cover. And they're already setting themselves up in preparation for teams banking towards the beachhead itself. It's really smart from REGNUM KARYA. They realize they don't really need to deal with S2G this soon just yet. The teams over on these ridge sides have to fight each other first. Very smart.
Dagestan taking a knock over to Shifu. That's their east point position, a little bit further down the hill. And S2G trying to stay on that high ground for as long as possible, but they're going to have to move with this zone. It's just not the case for REGNUM KARYA. They have so much freedom, as you say, to just control these fights.
Yeah, everyone's just kind of locking themselves in, and the amount of cover you just get given by this position on the map, it's absolutely ridiculous. So hard to win against this, and the shifts were all in the favor of REGNUM KARYA. Two teams go down at the same time, and Gladiators do get a 4th place off the back of that. Very fortunate that he goes down just a little. Oh, in fact, a 6th place. Oh no, I lied to you guys.
Oh dear. It's all right.
Sixth place is not ideal. 6 eliminations, not too bad though.
They get 6 points total on this match for their efforts. I think, maybe. That's what it's showing on my table. Anyway, MADBULLS on this western side, just trying to fight away from this coastline. They've done well, to be honest, to keep 2 of them alive on this crossing. Dagestan not going to be able to find it. Are you kidding with this circle? I mean, seriously? Can we stop it?
You may as well just hand this one over to REGNUM KARYA now. Dagestan, very impressed so far how they've played this game out. You know, it's not been easy, and they've had to take some real tight angles over towards S2G a lot of times. It was a matter of time before they started to get ripped to pieces. They just confirmed some eliminations over towards MADBULLS, leave Shifu in. Hopefully, he gets a 2nd place. It's a really smart play. I think everyone else is thinking the same thing as you, John, which is, this is a bit unfair. It's like the Rupigas in the first TDM.
To be fair, it is S2G on the outside here. And if we know S2G, we know they can pull this out the bag, given the opportunity. If REGNUM KARYA have to leave, okay, it's shifted away from them. It's shifted away. Blank. It's S2G. Let's go.
This is very silly. But I like it. I like it a lot. There is still cover, which is the main thing for REGNUM KARYA. Look, there's a lot of rocks in front of them they can move up to. And they've got the manpower, the man advantage. They're just desperately trying to get rid of Shifu right now. If they can fully position themselves and angle themselves towards S2G, then it's happy days. But they're having to sacrifice a lot of utility here just for one lad.
Shifu has given them trouble. That's for certain. But he is going to shimmy soon into the sightlines of S2G as well. By that bush, with the blue zone pushing him. Wild has broken forwards for REGNUM KARYA. Silas nearly finding that shot, but it's traded, and that is good news for REGNUM KARYA with the numbers advantage. Tron has to hit the deck. Shifu's still there. The nade could prove to be disastrous. REGNUM KARYA now fighting off against Hamzy and Kalsi. Kalsi forwards for the res. Looks to try and stick it as well. Wild trying to stop it, but it's not. Shifu turns his attention over towards S2G. I think the res got interrupted there. No, it didn't. As they both break out this direction. Shifu sees Kalsi hit the deck, stands up, looks for the spray. 1 and 2, and it's Shifu all the way for Dagestan. Finds Silas and Kalsi, and it's just Hamzy. He's not going to be punished as well by REGNUM KARYA across the way, and Hamzy doesn't have a sightline. Shifu, demonic in his sideswipe. A REGNUM KARYA roll across the battlefield. Hamzy's there, looks for Wild. The res has come through in the meantime, but Wild puts him down as just Shifu remains. REGNUM KARYA take it down. What a sideswipe from Dagestan.
Yeah, I mean, for Shifu there, what a fantastic little ending for him. I mean, as a solo player, he has done some fantastic, marvelous things in the past in several different international tournaments. And I think that's a great decision from him in the end game there. He realizes that all the cards are in the favor of REGNUM KARYA, and he was looking for a 2nd place. They left him behind for the exact reason, so he does what he was destined to do, which is to take the fight to the team on the outside edge. As soon as he saw that initial knock come through, he just thought to himself, why don't I just help the team with the better position? They don't have angles over towards here because it dips down over the top, and they're having a tough time themselves. Really wonderful play that still takes a lot of skill to be able to finish that one off, and even finishes the game with the most eliminations. So what a wonderful ending for Dagestan.
Dagestan had a really big elimination game there as well. I think towards the end they already had 10, able to pick up I think at least 2 more there.
It was a 13 elim. It was nice.
Huge stuff coming through from Dagestan to be able to close it down. You said they had a chance fairly early on into these phases, I'd say, Blank.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, it kind of changed, right? Because I assumed that they would play from that ridge side. They don't. They take the other chance of going for a 2nd place and clearing out the teams on the north side. In the meantime, we're going to clear out as well and send this one back over to the desk.
It's time to upgrade your PUBG mobile outfits. Join free daily cups for solo, duo or squads. Win Face It points. Exchange for PUBG Mobile UC. To customize your account, join Face It today and earn rewards. Try for free at faceit.com/PUBG Mobile.
I know one person that's going to be happy. It's Maxman, because it's his boys, REGNUM, KARYA, come out the win. And the curse, well, it's not efficient this time.
And I predicted them.
Yeah, but we all
I thought it was Blink here in the studio for a second.
Whoa.
That was a great impression. Yeah, we all predicted them.
Yeah, because good circle on good position with good team, and they get the good win. Yeah.
So you're saying 4 of us predicting them outweighs the curse that Max has?
Can I just?
It took a lot.
It took a lot, yeah. It took a lot. And you guys, you saw SCC try there, but obviously REGNUM, KARYA, I think you brought up Kalaris, like the position they had, the compound they had for such a long time. Unlimited utility basically going into the final push.
Yeah, effectively. I mean, obviously you try and go into a late game scenario with as much as possible, and up until having to try and dislodge Shifu, they actually probably didn't have to use much at all to try and stop anybody kind of approaching them. So they should have had enough. They should have had smokes. They should have had nades. They were able to put the boot in, but Shifu was also able to put the boot in.
They had Shifu. He was all the utility they needed. Just go get him.
He was their nade.
Exactly.
Shifu nade.
Oh, go get him. And he actually helps out, and he gets 2 eliminations, and he trades the chicken dinner for REGNUM, KARYA. It was pretty decent trade for them, so good for REGNUM, KARYA. I mean, their position, it's so strong. You can't push it. If you're team crossing from the river, you're not going to survive it, so MUERTE couldn't make it, MADBULLS couldn't make it. It's just so strong. It was going to be a REGNUM, KARYA win for like ages in that match.
Yep.
Max, you know I'm going to ask you about this.
What?
Because I already told you I was going to ask you about this. Gladiators.
Oh, stop it.
We got to discuss that really quickly. Northwest Island, rotated slow.
You can see him getting annoyed already.
They did a boatate into a 2-man swim into a boatate into Kitsune off by himself on the coast.
Look, the fact you have to describe it so many steps already, are like something's off. Okay, I don't get it. Yeah, they sent it north, like super far, which I get it. You want to be out of render distance and stuff like IK, understandable. Then you have 2 players who are just going to swim it over to the coast, then just drive 2 other players closer, so you know the team is out in the water. Then you send Kitsune to the west, and your 3 players to the right, and you're just going to try and collapse on 3 teams, by the way. That's not going to work out, so I have no idea what the game plan was, because I think phase 5 was just 50 meters from where they usually drop. You can rotate across the river, so I'm getting frustrated, sorry.
It does seem like they don't really have an exact direction that they want to take on Sanhok, right? When you see these kinds of things, because, as you say, they are literally next door to where the circle is, and then they're opting for a botation compared to a potential landfall, like maybe going via a bridge or something like that. Of course, it's a bit tricky, but there's shallow locations across that river that you can actually like move along, and there's better options than a boat, I think.
Okay. Well, I like how James is being very PC, very calm about it, and Max is just like, what are you doing? Well, you know what? Let's talk about happier things, Max, okay? REGNUM, KARYA. Let's see the player stats here. That's going to make you happy.
That's a good topic. I like that. Thank you.
Wild, 5 eliminations, Azel with 2, Tron with 1, and Loxy with 1 as well. Obviously, I mean, there wasn't too many teams that necessarily approached them, so you're not going to expect like crazy amount of eliminations, but they closed it out cleanly and efficiently.
And we were talking about utility, the fact that they were able to maintain it for as long as they did. The only position playable around that compound are rocks and trees. So it's all you can play, so utility is just super easy to dislodge teams away. And while they're just constantly MVP phase after phase after phase back in Turkey, and he is a player that has been able to stand out in PMRC too. So I feel like he is a player that has MVP potential for these bigger events like Championship. So just keep an eye out. He's pretty good.
Yeah. By the time you get to the penultimate circle for them, even moving out of the compound, even when it hard shifted as hard away as it could from that compound, you still have a better transition to the rocks compared to where S2G is. So yeah, by the penultimate circle, it was just a done deal, basically.
Well, speaking of S2G, we do have an interview with S2G that we want to take a listen in on, and I'm curious, what did they discuss? Because they know they're into the grand finals. Maybe they talk about it a bit. Maybe they talk about their plan of attack here in the EU Champs. Let's find out.
Avrupa Şampiyonası röportajlarında bu sefer yanımızda S2G'den Kalse var. Kalse hoş geldin, nasılsın?
Hoş bulduk abi, sen nasılsın?
Teşekkür ederim, ben de çok iyiyim. Şimdi Kalse, hızlıca sana sorularıma geçmek istiyorum müsaadenle. Hazır mısın?
Hazırım.
Şimdi ilk sorum şöyle olacak. Bu mevsim tecrübeli takımlardan çok aslında biraz daha yeni gelen takımların Avrupa Şampiyonası'na daha fazla gittiğini gördük kendi ligimizde. Bunun hakkında neler düşünüyorsun? Sanki altyapıdan gelenler veteranları biraz zorluyor gibi, ne dersin?
Abi derslerine iyi çalışmışlar gibi duruyor. Çünkü çok tecrübeli olan, yani top tier olan bir Fireflux bile çıkamadı. Yeni gelen takımlar çıktı. Bunu zorladılar bayağı Türkiye Ligi'nin de. Avrupa'da da umarım zorlarlar Avrupalıları.
Müthiş. O zaman ikinci soruma geçiyorum. Geçtiğimiz yıllarda Türk takımları Avrupa bölgesine göre çok daha üstündü. Bu mevsim bizler bunu başarabileceğiz mi Türk takımları olarak? Sence şu anda Türk takımları Avrupa'dan daha güçlü mü? Onu soracağım sana.
Abi şu anda yani Fireflux'ın kayıplığı Avrupa üzerinde çok fazla olacağını düşünüyorum bu baskınlık yönünden. Ama bilmiyorum ya, galiba bizden daha üstün olabilirler bu Avrupa.
Bu Avrupa'da rakipleri çok küçümsememek lazım diyorsun.
Aynen öyle.
Süper, o zaman diğer soruma geçiyorum. 2022 Dünya Şampiyonluğu unvanını kazanmışken sence 2023'te bu unvanı elinizde tutabilecek misiniz?
Tutacağız abi. Bir de ev sahibi olarak kupa kaldırmak.
Çok net diyorsun. Çok net tutacağız bu unvanı elimizde diyorsun. O zaman son olarak şunu soracağım sana. Destekleyenlerinize son söylemek istediklerini alayım, ondan sonra kapatalım röportajı.
Abi bizi en başından beri destekleyenlere çok teşekkür ediyorum. Her zaman bizim arkamızda oldular, iyi günde de kötü günde de, en kötü günümüzde de en iyi günümüzde de. Bizi desteklemeye devam etsinler. Biz çünkü bir dünya şampiyonluğu da alacağız ve bayağı gururlandıracağız onları. Bayağı seviyorum onları da.
Süper. Çok teşekkür ediyorum bu güzel cevapların için Kalse. Kalse ile olan röportajımızın sonuna geldik. Bir diğer röportajlarda görüşmek üzere. Hoşça kalın.
You know, it's kind of funny because you hear Kelsey thanking his fans who have been supporting them since the first day, and I look over at Max, and Max is like,
"That's me.
He's talking to me.
He's like, I am the only fan of this guy."
I was hoping he would say your name at the end, be like, "Oh, big shout out to Max, man."
He's pretty big on TikTok too. I guess I'm not the only one, but but it's really interesting. He had to mention Fireflux though. Like that was recorded right after the end of PMPL Turkey. It was like, "Oh, Fireflux didn't make it." Rip. Pretty much.
Interesting to hear that he believes that Fireflux is actually one of the teams that keeps the Europeans in check when it comes to the championships as a whole. Where I don't know, I think Europe so far has done pretty well today. In 2 of the games, it was pretty Europe dominated, but we've only had 4 games so far.
I mean,
so
historically, it's only Fireflux that won. Yeah, historically, it's only Fireflux and Gladiators that won, so it could be a new team this time. Yeah.
Or it could be Gladiators again.
Yeah.
Maybe Gladiators have been able to crack open a cold Monster Energy, our official energy partner here at PMPL, because they're going to unleash the beast here. Not on Sanhok, obviously, as we just saw, but potentially as we head over to our final Erangel of the day with our commentators of John Allen and Blink once again.
We've got another Erangel, tasty chicken dinner up on the menu for one of these 16 teams that's going to be jumping on in. Are the Gladiators going to find a non-salvage game? Well, we'll have to wait and see.
pretty well on the desk there, where they were saying that, look, the guys over on the north side in Gladiators going for a botation. It's not ideal, right? You know, there was a lot of options available to them that they just didn't go for in the end. And I think that it could have been a very different game from that perspective. So it feels like they're really trying to play it a little bit too safe. And that will get them the third place. It will get them the third place, don't get me wrong. But is it the win that they're looking for, or are they just looking to qualify? You know, play things out comfortably as possible, get into PMGC, and then go again.
Try and make that next step. That's really where a lot of the money lies as well for the Gladiators. That's what they're going to be hoping to try and earn, certainly in the forefront of their minds. Playing path from Stauber down towards Sosnovka military base, cutting into the east side of the map here. Difficult path to places like Georgopol, so potential for the Gladiators to adjust, but it looks like they're going to drop out, grab some vehicles on the road to Zaverny, and maybe try and break down along those paths for the time being. The rest of the teams jumping out. A split for OZAROX over that Stauber-Kameshki area.
It's kind of interesting when we're looking at the overall rankings as well. Over here on this side, you've got 2 Turkish teams right at the top there. Underneath it, 6 EU teams all battling out to try and catch up. So very, very curious to see what these EU teams can continue doing, because I think so far, like Kyle was saying on the desk, they've done very, very well. I don't think this is super Turkish dominated at the moment. Obviously on that top side, REGNUM coming off the back with that big chicken dinner over there on Sanhok, as well as some other teams underneath doing extremely well, including S2G. You know, there's definitely a chance here for EU to take some of those top spots by the end of the day. With a circle that's as fair as this, you know, this is maybe the chance here. I really want to see MUERTE start getting back on the tables though, because they have just not been looking good.
It's necessary to step up at this point. It's a pretty short run, 24 matches. It's the same number of matches each of these teams will have played in each respective league stage back in their previous phases. So it is not the longest of time to put your mark onto this tournament. Most teams will be looking for top, most likely 6 at this stage, with S2G certainly coming out the gate swinging. It's currently sat at the top of the tables, most likely to push that bubble down a little bit lower into that 6th place. So that's what we're kind of looking for right now. The Gladiators wasting no time in picking up a point, struggling to get the rundown onto Demon, but they just pop out with the shots instead. Grab another vehicle as well, add that to the Armada as Maku gets the first elim.
Pretty aggressive there from Gladiators. Just barreling it through now over towards the western side of the map, finding KAOS on that run up towards Zaverny. Pretty rude of them, all chilling in the pink vehicle right now, matching their colours displayed in game. I like that, you know, but colour coordination, always nice.
It's the vibe. It's what they're going for. Major Pride were turned away at the door of Zaverny. No room at the inn, and instead they will have to head out and down towards, well, kind of the same area that Gladiators have just moved through. Rozhok occupied by MADBULLS. We know that that's normally where they're going to be. Major Pride are going to know that that's where the MADBULLS will be. So I'm wondering where Major Pride are going to pull up here. Or if they're going to divert, maybe try and get towards Sunken, or maybe even as far afield as North George. Zaki, potentially. I mean, that's a little bit weirder of a prospect, but it's not completely out of the question. It's not a 0% chance, I'll put it that way.
It's a tough run for them if they head up to Zaki. I mean, you still have to double back, right? But I think with the playing path, you can maybe assume if you're Major Pride that most of the teams will be coming in from that eastern edge. So they can happily head up towards Zaki and then move back down. Kind of confirmed, or at least kind of confident, that there won't be a huge amount of teams in their way coming back from that northwest side, but it's likely going to be either underneath Sunken or like a split loot drop in Ruins, which isn't ideal. It's not the best of loot in that location, but you've got to make do at this point if you are Major Pride. I think it's already fairly decent. They're able to get over towards this side of the map, because it is extremely cramped over towards that center side of this circle right now in terms of center drops to Dagestan, as well as MADBULLS, KASIK team, REGNUM, KARYA, S2G, and BRA Esports, all very terrifying teams in their own right, just all clumped up towards that central side of Erangel.
It's a pretty tricky circle as well, cut down the middle with the river. make your decisions. Probably not in this phase. I imagine phase 2, stage 2, we'll see a couple more decisive shifts from these rosters. S2G getting on the path, getting on the road and disengaging from Bra. We know how aggressive this team is and denied their blood. They will not be sated just yet.
Not just yet. I mean, they're looking for it though. Certainly looking for a bit of trouble is Bra Esports once again. OZAROX heading up towards Kameshki. Team that's been struggling a little bit, I would say. Trying to stay out the action for quite some time. By the time they come in again, typically getting picked up by some of these other squads within the lobby itself. It's a little 180 flip. Oh no, Kabahala actually was trying to go that way, so. Bit of a traffic jam. Getting blocked off there, a bit mean from Nexus, but they have a far way to go as well. With GALATASARAY over towards our western side of MUERTE. Not a pushover team in MUERTE either. They're fairly decent at holding that position down.
They have that solid stanchion position, stopping teams as best they can. We're on board with REGNUM KARYA, though, coming off the back of their chicken dinner on Sanhok. I mean, it was kind of given to them, but they did play well to be able to pick up those points and to be able to execute in those last moments with the utility that they still had on board. Max was happy. I was happy. It put me up for 4 for 4 correct chicken dinner predicts blank. And I will brag about that until the downturn comes.
It's tomorrow. That's 0 points. 100%. Yeah, call it now.
That's about right.
I mean, to be honest with you, I'm fairly surprised I've got 3 out of 4. Usually my predictions do not go this well at all. I am not amazing. I think it's because a lot of times I will just pick up random teams that for some reason I'm like, I think they could do it. I think they could win. And then I'm wrong each time. And that's okay. That is okay. I just sit happily at the bottom of the leaderboards.
Not at the bottom right now.
No, I'm not actually. Who is?
Max.
Max, man. That's surprising because Max is actually really good at predictions. He's a very smart boy. Smart cookie, that one.
Yes, definitely. I think
I
would say, in theory, he won back over in EU, though technically Gennaro was able to beat him out just at the end, I think, if I'm not mistaken. She was able to get quite a good prediction run, but she had much fewer games, so Max had a longer, strong streak, and I respect it. Certainly, out of all of us here, he did the best.
Yeah, which is why we do have to keep paying attention to REGNUM KARYA, because he has some pretty good confidence in this team, and so far, I think they've been doing very well. I think even if you look at that last game, right, it was a bit of a given, but you have to use that utility correctly. It's not like they were going against a easy team in S2G over towards that eastern side. There's definitely a world where some more of those shots come through. If it wasn't for Shifu, you know, that might be a bit more of a hard-fought victory there for REGNUM KARYA, but we look back at the rest of the games that were played today, the 3 before that, and I think there's a lot of times where REGNUM KARYA is really trying to push the belt, right, in terms of where they play on the map, what kind of third parties they're taking, how proactive they want to be in taking position. I love the fact that, you know, when they're in a fairly strong spot, they're still happy to push out, leave maybe some players behind and try and get some third-party damage in. Not a full squad wipe, obviously, but just a little bit of damage, you know, really hurt some of these teams that are surrounding them, going to make their end game a lot easier. So I think overall, REGNUM KARYA is probably my favorite team on the day so far. Dagestan, close second after that one. Maybe just Shifu really pushing that one over for me. But next circle comes through over towards the eastern side. Again, a map where I want to see MUERTE do well here in match 5. They're over towards the eastern side. They have made it out. They weren't boxed in over towards Lipovka like last time. And there's a good chance for them here. They're over towards the south side of the fields right now, looking to pick up some kind of compound. 2 of their players are slightly further out, though. You can see them there, Milky Way and Malloy.
It's a tricky Yasnaya field circle. A lot of dead ground, not really too much potential to move into a major central area of this circle. Could see a ring of death forming around the edge of this one. Certainly a glut on the southwest side, near that direction of approach from Pachinki, from Rozhok on the southwest side of the Yasnaya fields. The hills are ripe and ready for the plucking for a team with the competence and the confidence to do so. Bra just moving into the compound there. Dagestan as well, already Got some buildings on the northwest side.
You were struggling there a little bit, weren't you? BR, the competence and the confidence.
I said that one was on purpose.
I think you should have done just the competence, because then we could infer that you meant both confidence and competence at the same time. And you would have looked like a genius, mastermind.
It's very rare that happens.
Oh, you got 12, it was 4 for 4.
Oh, well, if you want to bring it up, then sure. I mean,
yeah, you're 4 for 4 right now.
It is what it is. I basically can see the future, is what I'm saying.
Exactly. For Gladiators, I've a feeling wide wrap into early centre send.
Okay.
However, probably going to overcomplicate things for themselves, I imagine. I think Max is on board with me with that comment.
Let's get a little bit deeper into that. Which of the Gladiators dies on that approach?
Meku. I think Meku is playing sort of backstop for them a lot of times, so it does make sense that he goes down early quite a lot. Been happening quite frequently, but he has his moments, so you can't really fault him. Looking at some of the teams in the lobby, though, Major Pride are moving through off the back of their win on Miramar today. Looking fairly nifty with it. So happy to see them get another strong game here, especially with them really not having the finish that they would have liked over in the PMPL EU finals.
It's all about getting to that bubble, though. Getting to PMGC. Sure, you want the glory. But as long as you can stay up towards those top of the tables, you stay in the conversation. You stay in with that shot. Next circle coming through in a couple of seconds. Teams on the south side, KONINA Power crossing on the south of Potato Hill right now near S2G, who are on their vehicles as well. And we're going over to those Yasnaya fields fully now, blank. I mean, it cuts that northwest side in. Major Pride on their split, I think, have a pretty solid position to stay alive. The question is, how can they transition from there?
Yeah, REGNUM KARYA actually held a huge amount of space for quite some time there over in the field. So they've got a lot of information to work with. They've got players on the outer edge of Yasnaya. They've got players towards the compound on the southwest side of the fields there. You can see on the screen on the right-hand side. BRA looking to move further up. And to MUERTE haven't really taken a confident position over towards the circle as of yet. They're lucky that Lovazin gets taken down like that, but Milky Way more than likely to get flushed out at the same time. A very weird moment to be traveling around like this. When you see this circle shift, you know teams are going to be sending either from the north, from the south side, from Shelter, from Mansion into this position. And they had confirmed a decent-ish spot towards the fielded area where Fury is currently playing. So I'm curious to see why exactly they did go for this bit of a wide wrap. Eventually they will have to move, so perhaps clearing out the southeast side is fairly important to them. But even Malloy sending up towards Heaven side, you know, Doran's checking that position. They're leaving themselves very vulnerable.
A long line for MUERTE. A lot of broadside onto them. Staying safe, tantamount important. And really, really necessary for them to track through. MADBULLS, all four in a vehicle. I don't like it much when it happens, but if they could run down Nomi, they might be able to keep themselves a little bit safer. Major Pride, a really strong position, as I said earlier, to stay alive and in this one for the next circle, certainly. Maybe struggling on transition, but with the position that they have in that gas station near that water tower, they can regroup over to the side and get a decent chunk of land under their control. Nexus not so lucky. They lose Kapahala as they try and swing down and regroup onto that area. KONINA Power trading back and forth. Doran looks to light them up on the side. Like Palucci having to hit the deck, but Becker is still there. Doran seen and in the sightlines, but the buggy has his back and has the cover for him. The smoke, look at a bloom, and that's an M24. I'm going to lay down the 7.62 and will be the spray from the M4 in the end to be able to find the shot. Nexus are going to be swept aside. That's KONINA Power, bottom qualification team from the EU region, coming on through. S2G handling business in the meantime.
Yeah, it ripped to shreds there. Felt very bad for Doran, honestly, because his spray through that smoke was almost magical. If he connected every bullet, you know, that would have been a knock on that side, and maybe if he'd been able to play it out from that side swipe. Lord Cedric goes for a cheeky little play with a nade, but There's so many angles, so many nades coming into this building, just flooding their way towards that top floor. It was only a matter of time before he went down. KAOS has been pretty lackluster. In the meantime, MUERTE, they're going to take up Wizard Tower in the dead center of this field. They're not moving from that position. They're done once they've made that rotate. So they're banking on this game being a good one. You have to make it early, though. You don't really have too much of a choice to make this later on, as a team most likely would have already picked it up. In the meantime, Major Pride moving on towards REGNUM KARYA. Wild will finish off one in black-white. 2 players left alive. Major Pride in a similar situation.
Really heads up for Major Pride to try and make this move now, but REGNUM KARYA looking to stay. Wow, what a nade from Effect. Perfectly placed, perfectly cooked as well. He's got to look for the flush with that one as well. It's got to speed things up, certainly, on those knocks, but Nomi and Naomi both down, waiting for reses. The shots come through, and it's actually Gladiators to pinch the point from the north side, the west end of Yasnaya. Can Effect keep them going with 2 players from REGNUM KARYA there? Ready and waiting to take this fight. KASIK can move in and potentially third party here. They're playing in a super strong compound on the west point of these Yasnaya fields. They aren't third partying it just yet. Maybe looking to diet down a little bit more, but no, they stay all 4 together for KASIK on the other side of the road. Loxy lobs the nade on through, and that's a double flush.
Finishing off one there. Nomi will get picked up by Meku with a Mini 14. I think for Gladiators, though, I think if I was Gladiators, I'd love to push down towards this building, but it's a smart decision they make because they know they want to clear out this western side as well, John.
They want that safety from the MADBULLS, from S2G as well, who have been looking to cause trouble. Certainly did over to KAOS, but now their attention probably has to turn to KASIK at their forefront, but the engagement to their north cannot escape their attention. They do not want to allow that one to get away from them. Bra, shots over towards KONINA Power, have a lot of suppression on that angle. Dagestan wanting to move past MELISE. And they break wide, they break separate as well. Different buildings, they'll play across on the compound. Nade in the meantime from Bra over onto KONINA Power, and KONINA Power are down now.
Kitsune swipes over towards REGNUM KARYA, takes a big hit, and Matic even sending over towards his top side, shot out by the MADBULLS. Nadenham for Loxy and Wild could be the difference maker, taking down Kitsune. Meku's rocking up towards the backside. This is fairly visible by at least teams in Yasnaya. Decide to make the push now. With MADBULLS losing 1 player, they think this is the best time for it, but Meku falling to Realm is a really big deal.
Certainly, as the flush goes over the Wild, the Gladiators playing with 3, REGNUM KARYA with 2, but the backup, as you say, from the teams on the southwest of Yasnaya, super difficult to make things work. The MADBULLS are suffering in the meantime to S2G. 2 players from S2G are down, but the MADBULLS playing in a similar spot just across that road. They're looking for the res. So are S2G, trying to keep themselves back together. The MADBULLS have lost Frozen fully now, but the circle shrinks away. Blank, this is desolate circle right now. MUERTE pretty happy though.
1 last player now for Gladiators. I think it's Matic once again. So 1v1 here. That's going to threaten the res on both sides. Go for it. DBS in hand for REGNUM KARYA. Res comes out a little bit quicker here. Smokes down again. You wonder how many nades the boys on REGNUM KARYA have left, if any. And for Gladiators, I think there was a chance there to continue taking shots over towards MADBULLS and hold them out before you made this push towards this compound. Because, you know, the angles coming through from Galatasaray were already a lot for Gladiators to handle. The shots from the backside coming through from the MADBULLS, I think that was too much. It was way too much for them to deal with. And there was time to spare for the Gladiators. Loxy once again with a wonderful nade. And another one too.
Kitsune getting picked up now by Matic. Loxy still has 1 more nade in the pocket. Tixi goes down to Flique from MADBULLS, who have pulled themselves back up to 3, and they are into this fight almost entirely. S2G are moving in on the south side, but they're more likely to be turning their attention to KASIK now, who have lost 1 and 2 as well on the knock. Nice roll up from S2G. Sorry, just the one actually went down as Matic goes down next to Fleek, just nading them, bombarding them, and the Gladiators will fall fully. There is no road from them from here on out. S2G move on through. Tenchik wants to get back up, will be able to find his feet here, but Zashipa has to hold down against 3 from S2G. They go for the trade and the spray in through the window, but it's just not enough. Tenchik is down, and the flush comes through. REGNUM caught, though, on the crossfire. And KASIK are putting up a fight, but it's just Mandarin to remain against 2. A nade in the right place. Might be able to find what they're looking for. Mandarin needs to arc it perfectly.
Pretty decent with the nades is Mandarin, but opts to go for the top floor. Another lovely nade coming through from REGNUM KARYA, assisted by Galatasaray in Yasnaya on that south side. They have been stalwart on this position. No one's able to force REGNUM KARYA out. They seem like an easy target every single time, but they are biting back.
If they can get rid of the MADBULLS, there's chance. Blank that they can resupply on all of these crates that litter the floors around them, get more utility, get more nades flying on through. As Galatasaray still yet to leave Yasnaya, they don't need to just yet. A very split decision again. I agree with Jason. MUERTE, central. It's going to be difficult for teams to push on. With Bra on the south side as well. It's going to be difficult for everybody to move through this open ground near them. Slap bang into the center of the circle. You've got to imagine they're in for at least 2 more phases as well.
Yeah, I think the difficulty with MUERTE's spot is that everyone wants it, right? This is typically the position where if you can hold on to it, great. But as 3 players, you're likely to get crashed on by OZAROX, by BRA. And if BRA crashes position, OZAROX is going to come soon afterwards. Especially now with this circle. MUERTE is going to have to be very quick on the swivel here. You know, this will be a real test of their strength.
I think OZAROX are more likely in this spot, Blank, to go for that BRA position on the south of these 2 central compound positions. In that tower, sure, in the north, it's desirable, but OZAROX crossing into that open ground will not have any cover from both of those sightlines. They'd open themselves up to both. Are we seeing REGNUM KARYA in the meantime getting taken down, finally swatted aside? With the MADBULLS cut down to size, sure, but Wild, the last to stand, the nade is in, and that's going to be it. Fleek able to pinch REGNUM KARYA where it hurts. Take them down finally, but they're still playing as 4. Next RÜYA is 4 on the south side in the meantime, fighting uphill against the dip.
Shifu once again on as lonesome. Does find a knock, in fact, and a bunch of damage. They're all in a spot where very much 1 or 2 nades could be the difference between a loss and a win. S2G looks to swing down, currently on 11 eliminations, having a very good time of it here. 4 players up still.
Don't know how they managed it, but it is just going to keep on coming. For S2G, they find the MADBULLS, looking only 2 now to remain. It's Kelsey. There's that earlier flush that they were able to play around with, and a second with that DBS, they put themselves in those close-range fights, and they execute very, very well. Now they're starting to sweep around to the south side, an edge sweep looking to be on the cards for S2G.
Kelsey, 6 eliminations. To be sure, this guy is such an insane player on the side of S2G. Some of the biggest tournaments in the world, he has been so effective. So MUERTE keeping things cool and collected in their position. Very fortunate on this circle shift as well. Remember, they had to confirm this position early on. You don't really go anywhere else after this. You're locked in for good. OZAROX moving slowly in from that eastern side. Galatasaray, I'm surprised no one from Galatasaray actually took a knock on the exit from Yasnaya. So really picked their moment quite well here. Although S2G has been on absolute fire this game, they're starting to get into a bit of a struggle bus scenario now. 1 nade for Shifu remains. Who's going to get it, S2G or next RÜYA?
Well, S2G had them last time, right? Shifu was able to take them down, so maybe it's next RÜYA's turn. REGNUM has a challenge of his own, though. I think that might actually be coming through from next RÜYA. They're peeking up, but they might be able to spot him on this ridgeline. They're trying to move forwards, and Galatasaray, you're right, no one really challenged them, with S2G causing havoc on that west flank. MUERTE really the only team that had strong sightlines over towards the exit there. They didn't really leverage that fact. That's what you said you wanted to see from this MUERTE position, keeping on the swivel.
Yeah, it is tough, though, for MUERTE, obviously, in that spot. You don't have the most ideal sight lines, but what a shift again. They're loving this.
Wow.
You know, this really feels like, you know, they've gambled and they've won 5 times in a row here on the circle. S2G locked into their position. Dagestan with Shifu as well as RÜYA. They both have the move, and I think S2G is going to look to confirm it down towards this south side of the map. Clear out the players that are still remaining.
Oh no, Shifu. What have you got yourself in for there, my son? Will not be able to step forwards and even get a knock over towards S2G, which is very important for their pace to move into the next circle blank.
Just wonder how much utility the boys on S2G still have left. I like this from S2G, you know, never stopping, always moving forward, very quick on the trigger. Looks like they're going to head over towards BRA's position. Nades are in hand already from these lads on BRA. You love to see it.
Nearly going to take it down, but it's actually GALATASARAY who are slowing S2G as they crash straight on in and get dismantled almost immediately. 13 limbs though for S2G. It's still a very good game for them. Next, RÜYA have the attention turned their way, and GALATASARAY now looking to sweep.
Yeah, that's a really nice little hold there from BRA, honestly. They've just been keeping the nades in hand, ready to pull the pin as soon as they heard vehicles coming their way. There's really only one position that you can crash on from that side of the map as well. So very smart coming through from BRA. I really like that hold. OZAROX now have to go for something similar. GALATASARAY sent towards the same position as before. They're going to fall prey to the nades.
Symphony dodges the knock from the first, but has to eat the second, unfortunately. That was frozen, I think, was it? Maybe. I don't know, but the flush came through from BRA in that middle area as they are fighting from that central point. The nades, how thin are they on the ground, though? How many more do they have to keep these players at bay? Because OZAROX are just about over this hillside. MUERTE still peppering the fields out to the south, and Frozen is down now. Look at the damage that BRA are having to withstand. It is so difficult in this spot. A nade over from Swain finds the first opening.
I mean, you love the little position they've set themselves up with, right? The vehicles all positioned meticulously so they can avoid nades from every single angle. It's really, really nice. This is sort of a free win for MUERTE. Good job to them.
Wow.
I mean, they really haven't had to do anything this game other than make the choice early on to take that position.
They did, indeed. It has been a little bit given to them. I think you're right on that one. Realm looking for the shots, finds another player from BRA, and now it's just down to the one and it make that none. BRA out in 4th place blank in what was a really strong position. Now, can MUERTE hold off against OZAROX on the outside?
Storm is taking some great shots over towards Realm. Only a matter of time before he went down. We'll find Storm on the pick-off. And now it's all up to MUERTE. See if they can get aggressive these final moments. Still a little bit unsure of where the players are advancing from. We see Furia just jump peeking at the moment over the top of the crate. But that knock will slow them down significantly over on Swain's side. We'll have to pick up the vehicle. That's going to outline a general location of where OZAROX is coming.
There's a disadvantage, obviously, Milky Way not with them. Playing as 3 for MUERTE. They've been quiet in the middle, as strong as their position is. Now is their chance to add to that points tally. A nice wide base of fire for OZAROX. It gives you the advantage in the sense that you have more sightlines, more chance to trade, but the disadvantage, if you get knocked, if you get spotted, that's pretty much going to be it.
You can only hold down so many sightlines though as 3. You know, that's your big issue. I do like the current playstyle they're going for. I mean, OZAROX is going for a bit of a risky maneuver, right? And I think they have to versus position. You have to give them as many sightlines to deal with as possible here. You know, you make this easy for KARYA. He just sprays down 4 players in the same spot. It's too simple. So, for OZAROX, they know they need to keep this really difficult to deal with. Sephir drops upon the backside, has to hit this, but Furia, very, very good there. We'll take him down. That could have been the difference maker.
He gets busy. And will be able to find a lot of damage, actually, for OZAROX over onto Corker. Staying down, and Corker does go down to a nade from Storm. Falconis wants to put more in as well, but they know Fury is still on the outside. However, he is further away from the exit. Malloy looking to try and stay low, stay undercover. Try and stay away from these nades pouring through. Storm tries to jump up, finds the knock, and this is big. Furia now with the last challenge. The last nade looking to pour over towards Storm. He breaks wide, forces Storm into a line, tags the damage, has to find the shot, but it will not be there. And OZAROX roll back over the hill. MUERTE go down blank, and that is a chicken dinner for OZAROX.
Very nice. You know, we talk about the smart man Max. He gets his prediction right as well through the back of that one. But yeah, really, really good play from there from OZAROX. And again, you can see sort of the difference in terms of the teams that, you know, come from those PMPL stages to the championships now. OZAROX knew exactly what they need to do. Versus a compound where it's sort of a gifted win almost. They create a very difficult scenario to deal with. A lot of different angles to play around. You can't just hold down one particular spot. Sephir moves around the back, opens things up for players on the other side to push in. It was very well orchestrated from OZAROX. I just don't think MUERTE were ready to deal with that, especially down one player.
Yeah, just was not strong enough to hold off against that onslaught. I think they did look like they had a good chance. I mean, we say Fury is a great player, probably one of the best on the roster for a reason, able to handle that roll-up even when he had a nade pin pulled, able to tuck that one back away and win on a flick. But as you highlighted, it just wasn't going to be strong enough. Those nades came through and the smokes were already there. The mobility that was on display from OZAROX, I think, is undeniably great play.
Absolutely. I think that you look at that from MUERTE in particular, you're really, really happy with how far they got. You know, I said that I wanted to see them get a better game here, and they absolutely do, but OZAROX steals the show at the end there.
Do you want to create your own zombie mode? Try giving it a shot in World of Wonder. There's a new PvE template, Terror Town. It will spawn new enemies every round at the fixed location, and players must defeat them all in every round in order to win. With this template, you can adjust the gameplay devices or add to them. For example, you can tweak the distribution of zombies and how supplies are spawned. In this gameplay, players can experience the full content of the zombies mode, and they can get familiar with the enemies. Additionally, some new enemy types have been added to the PvE enemy spawn device, including huge zombies and exploding zombies. Enemy health and attributes can now also be more finely adjusted, letting you create exactly the kind of PvE gameplay you want. If you want to know how to quickly eliminate zombies, be sure to try out the new PvE template first.
I take back everything I said. Maxman, the curse is not there. OZAROX claim victory, and so does Maxman here. Get themselves 3 points on the board, but OZAROX as well with the field finish looking pretty good. Pretty decent, especially the crash.
Pretty decent. I love to predict correctly on the unpredictable game. It's a field finish. You kind of don't know who's going to be able to win it. Though the fact that MUERTE, their spot was in circle for as long as it actually was is pretty nuts, and they were able to get a second place off the back of it. I saw Furia with 8 nades. I was like, whoa, that's a bit scary. But
well, I mean, the smokes OZAROX threw, right, actually baited out a ton of those nades.
Not only that, also them trying to crash onto Furia because he was clearly like the position that was the easiest to crash at the time, and everyone was so focused on that crash that they could get closer to the Harry Potter tower and start nading it. So good plan from OZAROX, and they were just snaking it until they could get the win.
Well, James, something very important to notice here from this match ranking. Have you spotted it?
I have. That's why I went with them for my prediction.
That's a win in your books, right? Getting any prediction points from BRA Esport. Get themselves 11 points on the board. I think the really impressive thing, though, well, to be fair, S2G was just blasting in this game, taking fight after fight after fight. 13 eliminations here at the only one placement point. I mean, we talk about no pressure on them. I think you're seeing it right here.
I think you said it, Jason, at one point during that game. It was like, they choose a team, they go for the team, they stop go for another team. Where they
It does sound smart, so it sounds like something I would say.
Okay, yeah. But they just kept blasting after every single squad. And KASIK team too, on the western side, they understood it was a very clear, obvious transition point, because if you try and go into the field, it is going to be a very good backstab position. So they clear it first, then start to transition and fighting team after team after team. So yeah, I mean, as S2G, I think KAOS has a chance of being MVP on the day so far, because he's just been so good throughout the day.
And James, REGNUM KARYA, I mean, obviously at the back of a win previously, they did not have an easy time. Obviously having that 2-2 split, which we extensively talked about while we were watching the match. And to be fair, once that, I think it was like zone 5 popped, they immediately started to send it back to the other two players with the 2-2 spread. But I think it was Major Pride that crashed onto them just slightly early.
Yeah, so holding a 2-2 across that much distance that late is a bit too bold. Like, you could see coming in as a reinforcement against where Major Pride was hitting them, it's just a little bit too late. You're not able to really hold them off as they're crashing in. Because unfortunately for REGNUM KARYA, they're a great team, Max. But a lot of the other teams around them are also very, very good. So you can see how Major Pride was able to crash on them. I mean, kudos to REGNUM KARYA for holding off what I think it was 3 teams during all of that. They did have a little bit of help from a distance, but regardless, it's not exactly the easiest thing to hold off, but they did for a good while. They survived longer than I thought they were going to, all things considered.
It was only 3 European teams. It's like Europe versus REGNUM KARYA in that compound.
Well, it was what, Major Pride first, and then it was Gladiators. And that's when Galatasaray helped them from Yasnaya. And then it was MADBULLS, which eventually did get the better of them. But for them to hold on to that position with 2 players, and again, the splits you've been talking so much about, Max, I think is a true testament to how strong REGNUM KARYA are as a team.
Initially on phase 2, it was a 4-man split. Like, they had 4 positions under control. Then they went back to that 2-2 split that we did see outside Yasnaya, Poliana, and also inside of that compound. And they just regroup off the back. Just Major Pride was just too quick. It's fair to say. So yeah, good on Major Pride to find that opportunity and get it done. But after that, they understood we cannot win this game anymore. We're just going to go in that one room that's really hard to nade, and we're just going to try and survive, which that's a good salvage play for REGNUM KARYA. And off the back of that, get 5 eliminations.
As Max was saying, though, like at the beginning of this segment, all bets are really off when it comes to a circle like this. I mean, you've got the vast majority of the circle is field. Like, when you've got that situation going down and all these teams trying to scramble for it, MUERTE, of course, goes to the Wizard Tower, understandable. But as soon as that gets smoked off from every direction, they have nothing to play. It's so difficult for them to even try and hold off the OZAROX situation, right? Who have taken so many angles around you to really kind of constrict you.
Especially, I was going to mention the angles. It's just impossible. You got 4 separate angles, and they're trying to also crash behind on Furia. And they have nades too, so those 2 little rooms in the Harry Potter Tower, you cannot hold them anymore.
Well, especially when these are smokes to close that gap,
exactly.
Right?
Your nade range, you're like, we cannot hold this position anymore. So MUERTE, sure, it's a really good spot. Do you want to be in their position? I'm not sure, because it is tough to hold when teams get that close.
I mean, James was saying himself, like, you go with MUERTE here and you just kind of not engage in any fights for as long as possible. Let all the other teams take themselves out, and we do see 2,300 damage coming for S2G, OZAROX at 1,700, and MUERTE with 1,500. Galatasaray kind of sucks for them, because they were in Yasnaya. They knocked a player off of Gladiators, but they weren't able to convert really this damage into hard eliminations.
There's not many spots. Well, okay, so it's weird, right? Because if you get the circle going towards Yasnaya, fantastic, that's awesome. But if you don't have the circle going towards Yasnaya and it does go into the field, that corner is one of the better spots to be in to try and scramble some transition into the fields. But even then, it is very difficult. But that corner is normally the spot people usually will bank on if they want a 50-50 scenario, but it's still hard.
It was actually a small little spot that was playable, and S2G tried to go for it. Then a ridge, and actually because of that, Galatasaray had an off angle. And actually, after they clear S2G, they transition into that position, and they have some decent angles on, I think, OZAROX, and also they have info on where MUERTE are playing at. But leaving that spot, you become very predictable, because they know you're hiding behind that exact little bit of terrain. So it's tough, but as a temporary location, it's pretty decent to play.
Well, we did mention S2G a little bit here, and I actually want to take a look at their player stats on the day, because they're currently our leaders overall on the first day of EU Champs, and I want to see who's really standing out for the team. And honestly, it's really no one. Everyone is really within arm's reach of each other. Top is 11, bottom is 8th. This is like perfect.
I like your phrasing, because everyone's standing out, nobody's standing out.
Exactly, right?
Glass half full, glass half empty.
I mean, the damage difference, less than 400 between the top and bottom. The elimination difference, 3 eliminations between top and bottom.
I mean, you said it at the start of the show, right? You have teams that have 1 player, 2 players stand out. Like, they've got the full package here.
I mean, are we surprised that the current world champions are the complete package?
Yeah, fair enough, you know.
I wouldn't actually go against that, but I'm not going to. I don't know. I feel like thinking about Bigatron, it was really, really hard to go against them until...
Well, there was a flop, let's be honest, for a long time. But anyway.
Oh, here we go. Some of the REGNUM CARYA fights, as we saw Major Pride there crash on initially, and then, of course, Gladiators did take their toll. And, I mean, Kitsune, he went in first and got knocked, and I feel like that was kind of the downfall for Gladiators.
Yeah, I would even say it's MADBULLS third party. They saw that fight, like, okay, this is our one opportunity to crash into the western side. They've had to be critical of MADBULLS because they drop in Rozhok, which is close from this kind of area. I expected them to be one of the first teams in a decent spot, but they were sweeping the western side, weirdly enough. So maybe a bit quicker for MADBULLS. I think in a circle like this, top 5 could have been a possibility.
We did get to see the Galatasaray position as well, and just seeing Korok inside the Wizard Tower just doing some work. Again, just to bring up like the smokes, I feel like that's so smart. And the thing is, I bring it up again because I look at like North America, which I was just doing for PMPL this year, and you wouldn't see plays like that. You wouldn't see like the methodical plays. Okay, well, we can't really close this gap. How do we get there? They just kind of run in and die. But to use the smokes to close the distance, knowing that MUERTE avoided fights, had a lot of utility use, it was fantastic to see. But you guys at home, you heard about our favorite teams. We know who Max's favorite is. Who? REGNUM CARYA. Yes. Let's hear who your guys' favorites are by using their tag in chat to let us know and support your team. We did see a lot of NEXUS in chat. Again, I'm quite convinced it's blank, but I'm imagining we're still going to have a lot of S2Gs in there.
Yeah, in the Turkish chat, not here. Possibly, yeah.
Across chats.
Who knows? Let's actually find out with our commentators. They've been extensively watching the chat, and they know, blank in particular, mathematically, how many votes each team has. Let's go.
All right, that's my 10th account, Nexus. Oh, sorry, guys. Okay, yeah, we're going straight into Miramar, right, Blank? That's what we're doing.
That's what we are. That's what we are going into right now. For everyone spamming Nexus in chat, you're a real one. Keep up the hard work. I will pay a UC after the tournament concludes.
Oh, dear. I don't know where mine is. Mine must have got lost in the post. But either way, we are posting ourselves first class over the outland of Miramar for these teams, 16 of which will be dropping in again onto the dusty dunes, onto the desert. S2G able to put up numbers in that last game, Blank, with the elimination count they were able to achieve, and they now sit 11 points ahead in first place.
Yeah, seriously good stuff coming from S2G. Even on that last game, you know, 13 eliminations, you get 1 placement point. You don't really care at that point in time because you've got so many points just from eliminations alone on a game, like Max said, which is pretty unpredictable, right? It's kind of a look at the draw whether you're going to make it through or not towards that final stand versus you and MUERTE. So I think for S2G, just going absolutely to the wall with it in terms of eliminations was probably the correct play, and it's one that they could have pulled off personally because of how good they are. So really leveraging your own skill to pump the points in this lobby. Really smart move from them, and I'm glad to see it overall. Heading into our final map of the day, though, it will be Miramar. It's going to be the same map rotation every single day, so only one Sanhok for me, which I'm a bit sad about, but it is what it is. Gladiators still in 5th place, 34 points. Dagestan ahead of them with that tiebreaker, 34 points as well. And Dagestan's had a real rise over in PMPL EU, doing extremely well. Yes, a lot of their points have been due to Shifu so far, but you got to hand it to them. You know, if you have a star player, you use them.
You put them on that pedestal and you accelerate them to victory. That's what it's all about, making sure your best facets can shine. Circle shifts down south over towards Chumacera, on that south coast over towards Los Higos as well, at a stretch. We've seen circles come down this way. We've seen them play on those hills around the south side. And Blank, they're really treacherous for a lot of teams. To try and take residence there is very, very tricky. A lot of cheeky little sight lines, a lot of downhill nades rolling into the wrong position for plenty of players.
Absolutely. It's pretty scary for these teams when you play in a spot like this on the map. It's not easy to work with. Gladiator is going to be really pleased with this one. They don't drop in their usual spot towards La Cobreria due to the playing path. Instead, drop towards their secondary on that south side. MADBULLS also not dropping in El Pozzo. They drop towards their secondary in Puerto Paraíso. So really, really nice stuff for both these teams. I think they're both very pleased with how this one turned out. Major Pride and MUERTE, though, two teams that have gone against each other a fair few times. Bit of a rivalry here on Miramar. We'll see if that comes to a head this game.
MUERTE seemingly looking to get out of there, maybe move over to Monte Nuevo. grab some of the loot from there and make their way down the West Hills. Depending on where the second circle shifts, which is the biggest percentage shift you'll see, they'll reposition, they'll re-orchestrate, change the skin on that one, jump into the supercar.
Oh yeah, that's the one you want. Again, vote now, right, on chat. Vote your team. Nexus, obviously. If you're not mistaken, you're not silly, you'll write Nexus, you'll write Nexus with the double O. Make sure you get it in there.
Don't they need to do NXS for Nexus? Isn't that their tag?
No, you write the tag and then you write Nexus afterwards, obviously.
Okay. Just write
Nexus
anyway.
The first one is to vote, the second one is to cheer. Okay?
Ah.
That's how it's working.
I get it. I get it now.
The Romanian fans in the chat. That's what it's all about.
Hell yeah. They've got plenty of support, but they haven't got plenty of points right now, Blank. If we're honest, they are right towards the bottom of the tables. They're on 8. I had faith in them coming into this tournament. You didn't. You didn't have them in your top 3. I did. I thought, you know what? I want to see them. I want to see them fight. I want to see them be strong. They haven't shown that so far in the first 5 matches. 6th match now on Miramar. And it feels like they just haven't been the same team that we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, historically, in like these kind of matches, these kind of tournaments, they don't do very well. I think that's why they're not in my top 3, just because I think they get a little bit nervous coming to these ones. They play very well in PMPL EU, but clashes, PMWI, you know, all this kind of stuff, they just haven't really made it up towards those upper echelons. I think they're still learning, you know. I'll cheer for them. They're not in my top 3.
All right. I think that's respectable. I think that's
yeah. So
definitely a good outlook.
Joke's on you, loser.
Oh no. Oh, that's made me sad. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Redox, I talked to Redox before the tournament. We had a little bit of an interview with him. He was he's a lovely man. I won't give it away, but I feel like something that he said during that interview has really come back to curse him. You have to wait and find out what it was, though. I think I've told you what it was. So
I can't remember.
You stay tuned to catch a look if we see the Nexus interview, if they become relevant.
Whoa, that's even more mean. I'll say that.
I've changed my tune. Did you see that? I flip-flopped.
I know, I've seen that a lot. Ooh, and he's made it.
Nice one.
You don't want to crash the golden Mirado too soon. All right. The old El Dorado.
You love it.
You don't want to do it. You don't want to do it. If you crash it too early, that's it. It's gone forever. Ooh.
Any scratch on that paintwork, it's ruined, you know. You want to keep it nice and shiny. Difficult on the dust.
It is. Luckily, it's a self-cleaning mechanism in the vehicle, so we're all okay. Galatasaray, after that last game, you know, I really did have a good gut feeling about them. But again, it was one of those cases where if it shifted hard up towards that northern side, they just win based on playing outside Yaz. Potentially they win. You know, there's a lot of really good teams in terms of clutch potential in this tournament. So, you know, there's a chance there for them. However, it wasn't to be. And I still think they had a good run of it. They made the exact same play that S2G did into BRA, who had a real stranglehold over that center side of the map. Kine currently with the highest damage in the lobby. And you can see why. We had a lot of screen time over on Kine from BRA, really hitting some absolutely nutty shots all the way through. Very aggressive.
I mean, that's really... We saw that earlier on with the hyper-aggression from BRA early in these matches. They were able to get further in on that last attempt, obviously. We saw them able to ladder up to 4th place, I believe. And keep themselves in that running for the placement points. Able to claim a few of those. KASIK taking shots from MELISE, looking for those reses, those heals to come through. REGNUM KARYA not so lucky as they lose ahead to Major Pride. Black White able to isolate, dominate, take down Loxy there. And only 3 for REGNUM KARYA will move forwards, but they are fairly central in this first circle. A little bit on the north side, just east point of Chumacera.
Just keeping it fairly chilled out for themselves. MELISE Esports taking some really good shots over towards KASIK team. It's something that Türkiye has always been kind of known for, as just being very good when it comes to gun skill. I think there has been moments in the past where they've been sort of outclassed in terms of methodology and tactics in the game, but it feels like also that has been massively brought up as well now. So you're facing up against a region that just has really good gun skill and then also tactically very sound at this point in time. And we saw that in the PMGC last year with S2G taking the title, taking the crown over on that side. Very, very well done to them. And then continuing to play like an absolute demonic force over in the championships here.
Right over the top here. They want to move KAOS down a peg. Tron forwards. Lord Cedric takes a bit of damage from the nade from Azel. Will take the spray as Tron's forwards position finally gets executed on. Bringing it into a 3 versus 3. Fairly clean on the start of this engagement. A lot of damage sent to the backlines of KAOS, but they'll be able to retreat a little bit. Give some ground as the second circle pops. It goes out west. Does take us back towards Chimasera, away from Los Leones.
Interesting shift on the circle here. I think a lot of teams would be a bit dismayed by this. And again, this is not easy terrain to work with. If you're a team on the outside edge, you likely want to get in as soon as possible and just post up in a strong position. You don't want to be making too many moves here in this circle. If you get caught out on a rotation, you know, you maybe beach the car, flip it one way or another. You're just a sitting duck. And you're sort of relying on this sort of terrain here that we're seeing on our screens where there's a lot of hilltops and canyons between these positions where you can't be seen. You're relying on those sightlines to exist if you make a mistake. So that's where the monster truck comes in handy, that's for sure.
Just getting over that little scraps of rubble there, no trouble. Tixi, though, plenty more than rubble in his way. Dagestan moving over the top of this hill. You're not getting Tixi back up here. Gladiators will be playing on as 3 at this point. Dagestan did really well here to be able to take this hilltop on the southeast side of this circle. MADBULLS are down to their southwest, and KONINA Power likely to give them trouble on the northeast side of them. But for now, they've moved the Gladiators off their territory. They can play a little bit more spacious.
Yeah, I think this is sort of a rotation you should see coming as well, though, because where Dagestan currently plays over towards Los Leones on that north side, on the western edge. So I think for Gladiators, they were playing a pretty dangerous game anyway, sending just one player up towards this top side. Yes, he was on his way out as well, so you can kind of infer from that that Gladiators just got a little bit unlucky on the timing there. They do need to continue shifting around. And Muerte over towards that western side, and Chimasera proper over towards the buildings. They're currently holding on the hilltops. You can see them on your screen now, looking down towards Galatasaray. As well as KAOS, currently in the same building.
Symphony waiting for the drop down. It is pretty much a 1v1 on this spot. The rest of Galatasaray just a little bit further away. Symphony with a nade, knows there's a player above him. And biding his time. 3 players active for Galatasaray. As you say, though, to Muerte, with that overlook, with that down shot towards it. I don't think they have the strong sightlines that maybe they want. They're more worried about players further across the way in the form of teams like Major Pride, like MELISE as well. Over on that east side, Matcap sees the door open. Now's his chance. Bides his time, steps forwards, looks for the spray. UMP around the side, good for 1. Weapon swap is in. Goes down very, very low on the HP. Fades back, 3 first aids in hand. And Symphony looks to burn him out. Turns the corner, but immediately into the sight of fire for Symphony. And he's able to find the shot. Galatasaray stay up as 3.
It's a great pre-fire coming through from Symphony. Really like that there. I mean, he knows exactly what's going to happen. They throws a nade in that room. He's forced to move out, so gets further down the stairs, makes the headshot angle a little bit more difficult to hit. Instantly goes for pre-fire. Smart moves there from Galatasaray. Currently in a strong spot in the circle, very central with this next shift. On stage 2. Going to stage 3. I'm pretty pleased with that one. Muerte also don't have to move off these hilltops anytime soon, but they do have to slightly shift some of that weight down towards the south side. They know teams are going to try and make their way through these positions. Not very easy to get further over towards this western side, so I think Muerte can be fairly confident in this 2-2 split they've currently got going on.
For the time being, can maintain a little bit more space. A lot of teams being funneled down towards Chimasera. I'm interested in where OZAROX decide to go from here. Do they wait for the next circle to pop potentially to try and see where this zone will shift them, or do they try and take MUERTE's high ground as it is? It feels like they're in probably one of the easier positions to take that MUERTE high ground away from them, but even then, it's a tall order. Or do they bide their time and try and fight through Chumacera?
Yeah, it's difficult. It's a difficult one to go for. I think some of these teams that are also going to have a tough time down towards the south side. MADBULLS still have to move in. MUERTE is currently holding off that angle as a Gladiators on that south side. Next, RÜYA. I've been keep getting like caught off on the edges to next RÜYA. Not quite able to make it all the way through. I think they've had some decent moments throughout this tournament, but to consistently get left in the dust at times towards the end game. By no means doing badly though, 13th place, 23 points, that can easily change with the amount of teams only a few points ahead of them in front.
NEXUS trying to push in from the east side. Show us their fighting prowess. Tenchik already down for KASIK. Mandarin now in trouble as well. Exo breaking wide, doesn't go down. Zashipa missing the spray there on the cross. Looked like it should have been on, but not going to be able to find the damage he was looking for. And now it is just Zashipa for KASIK team, ahead of NEXUS and also ahead of REGNUM KARYA. On the east side, Doran moving forwards now. REGNUM KARYA yet to find solid sight lines out to this fight, but as soon as they do, they'll be taking those shots. You got to believe on it. Bra as well, further ahead even than KASIK. Have a challenge of their own. KONINA Power and MADBULLS in the meantime. This is right on the south point of this circle blank of Hayes, moving that Molotov forwards. And looks for the knock, but it's Becker to find Tulika. Flique with the challenge over the ridgeline, and off Hayes will go down. Flique able to win that duel out, hits the deck, looks for the heal. Palucci up and towards the truck, but MADBULLS not allowing them to move too far forwards. Unfortunately, it might not be their choice. Frozen pulled out, and Becker will be able to take another one down, but there is the off angle.
Yeah, really good play from KONINA Power. I think they've certainly been stepping up a lot more recently than they did over in those finals and the PMPL main stage in EU. So very interesting to see. And MADBULLS just haven't been quite as confident here on Miramar, I would say. A lot of times you would see them in the past just heading for a nice central position. Either they've not found the look today or they're just starting to get into it. Just don't know. S2G finding Kitsune. Not ideal for them, but they can continue to hold over towards Garden for the time being, around Chumacera.
Try and hunker down, salvage for Gladiators, they're used to it. NEXUS, they managed to stay alive as 4. REGNUM KARYA up to the road now, on the east side. MELISE with a info gathering outpost position for Kisyu. Lewis close enough to go for a res should they need it, but not going to want to be doing that. Not at this crucial juncture to be able to move closer to this next circle. Kapahala caught moving too slow there. A Wild able to land the spray that he needs. 3 players now for NEXUS. REGNUM KARYA mount up, and they look to try and slow things down on the side for Kisyu. Spray over towards REGNUM KARYA. One falls its door in to find the shots onto Wild. Kisyu now out in the blue. Azel just careens himself forwards, trying to get closer to the zone, but no luck there. Bra are ready and waiting.
Yeah, REGNUM KARYA just really wasn't making their way out of this one. They were so crunched between so many teams. Luckily for NEXUS, they wait it out. They bide their time. They realize they're not in the best position, but they can wrap around now over towards Exo, who's holding on the high ground. It's a nice play from them, but it looks like we're further and further confirming over towards Chumacera, the city itself, to be our focal point. And once again, Gladiators snake their way into a nice position, albeit with 3 players.
They're just there. They're always there. And I mean, to be fair, that's what's putting them in these top 5 positions fairly consistently across these tournaments. Even when they're not standing out, they are churning along. They are just grinding across the ocean floor for anything that they can find. And it's working. They're able to pull out a healthy harvest. And right now they sit in 5th. Look at her try and move up a little bit further. Garrett grabs some of those placement points.
It's what you want, realistically. Look at this gulf, though. It's so difficult to get down here. Exo just has to make the biggest play in the bus. Goodness me, that's
the cover.
Probably the fastest that thing's ever gone.
just careening down the hillside. Treacherous as anything, dodging those hay bales where he can. Doesn't regroup though, so Nexus playing on.
Yeah, I don't think he had too much control over that bus. I'm not going to lie to you. I think it was just a case of let the weight and someone else take the wheel. S2G, though, still in a fairly decent position, you know, overlooking over towards MELISE. We get our next circle towards stage 5 now, towards the northeast edge. So MELISE still in, as are OZAROX. Gladiators, not too unhappy with this. MUERTE might need to start thinking about wrapping round towards this western side now, potentially taking some of these buildings for their own and working their way in. They do find Palucci, which will confirm KONINA power off the map. At that point in time now, they can be pretty calm and comfortable over towards our southwest side, start thinking about the game plan going forward.
Bruh are on this east side, a little bit of an oversight position towards the Nexus. Really difficult for Nexus to be moving here. They were able to cross shore with the party bus, but might just be kick-out time. And the bouncers on Bra looking to evict them now. Doran crossing that headland with the party bus as his back cover. Looking to turtle it up, but Coursera just continues to leather these shots downrange.
He is really just keeping them pinned in right now. It's a little bit mean. Dagestan equally taking a huge amount of damage. You know what? Nexus have weathered the storm there, though. Laid down the old kite shield.
Fair enough.
And continue to clap back. Getting the old trusty bus. Coursera just cannot hit these shots. I saw him hit an absolute nutty one over on Sanhok, and now just not seeing the same thing. Redox takes a heavy hit, and the bus goes up in smoke as RÜYA's Docker machine holds him at bay.
At arm's length, tries to keep them away, but it's just not going to be enough for Redox to go down. Fortunately, he's got 2 teammates up on the ridgeline. Frozen next up for the challenge. Redox is still going, but okay, finally a little bit of an end to the craziness, to the madness here. As Docker machine crawling away from this blue zone. Does need to get away from it as well. This zone will not let you res inside of it. The predictions are coming through. Coming through, MELISE pretty strong on the northeast side. I've gone for OZAROX as well on that northwest. Looks like the north side of the road there that splits Chumacera. A favor.
It's difficult, right? I mean, if it heads down towards that northeast side, S2G, Major Prides, and MUERTE Gladiators all have a bit of a rough time moving off this hilltop. It's over towards the southwest side. These teams, within Chumacera itself, a bit of a better chance, right? So I think it's one of those maps that is very equally split right now. I think you could go as far to say that it's a little bit more favouring the teams in the northeast, just for the amount of landmass that is in that location. Talking a bit of a smaller area here on this ridge side that currently got Major Prides and MUERTE. S2G and Gladiators are playing. I like the push that MUERTE made. Feels like they're slowly warming up to the games today.
Give the Gladiators position a little bit of a jip on the southwest side of that area. I like OZAROX here because very few teams are going to be moving through their location. Not any teams, no teams really are going to be challenging them. Whereas you look at someone like S2G, who are now holding very, very central. Everybody's going to be looking towards them. The Gladiators and the MUERTE team, both going to have to fight off against each other. Bra most likely going to move through and maybe challenge for MELISE's position, although now with the circle as it is, maybe they swing south instead. I like OZAROX on there. A little bit of isolation.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, S2G have high ground though, right? So even if teams were looking at them, they sort of have the advantage on that spot. Looking over towards MELISE, they find the first knock and they explode on the vehicle. Great shots from them. So MUERTE's making an aggressive push here. And to be honest with you, Major Pride could take advantage of that quite easily. Galatasaray, not done yet. There's nades over towards Silas. He'll go down first, leaving S2G at just 2 players now. Major Pride should hear this.
Tricky stuff for all of these teams looking to make their mark. To MUERTE, beautiful to pick this one up. Bra have moved in, playing as 4. KAOS fairly exposed there. I'm surprised he went that far forwards in the buggy, and Corker didn't take him down. Just a decent timing there. to be able to claw that one back. 10 teams remain blank, but there's plenty of stragglers left to be slurped up should the opportunity arise.
Kelsey here with the M249 is an absolute terrifying prospect. Double taps with the Mini 14. Razy crouches next to him.
Not sure about
Causes more problems than anything, though.
Yeah, an unorthodox play, to say the least, and steps up. Kelsey goes down as well. S2G, that central area, will be assuaged somewhat. And MELISE now looking towards Bra to curtail this threat from the eastern side. Tospic wants that shot back, wants that answer. Coursera down, and the only player of theirs to be able to find elimination so far this match. Want to get him back in fighting form as soon as possible. Frozen from next to RÜYA, trying to move in from this south side. It's been treacherous for so long.
Molly over the top to try and create some kind of pressure. More nades downwards. Just Frozen left alive now. Has a big task ahead of him. Deal with these two players in front, but next RÜYA pretty happy right now. 10 eliminations. It's decent. That's Nomi from Major Pride and Black White to finish up the engagement between them and GALATASARAY. That's what they were waiting for. I think they were ready to just clear on this southeast edge. I like that from Major Pride. They want to confirm this area of the map. They should have a pretty good idea of where this final player is behind the old car.
Frozen on the target range, will be bombed out there. Black White takes him down. Major Pride playing as 4 from the south side. Going to look to move down from this high ground towards the position that MUERTE fought against S2G for. The Gladiators on the left side as well of their approach could prove to be a challenge, but Bra right now, they've somehow managed to come up from this eastern side and get a really forceful position.
Yeah, I kind of expected Bra to not get up here with all their players up and ready. You know, MELISE were taking some decent shots towards them, but some really good response times coming through from Bra kind of keeps MELISE Esports at bay. So I did really enjoy that coming through from Bra. They do lose a player. One gets knocked, as does OZAROX. Should be resable, though.
Yeah, OZAROX have had that knock going for quite a while. The res just comes through. Already with a player there, you're right, it is just going to be rezzed back up. But that's allowed Major Pride to move a little bit further across. The Gladiators have to shift in as well, so they're going to have to fight probably towards MUERTE, but with Major Pride right next to them, it's going to be really, really tricky to make this move. With the zone starting to push in under 10 seconds now. Gladiators maybe just looking to sideswipe Major Pride, pick up some points where they can. It is, yet again, as we said before, a salvage mission, but Korka spots Meku, and that is disastrous for Gladiators, especially this close to the zone move.
Oh, I love this play from Major Pride. They notice the knock goes through towards Gladiators, so they're not going to be watching them as they make their approach, so smokes go through over towards MUERTE's position, and they're looking to leapfrog here. This is really, really nice from Major Pride. Now they have to make it work, though.
Breakout. A reposition and a push forwards now for Major Pride. Naomi leads that charge up to the side of the building. Naomi pours in second, and the rest of them swell on through. Major Pride have managed to maneuver without taking the gunfight into a nice covered building. Although MUERTE are within nade range here, Korka might just be able to place one back should he want to expend that capital. MELISE in the meantime trying to cross the road, but they're going to have a real tough time of it. That is OZAROX spotting Korka from the northwest side. They've been hiding in the shadow of these hills. It's going well, but Major Pride, they've been spotted by Gladiators in turn.
Yeah, Nomi goes down. They're giving a little bit of time ahead of them. That M249 coming in handy a fair few times during this match. Some damage towards Gladiators. They are really lacking on meds, though. No one currently heading over towards help to help Nomi. Bra will find him on the outside, leaving now. Major Pride down to just 3 players. Bra now with the most players in the lobby.
Storm getting knocked leaves OZAROX on 3 and 1 knock, so close but no cigar. Falconist can move in to get that res. That was inside and most likely going to be resable, but OZAROX will have to cross up to the foothills here. Bra have navigated this so well. They've timed it really, really powerfully. S2G going down allowed them to move up on this east side, and no one's there to stop them.
Yeah, I mean, they've kind of brute forced their way onto the high ground, right? That's the best way to look at it. Matic Goes down to some nice shots from Sephir. As soon as he spots him, Coursera with this little bit of high ground also works out nicely.
The Gladiators.
It's his last stage, though.
Sephir gets knocked. The Gladiators have started to move forwards. Kitsune just getting that flush there, but dangerous. He steps forwards, maybe a little bit too long. Matic already down. They can't afford a second knock, but there it goes. Major Pride ready and waiting. This cross for open ground against the OZAROX squad going to be tough as MELISE go down on the northeast side. Major Pride looking to keep themselves in, but Bra have such control, Blank.
Bra starting to move in, and Effects trying to finish this one up. Not happening though. Now Major Pride down to 2 players. OZAROX Swain moves up, will finish off the final members coming through from Gladiators though. This will give a moment for Major Pride to breathe a little bit as Bra looks to contend with the final players coming through from OZAROX. 3 teams remaining.
Falconist and Swain are up the top, but Storm's down the bottom. If he can get away from the blue zone, he might have a sideswipe onto Coursera's position. Will he execute here? There's 2 players from OZAROX. Tospic also looking for that nade. Coursera with the challenge on the gunfight, and there's the nade into the back. It is Swain to go down, and a drop from Falconist. Bra looking to try and isolate this fight as well, and Falconist falls. Just the 1-player Storm to go, as Major Pride with 3 look to fight on out. Naomi on the broken wall wants to challenge with the fight, but fades back instead. Draining that ammunition from the Tommy gun, but there's still plenty, and there's backup from the rest of the team.
Just allowing the blue to push in the players from Bra right now. Black White was doing a great job at keeping himself alive, but finally goes down, and now Bra looking to finish things off. There is a player here looking to finish off the final player on OZAROX Storm. Who's had a great day today, but a lovely lob on the grenade. They're dealing with 2 fronts at the same time. The DBS might just finish it, and there it is. Bra getting themselves a massive chicken dinner win here over on Miramar.
There's the placements they were looking for. They brute forced their way across the open ground there from the ditch that nobody saw them rising from. S2G were swept aside. Nobody else could stop them. And what an ascent from Bra in that match.
Yeah, fighting literally everybody in those final moments was sort of egregious, I'm not going to lie, but it was very exciting either way. I think that when we saw them trying to cross up towards the top of that ridge and getting shot at by MELISE as well as OZAROX, I thought it was pretty much over for them. Considered even going for a prediction over towards Bra, but, you know, the boys on the desk, they've been talking about, you know, those placement points just aren't coming through, but they prove us wrong right at the end there. So really nice gameplay from Bra. You can't fault them for it.
Absolutely not. They marshaled everything they needed to, and Kain is just seemingly gonna be in with the rest of the roster for this final circle as well. Staying alive as 4 in that position. As you said, really, really good control there. MELISE from the northeast, it was a little bit of a favorite from over on the desk, but they just couldn't cross that open ground with the shifts up to that ridgeline.
Yeah, again, it's the same story, right? You know, it's 50-50. If that heads over towards the northeast side, MELISE has such a strong outpost. It would be very hard for any team to push down towards them. So it was just sort of a coin flip. And I think everyone's predictions were really good. It's just one of those games where the circle has a little bit of a big effect. Not a little bit of a big effect. It has a big effect on how the game concludes.
A little big effect over that. We got 1 point for our predictions, but those guys over on the desk, they didn't get any. Chaotic in the final circle.
Predictions don't matter. It's about the quality of matches we have and about our predictions at the start of the day, about BRA getting some placement points finally on the board here with the chicken dinner. I know one man that's going to be happy about it. Maxman, the guy to your left, is happy about it.
I was about, why me?
Okay, it's fine.
Read his notes.
No, don't read them. They're a secret. Yeah, bro. BRA
in the prison?
No, definitely not. No, we're not going to blanks notes. Those were horrific. That was a Lovecraftian horror of notes. No, BRA, I mean, look at how well they've been able to play this. We were talking about how one of the only approaches to SGG's location is up that east side of that hill up towards Silo's location. And BRA was able to identify that so well, kind of punish that potential weakness that is there, because technically speaking, unless you're actually holding that angle quite diligently as S2G, it's not that difficult to be able to get up there as long as nobody else is looking at you from the east side. Nobody was.
Yeah. And it's not even just, is the circle going to end outside the city or in the city? It's like, is it going to end on the high ground of the city or the low ground of the city? That cliff north, if pretty much, I think on phase 7, you could not make that cross anymore from the north to the south, so you could just pick up 3 eliminations, which is why you see them get 15 eliminations this time around. So yeah, good control of the eastern ridge, and they can then get 10 placement points, it seems. So great from Bra, and with Coursera in particular, they have these big fragging players, so clearly they can wrap up games like this. And there's a team that now, with the points they've got, should be in a position where they can contest for PMGC, hopefully at the end.
Yeah, they 100% should be. One team I do want to bring up, though, is the team that you and I picked, Colaris, MELISE. They had a 2-2 split.
Oh, he's mad.
What, do you want me to say disaster? Do you want okay, so I mean, it's difficult, right? Because obviously they are currently the Turkey champions. However, this split that they had going on in towards Chumacera, got some question marks about this one. Because they got a 1-1-2 split. Considering that the 1 is the one that's kind of a little bit inside towards Chumacera, and by the time they all kind of converge on that location, they're already losing to. It feels like they've really not brought the power that they brought into their regional championship just yet.
It's very PC. I could have sworn backstage or in the green room it was not as PC.
I was quite perturbed.
He was fuming.
Quite perturbed indeed. Let's take a look at the highlights here from this match. Yeah, unfortunate for them, but I agree. And I think that's why you said at the start of the day is that you think the champs that we do have from the respective regions aren't necessarily the strongest team in the region right now.
No, and that kind of comes back to, as we watch the highlights, the fact that actually both regions have considerably leveled up over time. There are more contenders to the throne in both of those regions, as we've kind of seen it play out and things like that. But again, in a short form sprint, sometimes you do have situations where some teams get a little bit fortunate in certain scenarios.
And talking about regional champions, looking at MUERTE, they had a really good split south of the city, and I was like, okay, if the circle doesn't go quite in the city, chances are they're going to have good scouting done, and they're going to have good information on where teams are, and off the back of that could rotate really efficiently. But then it went in Chumacera, and you saw that it is going to be tough to transition from those high grounds in the city itself, but then Brad just clear it up.
I don't know how valuable this is of a topic to discuss, but for BRA, like we did notice, like you're in basically like stage 8 with a Tommy still, and they were using like M16s from range. Like they didn't have like the proper kit of weaponry in their favor, and yet they still came out with 15 elims and made it work for them.
They are kind of a, I would say they're a relatively scrappy team, but by the same token, I do think that the SMG meta has kind of lived a little bit more through Turkey compared to EU. Like we do see it from time to time and things like that, but if you watch the regional over in Turkey, you do still see a lot of Tommy gun, a lot of PP Bison, a lot of Umpet, etc. and things like that, and they do make great use of it, as you can see here.
Yeah, I mean, in a lot of the content that was been recording in Turkey, they said like their favorite weapon is the UMP, of course, like iterations of that. So they keep playing it because you can just laser down people, and I think that at that point is because they took so many fights to get up to the 15 eliminations. They're like, we need an extra weapon with some extra ammo. Just loot up. Oh, it's a PPV's on or whatever. You're just going to play it right. So
Another thing that starts with P that's your favorite, the PP Bison.
Oh, it's my favorite. It's got 2 Ps at the start.
I just love it even more. Let's actually take a look if you guys missed out on any of the matches today. A quick little recap of who won all of our matches throughout. You can see here S2G starting off extremely strong. Our best game of the day here was 16 eliminations, and it really showed that, well, S2G, they're here to play and they're here to have a good time. But as we moved on throughout the day, you can see Major Pride able to get up there. You see MADBULLS get up there as well. REGNUM, CARYA, a pretty decent-ish split. Between EU and Turkey. Obviously, Turkey coming out ahead.
I think it's quite even, actually, considering. Maybe like Turkey is pulling out a little bit ahead now. The fact that BRA has just been able to get this quite big win off the back of this Miramar. But literally Max's favorite thing, that 4th win from REGNUM CARYA.
Oh, it was a really good one.
Favorite thing.
It was a good circle too off the back of that.
I thought it was Aurora Borealis.
Oh, he is a big fan of Aurora Borealis.
It depends, you know, it's like one is a natural phenomenon, one is a team, you know, it's kind of different
phenomenon.
Phenomenon.
They are a phenomenon.
Well, okay, let's get into our MVP. It's not going to count towards our prediction points. I have my prediction ready, but I kind of already told you in the green room what I thought it was going to be.
We didn't listen.
Kane.
What did you say?
It's time to move on to our MVP here so we get an idea of, you know, who we think. It's not going to count towards our prediction points, but as you heard in the green room, my prediction, I thought it was going to be Kane.
Huh?
No, we didn't listen to who you thought your prediction was. That's what we did.
For the 3rd time. No, Kane. I think that's what it's going to be.
Kane.
Top Frogger.
On the day. Silas.
I was musing over Kelsey, but honestly, at this point, I have no clue considering what we just saw.
You were all about Shifu originally.
Yeah, but he didn't do it in his last game.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Who's our MVP of the day? It's BRA Kane.
Okay, well played.
17 eliminations, 3,100 damage coming in. I mean, it started off strong, right? Our very first match of the day, they did a little bridge camp here, punishing teams left and right. I think they had 4 eliminations in like the first 30 seconds to like 2 minutes, and they continue to punish teams left and right with MADBULLS as well crashing in.
Yeah, making sure that no one could cross it. They even punished this split from REGNUM KARYA that I thought was one of the best positions, and yet they just win it from a lower ground position. Maybe REGNUM KARYA was a bit overzealous on their push, but they were able to punish it and get eliminations. So, yeah, Brav finally able to get more than just eliminations, it seems. And I mean, Kane sometimes a bit overzealous on his splits, like especially that game. I thought he was going to get eliminated super quickly, but he's got the fragging power to back it up.
Yeah, it's been very impressive. As you say, even the games where they got 0 placement points, still being able to get as many eliminations as they did, it does show that they can identify the fact that, okay, we know we're probably not going to be getting any kind of placement points from this game, so let's just start blasting. It's really good.
And blasting is exactly what they're doing here. We'll take a look at our overalls and see if they have approached our top 3 potentially. You can see it right there behind us. 2nd place at 57 points. 1 point behind our reigning world champions. And they did it, well, just being behind in 1 place, to be fair.
Ooh, top 3 Turkish teams right now. It's a bit heavily dominated right there.
Guys, all right, it's time to retire.
Okay. I mean, to look at PMGC more specifically right now, so you would have Bra make it in, REGNUM KARYA, Major Pride, Gladiators would make it in, and STG are there too, so MADBULLS. Yeah, so pretty much okay. This is cool. These are teams that I would expect to hopefully make it into a PMGC for quite a few of them, but we'll see. Why laugh?
I like Max's musing over this. Like, oh, is this acceptable for you, Max?
It's okay.
It's okay.
It's permission granted. Yes.
I'm just sitting here looking at this, like thinking of Fireflux watching from home, like OZAROX, please step it up. Next RÜYA, come on, boys, get in there. Because there is a world where Fireflux do qualify for PMGC.
If we're not seeing a Fireflux viewer party right now, like this would be a great time to do it.
Yeah. You can see her down the list. You know, honestly, I think one team that has surprised me, and not the good way, it's NEXUS. 15th place, 5 placements, 8 eliminations. Like you obviously talked a lot about EXO and the team and how strong of a roster they could be. It's been a little bit of a letdown to see their performance last season where they finished 2nd, and obviously their performance in league stage here.
And they've barely made it into any late game scenarios because they're just so slow to rotate, weirdly enough, especially that first game where they were towards Ferry Pier. They could have moved there ages ago, and they just don't make it in. I don't know what's happening because clearly we saw the fragging power last championship. They can win these type of tournaments, but the speed at which they move, they're never going to get any good POI, so they just need to speed up the process.
Obviously, we don't know exactly what's going on internally in the team, but I won't be surprised if there's not internal conflict, but internal differences and opinions on how to approach the game, or more specifically, even how to approach circles. Because sometimes that will cause the delays. Sometimes that will cause situations where you're just kind of divided about how you actually want to get towards the next stage of the game, and it wouldn't surprise me if NEXUS was going through something like that.
I want to move this way. I want to move this way. Oh, in the blue.
Yeah. I think it's easy to say, like, from an outsider point of view, like just get over it. Just like make a decision as a team, because you have PMGC around the corner, but at the same rate, you have PMGC around the corner. And if you're a player who's really adamant on wanting to do things this way, you're not going to let that go because you want to qualify. It's the biggest event of the year. Lots of money on the line.
And honestly, when you're 4 good players at the game, because literally every player here is good at the game, there's no disputing that. When you are good at the game, you generally have quite strong opinions about how you want to play the game. And yeah, exactly. It's like anything when you want to be really at the top. So there could be some of that going on. Again, this is all purely speculation, things like that. We know that they're very capable. We've seen when they've been able to get to late games that they're able to even get like 20 frags plus and then get themselves the chicken dinner. But it's getting to there that seems to be the real hurdle that they're facing.
Well, hopefully they take the day off here the night and really think things through before they come back tomorrow. But before we can come back tomorrow, we got to take a look at how our predictions worked out between all of us and John Allen. Almost a perfect day, actually, out of him. Almost.
But Blank is still thinking real hard, as he's been doing throughout 2 seasons now, it seems. But no, I mean, John's got himself some good predictions. I mean, I'm happy I got the prediction of the field finish. You know, that's my pride and joy right there.
That's your baby.
Yeah.
I'm last and I'm in distress as always in that picture, so, you know.
I don't know why. I look at that, I'm just imagining like baby Kalaris just like, wah. I don't know why. Can we see that picture again? Can we throw that up there again?
I don't need to be baby Kalaris.
How about I put that? Matt, if you're watching,
baby
you need a Photoshop of that.
I don't want it. No, let's not do that.
Matt, what's up? Give us some sweet images for tomorrow. But obviously that does end off the day. Before we can do that, though, I want to remind you guys once again about this bad boy to my right. You're left on the screen. Monster Energy, our official drinking partner here at PMPL. You guys can pick one up and unleash the beast for yourselves. And not to mention, we also still have the survey going on where we love to hear you guys' feedback about the show, about the talent, about the teams, anything and everything. Make sure you guys check this out over in the YouTube channel. There'll be a link there for you guys to click and fill out all that lovely, lovely information. But that does round out here our very first day of PMPL EU Champs. I cannot believe we've had what happened actually occur so far today, seeing BRA. They got a chicken dinner. They got placement points. Can they continue tomorrow? Well, there's only one way to find out. Make sure you guys tune in, and we'll see you then.